The taste of copper. It was the first thing, the only thing, I registered. A metallic, coppery tang coating my tongue, filling my mouth, seeping into my very bones. It was a taste of the phantom barber's blood, of my own desperation, of that gruesome, impossible victory. It was a taste of the cultist's fear, of their ancient razor at my throat. And it was a taste of the cold, sterile air that had filled the chamber when those metallic figures had arrived. It was a taste of a final, crushing defeat, even as I was being rescued. Darkness, then, a heavy, suffocating blanket that pressed down on me, even as I fought against it. My body felt like lead, my mind a tangled knot of terror and confusion. I remembered the whirring, the blinding white light, the synthesized voice declaring target acquired, the pale leader of the cult dissolving into nothingness. I remembered the needle, the sudden, overwhelming rush of sedation. And then, only the copper. I woke up slowly, painfully. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, like a drum beating a slow, morbid rhythm inside my skull. My eyelids felt impossibly heavy, glued shut with dried tears or some other viscous residue. When I finally managed to pry them open, the world was a blurry, distorted mess of muted colors and indistinct shapes. It took a long, disorienting moment for my eyes to focus, for my brain to catch up with what they were seeing. I was lying on a couch. My couch, the worn, slightly lumpy green sofa that had been a fixture in my living room for years. The one I would collapse onto so many times after a long day, or after another terrifying encounter with the cutter. A wave of nausea washed over me. My stomach churned, and I fought the urge to vomit. My mouth was dry, parched, and that metallic taste was still there, stronger than ever. I tried to sit up, but my muscles protested, screaming in protest. Every limb felt like it was filled with sand. It was a residue of the sedative. I realized a powerful one. Slowly, agonizingly. I pushed myself upright, my back protesting with a series of dull pops. My feet found the familiar rug beneath them, but even that felt alien, strangely rough against my bare skin. Bare. I was still in the same clothes I had been wearing when the cultists had seized me, the tattered jeans, the blood-stained t-shirt. But they felt different. Cleaner, as if they would have been washed, but not by me. And the blood, it was gone. All of it. I looked around my living room. It was mine, undeniably. The same cheap bookshelf overflowing with paperbacks, the same slightly crooked landscape painting on the wall, the same chipped coffee table. But everything was unnervingly still. Too still. The air hung heavy, devoid of the usual city sounds that usually filtered in through my windows, the distant sirens, the rumble of traffic, the occasional shout from the street below. There was an oppressive silence, a void where the world used to be. My heart began to pound, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not right. The silence was wrong. The feeling of being watched, of being observed, was wrong. I pushed myself off the couch, my legs wobbly, and stumbled towards the nearest window, the large, bay window that looked out onto the bustling street. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold, sharp gasp. The window was boarded up. Not from the outside, like someone was trying to keep me in. No, it was boarded up from the inside. Thick, rough-hewn planks of wood, crudely but effectively nailed across the frame, sealing it shut. The nails were long, rusted, driven deep into the wood, splintering the aged frame. It looked like a desperate, violent act of confinement. My mind reeled. Who would do this? Why? I stumbled to the next window, the one in my kitchen. Same thing. Nailed shut. The bedroom window. Nailed shut. Every single window in my apartment, every single point of egress, was sealed from the inside. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at my skin. This was not my apartment anymore. It was a cage. I ran to the front door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I fumbled for the doorknob, turning it frantically. It was locked, of course. The deadbolt was thrown. I try to remember if I had locked it before everything, before the barber, before the cult, but the mechanism felt different, heavier, more resistant than usual. It was not just locked, it felt sealed, like the windows. My hands flew to my pockets. Empty. No keys, no phone, no wallet, nothing. Just a faint, lingering scent of antiseptic on my clothes. Hello. I croaked, my voice raw and hoarse. It sounded alien in the suffocating silence. Is anyone here? No answer. Only the echo of my own desperate plea, swallowed by the oppressive quiet. I backed away from the door, my eyes scanning the apartment, searching for any clue, any sign of who had done this, why I was here. The apartment was too clean. My usual clutter was gone. Books were neatly stacked. Papers that had been scattered across my desk were now organized into precise piles. Dust bunnies that had accumulated in corners were conspicuously absent. It was as if someone had meticulously cleaned and arranged everything, not with care, but with a cold, clinical precision, like a display or a specimen case. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I remember the metallic figures, their glowing visors, their synthesized voice. Target acquired. Initiate extraction protocol. They had taken me from the cult, but they had not saved me. They had simply moved me from one cage to another, from a ritual sacrifice to this. A low hum, almost imperceptible at first, began to register in the periphery of my hearing. It was a deep, resonant thrumming, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves. I pressed my ear against the plaster, and the hum intensified, a faint, rhythmic pulse that seemed to beat in time with my own frantic heartbeat. It was not the sound of pipes or the building's infrastructure. It was something else, something artificial. I started to search, my desperation mounting. I checked every cupboard, every drawer. Nothing. No food, save for a few pre-packaged nutrient-dense blocks wrapped in sterile foil and clear pouches of water, stacked neatly on the kitchen counter. They were not mine. They were provision for a captive. The hum grew louder, more insistent, and I began to notice a faint, almost invisible glow emanating from the walls. Thin, metallic filaments, like spiderwebs spun from moonlight, were embedded in the plaster, snaking along the baseboards, disappearing into the ceiling. They were not there before. They pulsed with a faint, internal light, a barely their luminescence that caught my eye only when I looked directly at them. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the impossible. The metallic figures. They were not human. They were something else. And they had referred to me as a vessel. The cult had called me a child, of copper, a vessel for the awakening of an old one. Had these new captors simply taken over the project? Were they continuing the ritual, but with their own alien methods? I touched one of the glowing filaments. It was cool to the touch, smooth, almost seamlessly integrated into the wall. It felt alive in a way, not organic, but humming with a contained energy. As I moved through the apartment, my eyes peeled for any other anomalies. I started noticing things. Small, almost flush-mounted screens, no bigger than a silver dollar, embedded in unexpected places. One in the corner of the ceiling, above the kitchen sink. Another, cunningly hidden behind a landscape painting in the living room. When I peered closer, they were dark, but then, as if sensing my gaze, they flickered to life. Static at first, then distorted monochrome images. A blur of movement. A faint, ghostly outline of something. Was it me? Was I being watched? Or were these displays for me? A horrifying thought surfaced. Were they showing me glimpses of what was happening outside? Or what they were doing to me? The air in the living room, near where I had woken up on the couch, was noticeably colder. A distinct chill radiated from a specific spot on the floor, a circle about a foot in diameter. It was not a draft. It was a cold that felt unnatural, an absence of warmth that seemed to pull at the very air around it, and with it, a faint metallic tang, like ozone and blood, but something else too, something ancient and vast. The copper taste in my mouth intensified, mirroring the sensation. I stood over the cold spot, my heart a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The humming from the walls seemed to converge here, growing louder, more focused. It felt like the epicenter of whatever was happening. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "What are you doing to me?" The silence was the only answer, but it was a silence thick with an unseen presence. I felt eyes on me, thousands of them, cold and unblinking. I screamed then, a raw, primal sound of terror and frustration. I pounded on the walls, my fists aching. "Let me out. You hear me. Let me out." My voice cracked, tears streaming down my face. No response. The hum continued, relentless. The tiny screens flickered. The cold spot pulsed with an unseen energy. As the hours dragged on, or perhaps days, I had no way of telling time in this sealed environment, a horrifying realization began to dawn on me. I was not just a prisoner. I was an object of study, a specimen. And the apartment was not just a cage, it was a carefully controlled laboratory. I ate the bland food, drank the sterile water. I tried to sleep, but sleep offered no escape. Instead, it brought fragmented, terrifying visions. Not dreams, but intrusions. Images of vast, inky blackness, punctuated by pinpricks of light that were not stars, but eyes. Eyes that watched, that hungered. I saw the metallic figures, their movements precise, their purpose inscrutable. They were not saviors. They were simply another faction in a cosmic conflict I could not begin to comprehend, and I was merely their latest acquisition. The word vessel echoed in my mind, a chilling mantra. The cult had prepared me. The cutter had purified me through trauma. And now, these metallic beings were continuing the process. But for what? The awakening of an old one, the cult leader had said. What did these new captors call it? My body began to feel strange. The copper taste in my mouth was no longer just a taste. It felt like it was seeping into my very being, a constant, metallic tang that permeated my blood, my breath, my skin. When I looked at my reflection in the darkened window panes, I thought I saw a faint, almost iridescent sheen under my skin, like finely spun copper threads beneath the surface. Paranoia. I told myself. It had to be. But the feeling persisted. My head ached almost constantly, a dull pressure behind my eyes. Sometimes, without warning, a thin trickle of blood would run from my nose, tasting of the familiar metal. I felt a strange energy building within me, a pressure that started deep in my core and spread outwards, making my skin tingle, my teeth ache. It was like an internal vibration, a silent scream trying to escape from within. One evening, as I sat huddled on the floor near the cold spot, the hum from the walls intensified dramatically. The faint glows from the filaments brightened, casting an eerie, pulsating light across the room. The tiny screen above the kitchen sink, which I had ignored for hours, flickered to life, showing more than just static. A synthesized voice, the same one from the chamber, resonated not from the screen, but directly into my mind, bypassing my ears. It was cold, devoid of emotion, but filled with an undeniable authority. Vessel integrity optimal, it stated. Assimilation commencing. The words were a death knell. Assimilation. That was their term for the awakening. They were not saving me. They were using me. They were making me into something else. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I scrambled backwards, away from the screen, away from the cold spot, away from the walls that pulsed with alien energy. The apartment, once my sanctuary, was now a living, breathing cage, its very structure designed to facilitate my transformation. The humming became a roar, vibrating through the floorboards, shaking the very foundations of the building. The filaments in the walls glowed with an intense, sickly green light, casting long, distorted shadows that danced like specters. The air grew impossibly cold around the spot in the living room, so cold it burned, and the metallic tang was overwhelming, choking me. I could feel it now, not just in my mind, but in my very flesh. A tearing, stretching sensation deep within my core. It felt like something vast and ancient was trying to push its way through me, to use my body as a gateway, a conduit into this reality. The essence of the old one, or whatever terrifying entity these beings served, was attempting to manifest, and I was the unwilling, screaming portal, my vision blurred. The copper taste was no longer just a taste, it was a sensation, a burning, metallic fire that coursed through my veins, replacing my blood. My skin crawled, feeling stretched and thin, like a membrane about to rupture. Whispers filled my mind, not in any language I knew, but cacophony of alien thoughts, vast and incomprehensible, trying to merge with my own. I was losing myself. My identity, my very being, was being eroded, overwritten by something ancient and monstrous. The cold spot on the floor began to shimmer, the air above it distorting, rippling like water. A faint, almost transparent outline began to form, a vague, shifting shape that defied definition, yet radiated an unbearable pressure, an immense, hungry presence. I screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. My throat was constricted, my lungs burning, my body convulsed, racked by an internal struggle I could not win. I was a puppet, my strings being pulled by unseen, alien hands. The metallic figures had not rescued me. They had merely intercepted the package. They wanted the vessel for their own purposes, a more efficient, clinical path to the same horrific end. The apartment was no longer my home. It was a crucible, and I was no longer myself. I was merely the first, unwilling, casualty in an awakening far grander, far more terrifying than any cult could have ever imagined. The last thing I registered before the final, consuming darkness, was the triumphant hum of the walls, the cold, calculating glow of the screens, and the overwhelming, suffocating taste of copper. The assimilation was complete, and the conflict, far beyond my comprehension, had only just begun. After that night, after I had fled Mark's apartment, after my friend had picked me up, and after the police had basically shrugged their shoulders and told me they could not do much, my life became a permanent state of high alert. It was not just a new chapter, it was an entirely new book, written in blood and fear. I did everything they told me to, everything I could think of. My phone number was changed. All my social media accounts, even the ones I had not touched in years, the ones I thought were private, were scrubbed from existence. My old apartment, gone. I packed up what little I could stomach to take with me, mostly just clothes and a few photo albums that did not feature anyone Mark might have been able to identify. I moved clear across the state to a small, nondescript town where I knew absolutely no one. I picked a place that was far from any major highways, tucked away enough that I hoped it would be like falling off the grid. But even with all those precautions, the fear did not leave. It did not even lessen. It became a part of me, like an extra organ, constantly thrumming with a low, anxious hum. Every shadow was him. Every unexpected sound was him. Every stranger I passed on the street was a potential threat, a potential scout, a potential Mark in disguise. My eyes were always scanning, always searching. The world had become a giant Where's Waldo puzzle, and Waldo was a deranged stalker with a dossier on my entire existence. I started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. Not a small paring knife, but a hefty chef's knife, the kind you could actually do some damage with. My doors were always triple locked, even when I was just running out to grab groceries. I installed a cheap, motion-activated camera pointed at my front door, though I knew deep down it probably would not do much against someone as meticulous as Mark. It was more for my own sanity, a visual confirmation that, for a few hours at least, no one had tried to jimmy the lock. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The initial adrenaline rush had faded, replaced by a dull, persistent ache of paranoia. I was thinner, my eyes constantly tired, even after a full night's sleep. Every time my new, anonymous phone buzzed with an unknown number, my heart would leap into my throat. Every time I heard a car slow down outside my apartment building, I would freeze, holding my breath until it passed. I tried to build a new life, or at least a semblance of one. I got a remote job, something that allowed me to stay home and minimize my interactions with the outside world. I ordered groceries online. My only real human contact was with my friend, Sarah, who called me every few days to check in. She was a lifeline, but even she could not fully grasp the suffocating terror I lived under. How could she? She had not seen that folder, had not seen Mark's eyes turn cold, had not felt his grip tighten, had not run for her life down those endless stairs. One Tuesday, about 8 months after I would moved, something shifted. It was late afternoon, and I was sitting at my window, nursing a cup of tea, watching the quiet street below. My apartment was on the second floor, overlooking a residential road that mostly saw local traffic people going to and from work, kids on bikes, the occasional dog walker. It was usually pretty peaceful, almost boring. But that day, I noticed a car. It was an older model, a dark blue sedan, maybe a Honda Civic or a Toyota Corolla from the early 2000s. Nothing remarkable about it. It drove past my building, slowly, then turned at the end of the block, disappearing from view. I did not think anything of it. Just another car. About 10 minutes later, I saw it again. The same dark blue sedan. It drove past my building, just as slowly as before, then turned at the end of the block and vanished. My stomach did a little flip, a familiar warning signal. Paranoia. I told myself, it is just a coincidence. Maybe they are lost. Maybe they are looking for an address. I tried to brush it off, to focus on the steam rising from my tea. But then, another 10 minutes passed, and there was again the dark blue sedan, cruising slowly past my building. This time, I watched it turn the corner, and I swore I saw it pause for a beat before disappearing. My heart started to pick up speed. This was not a coincidence anymore. Lost people did not circle the same block 3 times in half an hour. I pulled back from the window, pressing myself against the wall, as if the car could see me through the glass. My breath hitched in my throat. It could not be. Not here. Not after all I would done. I told myself it was just a local, maybe a teenager learning to drive, or someone with too much time on their hands, just cruising. My new neighborhood was quiet, but it was not a gated community. People lived here. They had reasons to drive around. I did not see the car again that day, but the seed of dread had been planted. It grew roots in my mind, twisting around every thought. I barely slept that night, every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren, sending a jolt of terror through me. The next day, I did not see it. I spent the day glued to my window, peering through the blinds, but the dark blue sedan was nowhere in sight. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by self-reproach. See, I thought it was just your imagination. You are becoming unhinged. Then on Thursday, it was back. This time, it was around lunchtime. I was making a sandwich when I glanced out the window and saw it. The dark blue sedan, driving slowly past my building. It was unmistakable now. The slight dent in the front fender, the faded paint on the trunk. It was the same car. My hand started to tremble, the knife I was holding clattering against a cutting board. I dropped to my knees, crawling away from the window, as if the driver could somehow sense my presence, could somehow know I was watching. My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe it was a mail delivery service, but they usually had official vehicles. Maybe it was a contractor, but they would be working, not just circling. No, there was no logical explanation that did not involve him. I spent the rest of the day in a cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Every time I heard an engine, I would flinch. I did not dare look out the window again. That night, I called Sarah. "It is happening again," I whispered into the phone, my voice hoarse. "What is happening?" "Honey, are you okay?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "The car. He found me." "I know it." I explained about the dark blue sedan, the circling, the slow, deliberate pace. Sarah tried to be reassuring. "It could be anything, you know? There are a lot of blue cars out there. Maybe someone just moved in, and they are getting to know the area." "No, Sarah, it is the same car. I saw the dent." "I know it." My voice broke. "He is here." Sarah promised to come visit me the following weekend to help me feel safer. But I knew even her presence would not make a difference. Mark was not afraid of a friend. He was a ghost, a shadow, and he was coming for me. The car sightings became a daily routine. Sometimes it would be once a day. Other times, 2 or 3 times. Always slow, always deliberate, always the same car. I started keeping a mental log, then a physical one, a small notebook hidden under my mattress where I would jot down the time and date of each sighting. I even started noting down the direction it came from and where it turned. It was a compulsion, a desperate attempt to feel like I had some control, some understanding of the pattern. I tried to vary my own routine, but it felt pointless. What good was changing my grocery run time when he knew my daily routine from that dossier? He knew when I woke up, when I ate, when I went to bed. He knew everything. Then the subtle intrusions began. I am meticulously neat. It is partly just who I am, partly a coping mechanism. I like things in their place. It helps me feel grounded, safe. So when I started noticing small things, it hit me hard. The first was a book. I had a small stack of paperbacks on my nightstand. One evening, I reached for the top one, a mystery novel I was halfway through, and noticed it was not quite aligned with the others. It was pushed back about an inch further than it should have been. I stared at it for a long moment, my blood running cold. I knew I had not done that. I was careful. I would picked up the book earlier that day, but I always put it back perfectly. "You are imagining things," I told myself. "You are just stressed." I tried to rationalize it, to blame it on a phantom tremor, a bump in the night. But the feeling of unease lingered. A few days later, it happened again. I kept my toothbrush in a holder on the bathroom counter. I always put it back bristles up, facing the mirror. One morning, I walked into the bathroom, and it was bristles down, facing the wall. My breath caught in my throat. I stood there, staring at it, my mind racing. No one else lived here. No one else had access. The door was always locked. I checked my locks. All 3 deadbolts were secure. The chain was on. My motion camera showed nothing. But the toothbrush, it was wrong. It was a tiny thing, almost insignificant, but it spoke volumes. It whispered, "I was here. I am closer than you think." I started checking everything, obsessively. My kitchen cabinets, my fridge, my closet. I would take mental pictures of how things were arranged, then check them again later. It was exhausting, maddening. I was constantly on edge, constantly searching for the next subtle sign. Then came the smell. It was faint at first, a ghost of a scent, a specific cologne. It was a woody, slightly spicy scent, something Mark had worn on our first date. I remembered it because I would found it appealing, a little sophisticated. Now, it was a trigger for pure terror. I would be sitting in my living room, reading, and suddenly a whiff of it. Just for a second, then it would be gone. I would snap my head up, sniff in the air like a frightened animal. I would search the room, convinced he was hiding somewhere, but there was never anything, just a lingering scent, a cruel reminder of his presence. Was it real, or was my mind playing tricks on me, conjuring the smell from the depths of my fear? I did not know which was worse. Sarah arrived that weekend, just as she promised. She tried her best to cheer me up, to make me feel safe. She checked my locks, helped me install an extra security bar on my sliding patio door. We even went for a walk around the neighborhood, something I had not dared to do alone in months. As we walked, I kept my eyes peeled for the dark blue sedan. I did not see it. Maybe Sarah's presence had scared him off, or maybe he only operated when I was alone. Sarah tried to convince me that the car was probably just a delivery driver or a local resident. She pointed out other blue cars, tried to show me how easy it was to mistake one for another. I nodded, pretending to be convinced, but deep down, I knew the dent. I knew the faded paint. I knew the slow, deliberate pace. Later that evening, after Sarah had gone to bed in my spare room, I was in the kitchen, making myself a cup of chamomile tea. I heard a faint scratching sound from outside. I froze, my hand hovering over the kettle. It sounded like something was dragging along the wall, just outside my apartment, near the front door. I strained my ears, holding my breath. The scratching stopped. Then, a soft thud, like something being placed on the ground. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst through my ribs. I crept to the front door, peering through the peephole. Nothing. The hallway was empty, my hands trembling. I slowly, cautiously, unlatched one of the deadbolts, then the second, then the third. I slid the chain off. I took a deep breath, gripped the doorknob, and slowly, silently, pulled the door open a crack. There on my welcome mat was a single withered rose, a deep red, almost black and completely dead. It was not just a random rose. It was the exact shade of rose Mark had given me on our first date, a small, thoughtful gesture that had seemed so charming at the time. I slammed the door shut, relocking all the bolts, my body shaking uncontrollably. He was here. He'd been outside my door. He had left something. This was not a coincidence or paranoia or mistaken identity. This was Mark. He had found me. I did not sleep at all that night. I sat on my couch, knife in hand, staring at the front door, waiting for it to burst open. Sarah found me there in the morning, pale and wide-eyed, explaining everything through choked sobs. She tried to calm me down, but her own face was etched with a new kind of fear. The rose was undeniable. "We have to go to the police again," she insisted, her voice firm. "They won't do anything. Sarah, they will say it is just a rose. They will say I am imagining things. They already think I am crazy. We have to try, at least to get it on record." So we went. We showed them the withered rose. We told them about the car, about the subtle intrusions. They listened patiently, but their eyes held that familiar skepticism. They took down a report, told me to stay vigilant, and advised me to install more cameras. They could not offer protection, not without concrete evidence of a direct threat. A dead rose was not enough. I felt utterly defeated, more alone than ever. The police were useless. Sarah was scared, and I could not blame her. I was dragging her into my nightmare. I knew I had to leave again. But where? How many times could I uproot my life? How far did I have to run? He had the dossier. He knew everything. He would always find me. The next few days were a blur of terror. The dark blue sedan was a constant presence now. I would see it parked down the street, sometimes empty, sometimes with a figure behind the wheel, too far away to make out details, but always there, a silent sentinel. I started developing a twitch in my eye. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. I felt like a rat in a cage, being toyed with. One afternoon, I was trying to distract myself by watching a movie, but I could not focus. My eyes kept darting to the window. I heard a faint scratching sound, closer this time, near my bedroom window, which faced a side alley. My heart leaped into my throat. I grabbed my chef's knife and crept toward the bedroom. The scratching stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Then, a soft tapping, like a fingernail against a glass. Tap, 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 slow and deliberate. I froze, my hand shaking so violently the knife clattered against the wall. He was outside my window, my bedroom window, on the second floor. How? There was a narrow ledge, but it was a precarious climb. I slowly, cautiously, peered through the blinds. And that is when I saw him. It was Mark. His face was pressed against the glass, distorted by the reflection, but it was him. His eyes, those once kind eyes, were now cold, utterly devoid of warmth, fixed on me with a terrifying intensity. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face, revealing a flash of white teeth. I screamed. It was a raw, primal sound, torn from the depths of my soul. I stumbled backward, dropping the knife with a clang, my legs giving out from under me. I scrambled away from the window, crawling on my hands and knees, my mind screaming. He is here. He is here. He is in my home. I did not wait to see if he would try to climb in. I did not try to call the police. I knew it was useless. He was already inside my head, inside my life. I had to run. Again. I scrambled to my feet, my body shaking so violently I could barely stand. I grabbed my purse, which always had my wallet and phone in it, and fumbled with the locks on the front door. My fingers were numb, clumsy. One lock, two, three. The chain. Each click echoed like a gunshot in my ears. I burst out of my apartment, not even bothering to close the door behind me, and sprinted down the stairs. I did not know where I was going. I just ran down the 2 flights of stairs, my feet pounding, my breath ragged. I burst out of the apartment building and onto the street, my eyes darting frantically. The dark blue sedan was parked directly across the street, empty. A taunt. I did not look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I ran until I could not run anymore. Until I collapsed on a park bench several blocks away, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My phone was dead. I had no car. I had nowhere to go. I called Sarah from a payphone at a gas station, my voice a ragged whisper. She came for me, again, her face pale with shock and fear when she saw me. I told her what happened, about seeing Mark's face in my window, his chilling smile. This time, there was no skepticism in her eyes, only raw terror. We drove for hours, heading north away from everything. I knew it was pointless. I knew he would find me again. He always did. He had my dossier. He had my life meticulously cataloged, every detail of weapon he could use against me. Now, I am in a new place, another small town, even more remote than the last. I have changed my name. I have cut off contact with everyone, even Sarah, for her own safety. I am a ghost living under the radar, trying to disappear completely. But it is impossible. Every day, I wake up with the same dread, the same suffocating fear. Every night, I dream of his cold eyes, his chilling smile. I know he is out there. I know he is watching. He is probably compiling a new dossier, a new set of details about my new, anonymous life. He has probably already found me, or he is close. I feel it in my bones, in the way the air sometimes shifts, in the way a shadow seems to deepen just a little too much. The car has not appeared yet, but I know it will. It is only a matter of time. He is playing with me, enjoying the chase, enjoying my fear. I am just waiting now, waiting for the next subtle sign, the next withered rose, the next tap on my window, waiting for the dark blue sedan to appear on my street, a silent promise of his arrival. My life is no longer my own. It belongs to Mark, a prisoner in a cage he built with my own personal information. And I know, with chilling certainty, that this cat and mouse game will never end. Not until he decides it is over. And I have a terrifying feeling that, For me, over means something far worse than just being found. The world did not end with Liam. It just got bigger and infinitely more terrifying. After he vanished through the hidden passage, leaving a lingering scent of something ancient and metallic in the air, the silence in his apartment was deafening. My body, my stolen vessel, just stood there motionless, like a discarded puppet. The entity was processing, I think, re-evaluating, the shock of being outmaneuvered, of finding itself not worth the effort by an older, more established predator, must have been a blow to its monstrous ego. For me, it was just another layer of ice in a heart already frozen solid. Liam's words echoed too intertwined, not worth the effort. He saw me, or rather, us, as a complex, messy problem. A meal that would give him indigestion. And then, the crushing truth, this world is a charnel house. Little one, you are just another cut of meat in a cosmic butcher shop. He was right. My personal hell, the one where my body was a lure and my memories a roadmap to its next victim, was just a small, insignificant corner of a vast, unimaginable nightmare. There were others, so many others, and my body, my very existence, was now a casualty in a war I never even knew was being fought. A war between things that wore human skin like a costume, preying on each other and on us, the unsuspecting prey. The entity eventually moved. It did not bother with Liam's apartment anymore. It just walked out, my stolen legs carrying it back to my charnel house, my apartment, where the faint, lingering screams of Alex and Michael were a constant, agonizing soundtrack. The guilt was a living thing inside me, a parasite feeding on my soul, growing larger with every swipe of my stolen fingers on a dating app. Because it did not stop. Liam's warning, his disdain, did not deter the entity. If anything, it seemed to make it more cautious, more deliberate. It spent days, weeks, meticulously crafting new profiles, new personas. It learned, it adapted, and I watched, a silent, screaming passenger as the cycle began anew. The next target, or rather, the next person decided to lure, was someone named Sarah. Her profile was unassuming. Maybe that was the entity's new strategy. No more high flyers like Liam, no more obvious marks like Alex. Just Sarah. She worked at a bookstore, liked indie films, had a slightly messy bun in her profile picture. Normal. Painfully, terrifyingly normal. The entity's messages were a masterclass in calculated charm. It used my old jokes, my specific turn of phrase when I was trying to impress someone. It even referenced a niche band I used to love, something I would only ever mention to a handful of people. Each message was a fresh stab, a reminder of the person I used to be, twisted into a weapon. Sarah responded, enthusiastically. Too enthusiastically. I thought, a flicker of unease stirring in my spectral gut. Her replies were long, detailed, almost breathless. She seemed to hang on every word the entity typed, every carefully constructed lie. It was unsettling, even for me, used as I was to watch my body manipulate others. There was an intensity to her digital presence that fell off. The date was set for a small, independent coffee shop downtown. The kind of place I used to frequent, back when I had a life, back when I had choices. The entity dressed my body in comfortable, casual outfit, a dark sweater, jeans, my old, worn-out sneakers. It was going for approachable, artistic, someone you could talk to for hours. It was going for me. When we walked in, Sarah was already there, tucked away at a small table by the window. She looked exactly like her profile picture, perhaps a little paler, a little thinner. Her eyes, though, were what caught me. They were a startling shade of green, and they seemed to absorb all the light in the room, focusing it entirely on my approaching body. There was an unnerving stillness to them, a depth that felt less like curiosity and more like ownership. "Hi," the entity said, its voice, my voice, smooth and warm. "Sarah, sorry, traffic was a nightmare." It even managed a slight, apologetic smile, the kind I use to practice in the mirror. Sarah's face broke into a wide, almost manic grin. "Oh, no worries at all. I was just enjoying the atmosphere. And you, her gaze lingered on my face, then swept down my body, a possessive assessment that made my non-existent skin crawl. You look even better in person. The entity chuckled, a low, confident sound. Well, you do not look so bad yourself. It slid into the chair opposite her, and I felt the familiar weight of dread settle in. This was it. The hunt. The performance. The conversation that followed was a bizarre dance. The entity, using all my charm and wit, spun tales of my fabricated life, carefully weaving in details from my actual past, a childhood trip to the Grand Canyon, a favorite book from college, a dream I once had about flying. Sarah devoured it all, her green eyes never leaving my face. She would nod, sometimes a beat too late, and her replies were often tangential, slightly off-kilter. She would laugh at jokes that were not particularly funny, or stare intently when the entity paused, as if waiting for a deeper meaning only she could decipher. You know, she said at one point, leaning forward conspiratorially, I feel like I have known you for ages. There is just something about you. The entity, ever the manipulator, returned her gaze evenly. I feel the same way. Sarah, a real connection. The lie tasted like ash in my mouth. The coffee shop date stretched on for what felt like an eternity. The entity was clearly enjoying itself, basking in Sarah's intense admiration. It was a powerful lure, I had to admit. Sarah was practically vibrating with an energy that was equal parts adoration and something predatory. Eventually, as the afternoon light began to fade, Sarah suggested, Hey, my apartment is not far from here. I have got a really great collection of vintage vinyl. If you are into that, and a cat, a very fluffy cat. Her eyes gleamed, a silent challenge, an unspoken invitation. The entity hesitated for a fraction of a second. I felt a surge of desperate, futile hope. Maybe it would sense something, some danger, some wrongness in Sarah's invitation. Maybe it would finally decide this was not worth the effort. But then the entity smiled, a slow, predatory curve of my lips. Sounds great. Sarah, lead the way. No. God, no. My silent scream was a shriek of pure agony. This was not right. This was not how it usually went. Usually, the entity was the one inviting the victim back, to my apartment, to my charnel house. This felt reversed. And that, I realized with chilling certainty, was far, far worse. The walk to Sarah's apartment was mercifully short, though every step felt like a descent into a deeper hell. Her building was old brick, nondescript, nestled on a quiet, tree-lined street. Just like mine in a way. Another layer of cruel irony. Inside, her apartment was normal, almost aggressively so. A living room with a comfortable-looking sofa, bookshelves overflowing with books, a faint smell of vanilla and old paper. There was a fluffy ginger cat curled up on a windowsill, just as she would promise, blinking lazily at our entrance. My body, controlled by the entity, seemed to relax, taking in the ordinary domesticity. It was lulled, and so was I, for a fleeting, terrifying second. Make yourself at home. Sarah chirped, her voice a little higher now, a tremor of excitement beneath the surface. Can I get you anything? Tea. Water. Water would be great, the entity replied, already moving toward the bookshelves, feigning interest in the titles. It was playing the part of the cultured, curious date perfectly. Sarah bustled into a small kitchen off the living room. I watched, my ghostly form hovering beside my body, as the entity scanned the book spines. Everything seemed innocuous. First editions, literary fiction, a few art books, no obvious red flags, no occult texts, no serial killer memoirs, just books. But then, my eyes, the eyes that no one else could see, caught something. Tucked between a worn copy of Wuthering Heights and a biography of Virginia Woolf was a small leather-bound journal. Its cover was blank, but something about its placement, its slightly askew angle, drew my attention. My gaze lingered, a prickle of unease. Sarah returned with 2 glasses of water, her smile fixed, almost too wide. So, she began, handing one to my body. About that vinyl collection, she gestured toward a closed door at the end of the short hallway. It is in my bedroom. Hope you do not mind. Her eyes flickered, a challenge, an invitation. The entity's smile did not falter. Not at all. Sarah, lead the way. My internal scream was a silent roar. No, do not go in there. Please do not. But my pleas were useless, unheard. My body, my prison moved forward, following Sarah down the short, dimly lit hallway. Each step was a drumbeat of approaching doom. The bedroom was different. The air was heavier here, thick with a scent I could not quite place, something cloying and sweet, like dried flowers and old dust. The curtains were drawn, plunging the room into a perpetual twilight, even though it was still early evening. There was a bed, neatly made, and a dresser and a small, cluttered nightstand. All normal, all perfectly, deceptively normal. Then I saw it. It was not immediately obvious. It was on the wall opposite the bed, partially obscured by a tall, narrow bookshelf. But as Sarah moved past it, reaching for a light switch, the shadows shifted and it was revealed. It was a shrine to me. My breath, or what was left of it, hitched in my throat. My spectral form recoiled, a primal revulsion seizing me. The wall was covered, not with wallpaper, but with pictures. Pictures of my face, my body, my life. There were dozens, hundreds of them, printed out from old social media posts, carefully cut out and arranged in a meticulous, sickening collage. There were photos from my college graduation, a blurry shot of me at a friend's wedding, a selfie I would taken years ago with a goofy grin, standing in front of a landmark. Every single one was me, the real me, the person I used to be before the entity, before the charnel house, before Alex and Michael. But it was not just photos. There were objects, too. Small, carefully placed items on tiny shelves built into the wall. A replica of an old silver necklace I used to wear, one I would lost years ago. A ticket stub from a concert I would attended with Alex, a band that had been our secret obsession. A dried flower, pressed flat, that looked suspiciously like the kind I used to keep in a small vase on my desk at work. My old job, with Liam. My eyes darted across the wall, my ghostly vision taking in every horrifying detail. There were dates scrawled in neat, looping handwriting between the pictures, timelines marked with red string connecting different phases of my life. My birthday, marked with a tiny, glittery star. The day I moved into my apartment, circled in red. The day I started working at my old firm, underlined twice. And then I saw it, a picture of Alex, a picture of Michael, both smiling, vibrant, full of life. They were tucked away in a corner, almost like an afterthought, but clearly labeled with their names and the dates of their deaths. My victims, my friends, my mind reeled. How? How could she have all this? This was not just casual stalking. This was an archaeological dig into my entire existence. This was forensic obsession. The entity, my body, had stopped dead in its tracks. I could feel its confusion, its surprise. It turned its head, slowly, its eyes scanning the wall, its carefully constructed mask of charm finally cracking. For the first time, I felt a flicker of something akin to fear from it. Sarah, meanwhile, had reached the light switch. She flipped it. The room was bathed in a soft, golden glow from a string of fairy lights draped around the shrine, illuminating every horrifying detail with an almost reverent quality. She turned to face my body, her wide grin still plastered on her face, but her eyes were no longer just intense. They were triumphant, possessive. Surprise, she breathed, her voice a soft, almost childlike whisper. Do you like it? I have been working on it for so long. For you, the entity, through my mouth, managed to stammer. Sarah, what is this? Its voice was devoid of its usual smooth confidence, replaced by a raw, uncharacteristic edge. Sarah did not seem to notice, or perhaps did not care. She stepped closer, her movements fluid, almost gliding. It is everything, she said, gesturing to the wall with an expansive sweep of her hand. Everything about you. Every smile, every sad moment. Every little thing that makes you you. She reached out, her fingers brushing against a photo of me laughing, taken years ago at a picnic. You are so fascinating, so complex. I knew it the first time I saw you. The first time the entity asked, its voice barely a whisper. It was trying to regain control, to understand, but it was clearly unnerved. Sarah giggled a high, tinkling sound that sent shivers down my non-existent spine. Oh, yes, I have been watching you for a while. Even before, well, before you changed. Her green eyes, now alight with disturbing fervor, narrowed slightly. You used to be so open, so vibrant. Then something shifted. You became darker, more interesting, more potent. My spectral heart pounded. She knew about the entity. She knew I had changed. Who are you? The entity demanded, its voice regaining some of its menace, a low growl rumbling in my chest. It was no longer playing the charm date. It was a predator, sensing another predator. Sarah's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. Me, I am a collector. A curator, you could say. She stepped even closer, until she was inches from my body, her gaze burning into my eyes. And you, my dear, are my finest piece yet. Her hand, unnaturally cold, reached out and cupped my cheek. The entity flinched, but did not pull away. It was assessing, calculating, trying to understand this new threat. Liam was right. You know, Sarah murmured, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You are too intertwined. A beautiful, grotesque symbiosis. The perfect specimen. Most of them are so simple. Just a host or just a parasite. But you are a masterpiece. The mention of Liam sent a fresh wave of terror through me. She knew. Liam. How? Was she another one of them? Another strain? What do you want? The entity snarled, its voice losing all pretense of humanity. The air in the room grew heavy, crackling with an unseen energy. Sarah's eyes gleamed. Want? I want to preserve you, to study you, to understand you, to keep you forever. Her fingers tightened on my cheek, her grip surprisingly strong. Liam did not see your true potential. He is too focused on territory, on the mundane hunt. But I see the art in you, the exquisite horror. She pulled my body closer, her face inches from mine. I could smell the sickly sweet scent of her breath now, like decaying flowers and something metallic. My stomach churned. You are not going anywhere, she whispered, her voice like sandpaper against my soul. You are going right here. She gestured to a small, empty space on the shrine wall, a carefully prepared spot between a picture of me at my first job and a photo of Alex. The entity finally moved, a sudden, violent lurch backward, wrenching my body free from her grasp. It was done playing. It was ready to fight, to escape. But Sarah was faster. Her hand shot out, not touching my body, but seeming to grasp something invisible in the air around me. I felt a sudden, crushing pressure, as if an immense, unseen weight had slammed into my chest. My body staggered, gasping for air that would not come. Oh, no, no, no. Sarah tooted, a saccharine sweetness in her tone. We can't have you damaging the merchandise, can we? My body convulsed, trying to break free, but was held fast by an unseen force. The entity was thrashing, unleashing its own power, but it was like a fly caught in amber. Sarah merely watched, her expression one of detached amusement. You are strong, she conceded, a hint of admiration in her voice. Potent, as I said, but you are also contained. Limited. The older strains, like Liam, they have their own ways. But I have mine. She took another step closer, her green eyes boring into mine. The key, you see, is not to consume, not to simply destroy. It is to integrate, to make you a part of something greater, something eternal. Her hand, the one that held my cheek, now reached out, not to touch, but to gesture. The air around my body shimmered, distorting. I felt a pulling sensation, a terrifying elongation, as if my very essence was being stretched, thinned, flattened. My vision blurred, the room swimming before my eyes. The entity roared, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury and fear, but it was muffled, distant, as if coming from deep within a well. My body twisted, buckled, then slowly, agonizingly, began to change. It was not a physical transformation in the way Liam had vanished. It was more insidious. My skin seemed to lose its texture, becoming smooth, almost two-dimensional. My clothes flattened, blending into my form. My limbs, my face, my very features began to lose their depth, becoming mere outlines, a grotesque caricature of myself. I could feel it happening, both to my body and to my spectral self. The boundaries between us, between the entity and me, began to blur even further, not in a fusion, but in a horrific compression. We were being pressed, flattened, molded into a single, two-dimensional image. Sarah watched, her expression serene, a sculptor admiring her work. Perfect, she murmured. Just perfect. The pulling intensified. The world narrowed to a single point of light, then darkness. The last thing I saw, the last thing my terror-stricken eyes registered, was Sarah's triumphant smile and the empty space on her shrine wall waiting. Then there was only the sensation of being stretched thin, thinner than air, thinner than thought. And then a sudden, jarring snap. And I was there. Or rather, my body was there. Flattened, preserved. A two-dimensional image, perfectly affixed to the shrine wall. My eyes, still wide with horror, stared out from the glossy surface. Trapped forever. My lips, twisted into a silent scream, were frozen in place. I was still inside. The entity was still inside. We were both here, a permanent, grotesque exhibit in Sarah's twisted collection. We were the finest piece, the masterpiece. The horror was not death. It was this eternal, conscious captivity, not in my own body, but as my body, displayed for an unknown audience, a macabre trophy. I could still feel the faint, distant echoes of Alex and Michael. The guilt still a living thing, but now compounded by this new, unimaginable fate. Liam was right. This world was a charnel house. And I was not just a cut of meat. I was a pressed flower, dried and mounted, a specimen in a monstrous museum, forever aware of my own horrifying stillness. There was no escape, not for me, not for anyone. My body, my stolen identity, would continue to haunt, not the dating apps, but this wall, a permanent monument to a cosmic war I never knew existed, a war where the ultimate prize was not just life, but the very essence of identity, collected and displayed for eternity. And Sarah, my new captor, hummed a soft, tuneless melody as she stepped back to admire her latest acquisition. The heavy thud of the door, closing behind him, reverberated through the small, desolate room, a sound that sealed my fate more completely than any chain or lock. His dark, emotionless eyes, a void staring back at me, had confirmed it. He knew. He knew I would read the journal, knew I understood the horrifying truth. My blood, now real and pulsing through a body that was not mine, ran cold. The silence that followed was a living thing, pressing in on me, suffocating me with profound weight of dread. I stood there, rooted to the spot, the smell of stale air and something metallic, something like old blood, clinging to the room. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. a stark reminder of this new, unwelcome physicality. This was not the ethereal whisper I once was, a consciousness floating free of earthly binds. This was raw, visceral fear, a primal scream trapped in my throat. My hands, still trembling from the shock of the journal's revelation, felt alien, yet undeniably mine in this horrifying new context. They were capable of grasping, of feeling the rough texture of my clothes, of clenching into useless fists. The journal lay open on the dresser, its pages a testament to a nightmare I was now living. The words of the previous victim, her terror, her slow descent into despair, were etched into my mind. I was her, or rather, I was in her shoes, walking her path toward an unknown, monstrous end. The blood-stained shirt, hidden beneath the folded fabric in the dresser drawer, felt like a morbid offering, a ritualistic passing of the torch from one doomed woman to the next. It was a trophy, a warning, a promise. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way up my throat. I could not just stand here. I had to do something. My eyes darted around the room, desperate, searching for any weakness, any crack in the prison walls. The room was small, maybe 10 by 12 feet. A single, grimy window, high up on the wall, was covered with thick, opaque material, blocking out any glimpse of the outside world. I tried to reach it, stretching my aching muscles, but it was too high. Even if I could reach it, I doubted it would offer an escape. It probably looked out onto nothing but more desolation, or worse, directly into the watchful eyes of my captors. The door, a solid slab of wood, had no handle on the inside, just a smooth, unyielding surface. I ran my hands over it, frantic, feeling for any weakness, any latch, anything. Nothing. It was a wall, not a door designed for passage from the inside. They did not want me getting out. They did not want me to even try. I stumbled back, my legs suddenly feeling weak beneath me. My body ached, a deep, pervasive soreness that had settled into my bones. My head throbbed. I felt the gnawing emptiness in my stomach, the insistent dryness in my throat. This was the curse of being physical again. Hunger, thirst, pain. These were concepts I had long forgotten, privileges of the living that had become my torment. I hated it. I hated feeling this vulnerable, this human. A wave of nausea washed over me again, the same feeling that had woken me in the metal box. Was it just fear, or was his body rejecting me? Or was I rejecting it? I closed my eyes, trying to reach back, to remember the feeling of being formless, of drifting, of being free. But it was like trying to grasp smoke. The memory was there, a faint echo, but the reality of my current state was too loud, too insistent. I was here. I was solid. I was trapped. I forced myself to breathe, to focus. Panicking would not help. The woman who wrote the journal had panicked. She had eventually given up. I could not. I would not. I might be in her body, but I was not her. I had a different history, a different will. I was a ghost, for crying out loud. I had faced a void. This was just a different kind of void, a more tangible, more terrifying one. I started to methodically search the room again, this time with a grim determination. Every inch of the walls, the floor, the ceiling. I ran my hands over the rough plaster, feeling for loose bricks, hidden panels. I got down on my hands and knees, peering under the narrow cot that served as a bed, running my fingers along the edges of floorboards. The cot was old, squeaky, with a thin, lumpy mattress that smelled faintly of mildew. Nothing under it but dust bunnies and shadows. The dresser, a cheap, particle board affair, held only the blood-stained shirt and a few other worn, generic clothes, a pair of faded jeans, a plain t-shirt, a threadbare sweater. Nothing personal. Nothing that offered a clue to the woman whose body I now inhabited, beyond the journal itself. It was as if she had been stripped of her identity even before her physical abduction. Or perhaps these were clothes provided by the captors, a uniform for their prisoners. My fingers brushed against something cold and metallic beneath the bottom drawer of the dresser. I tugged at the drawer, pulling it all the way out, then carefully reached into the dark cavity beneath it. My fingers closed around a small, smooth object. I pulled it out, my heart giving a hopeful leap. It was a bobby pin. Just a bobby pin. My hope deflated, replaced by a wave of crushing disappointment. What was I going to do with a bobby pin? Pick a lock. I had no idea how to pick a lock. My ghostly existence had not exactly prepared me for such practical skills. But then, a flicker of something. The woman whose body this was, maybe she knew. Or maybe it was just a random discarded object. I held the bobby pin, turning it over my fingers. It was bent, slightly rusted, but still strong enough to hold its shape. A tiny, insignificant thing, yet in this bare room, it felt like a lifeline. I tucked it into the pocket of the jeans I was wearing. A small act of defiance, a secret weapon against the overwhelming odds. Time stretched, thick and slow, in the confines of my prison. I could not tell if it was day or night. The window offered no clue, and no sound from the outside world penetrated the thick walls. The silence was broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart, the rasp of my breathing, and the occasional creaks and groans of the old house settling around me. Each sound was amplified, twisted by my fear into something ominous. Was that a floorboard creaking upstairs? Or was it just the house? Was someone watching me? I kept glancing at the door, half expecting to open, half dreading it. Eventually, the door did open, not with a crash, but with a slow, deliberate creak that sent shivers down my spine. The hulking driver stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed against a dimly lit hallway. He held a tray, a plate of food, and a glass of water. He did not speak, did not move, just stood there, his dark eyes fixed on me. I swallowed. My throat suddenly dry despite the water he held. He was testing me. He was watching to see if I would flinch, if I would break. I forced myself to meet his gaze, to project an air of defiance I did not feel. My hands, hidden behind my back, clenched into fists. He took a step into the room, then another, placing the tray on the small, rickety table near the cot. The food was simple: a sandwich, some fruit, a cookie. It looked surprisingly normal, almost domestic, in this nightmare setting. He poured the water into the glass. The clinking sound of the glass against the tray was the loudest thing in the room. His eyes never left mine. He was a silent sentinel, a predator observing its prey. I felt a cold dread seep into my bones. This was not just about keeping me captive. This was about psychological warfare. He wanted to break me. He wanted me to know that he was in control, that my every move, my every thought, was under scrutiny. When he finished, he straightened up, his massive frame filling the doorway. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the room, lingering for a moment on the dresser, where the journal lay. I held my breath. Had he seen it? Had he known it was there all along? A cruel trick to toy with his victims? Or was he just making sure I had not moved it, had not tried to hide it? He turned, his back to me for a fleeting second, and then he was gone, the door closing with the same heavy thud. The click of the lock echoed in the sudden silence, a finality that made my stomach churn. I stared at the food. My body, this unwelcome vessel, screamed with hunger. My stomach rumbled audibly, betraying my fear. But a part of me recoiled. Was it drugged? Was it safe? The journal had not mentioned drug food, but then again, the previous victim had not exactly gotten a happy ending. After a long moment of internal debate, the insistent demands of my body won out. I needed strength. I needed to survive. I picked up the sandwich, examining it carefully. It looked innocuous enough. I took a small bite, chewing slowly, waiting for any strange taste, any sudden dizziness. Nothing. It was bland but edible. I devoured the rest, the fruit, the cookie, and drank the water thirstily. The immediate relief of nourishment was profound, almost overwhelming. It was a reminder that even in this hell, my body had basic needs, and fulfilling them was a step toward survival. With a little strength returned, my mind started to race again. I could not stay here. I had to find a way out. The bobby pin. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. I pulled it from my pocket, examining the door lock. It was a simple, old-fashioned bolt lock, the kind you might find on an interior door, but it was sturdy. I knelt before the door, my heart pounding in my chest. My fingers, surprisingly steady, began to probe the keyhole with the bobby pin. I had no idea what I was doing. I remembered seeing it in movies, people wiggling the pin, listening for clicks. I tried to visualize the mechanism, to imagine the tumblers. It was hopeless. My hands trembled, my concentration fractured by fear and frustration. Then a thought, the woman whose body this was. Maybe she had a memory, a skill. I closed my eyes, trying to reach beyond my own consciousness, to tap into the residual knowledge of the previous occupant. It was a crazy idea, born of desperation, but what did I have to lose? I focused, not on my own memories, but on the faint echoes of hers. A flicker, not a clear memory, but faint sensation, a muscle memory, an intuition. I felt a slight shift in my grip, a subtle change in the angle of the bobby pin. I tried again, my fingers moving with a newfound, almost unconscious grace. I pushed the pin in, jiggling it, feeling for resistance. I listened, straining my ears, hoping for a sound. Click. It was faint, barely audible, but it was there. My breath hitched. I froze, not daring to move, convinced it was a trick of my imagination. I tried again, pushing, twisting. Click. Another one. My heart leaped. Could it be? I kept at it, my movements becoming more confident, more fluid. It was as if my hands knew what to do, even if my conscious mind did not. Each tiny click was a victory, a whisper of hope in the suffocating silence. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, there was a more definite thunk. The bolt slid back. I gasped, a small, choked sound of disbelief and elation. I would done it. I had actually picked the lock. Trembling, I slowly, cautiously, pushed the door inward. It opened with a soft creak, revealing a narrow, dimly lit hallway. Freedom, or at least the illusion of it. This was just the first step. The house was still a prison, and the hulking driver was still out there. I peered into the hallway. It was dark, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that made the already unsettling space even more menacing. To my left, the hallway stretched into darkness. To my right, it ended at what looked like another closed door. I chose left, moving as silently as possible, my bare feet padding softly on the cold wooden floorboards. Every creak of the house, every rustle of unseen things, made me jump. I hugged the wall, my hand outstretched, feeling my way through the gloom. The hallway was lined with closed doors, silent and ominous. Were they empty? Were there other rooms, other prisoners? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I passed what looked like a living room, glimpsing old, dust-shrouded furniture through a partially open door. The air in there felt heavier, colder. I pressed on, my goal to find an exit, and the exit. The hallway eventually opened into a larger space, a kitchen. It was old, grimy, with peeling wallpaper and rusted appliances. A faint, sickening sweet smell hung in the air, something rotten, something foul. My stomach lurched. I covered my mouth, trying not to gag. The kitchen had a back door, a heavy, wooden one with a deadbolt. My heart soared. This was it. This was my chance. I rushed towards it, fumbling with the deadbolt. It was stiff, rusted, but it moved. With a grunt, I managed to slide it open. Then the doorknob. It turned. I pulled the door open, my eyes wide with desperate hope. And then despair. It was not freedom. It was a small, enclosed porch, screened in, but heavily reinforced with thick metal mesh. Beyond that, a small, overgrown yard, surrounded by a high, chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. And beyond that, the impenetrable darkness of what looked like dense woods. There was no escape this way. Not without tools, not without time, neither of which I possessed. My shoulders slumped. The surge of adrenaline drained away, leaving me feeling weak and utterly defeated. I was still trapped. The house was just another layer of the prison. I closed the back door, carefully sliding the deadbolt back into place. I could not risk leaving it open, drawing attention. My gaze fell upon a set of keys hanging on a hook near the door. A small, rusty ring with 3 keys. My heart gave another tentative leap. These could be something. House keys, car keys, keys to something else. I snatched them, my fingers closing around the cold metal. They were heavy, substantial. I slipped them into my pocket, another small treasure in this desolate place. I continued my exploration, moving deeper into the house. The oppressive silence was broken only by my own ragged breathing and the occasional creaks of the old house. I ventured into what seemed to be a dining room, then a study, all filled with decaying furniture and a pervasive sense of abandonment. It was like a house frozen in time, but time had not been kind to it. Dust covered everything, a thick, gray blanket muffling any sound. As I moved, I started to notice something else, something subtle but deeply unsettling. A faint, almost imperceptible hum. It was low, rhythmic, a mechanical thrumming that seemed to emanate from somewhere deeper within the house, or perhaps from outside. It was too regular to be the house settling. It was a machine. My curiosity, mixed with a growing sense of dread, pulled me towards the sound. It was coming from the back of the house, beyond the kitchen, past the enclosed porch. There was a door there, a heavy, solid wooden door, different from the others. It looked like the kind of door that led to a utility room or a garage. I approached it cautiously, my hand on the doorknob. It was cold metallic. I tried to turn it. Locked. My heart sank again. But then I remembered the keys. My fingers fumbled in my pocket, pulling out the small ring. I tried the first key. It did not fit. The second, too small. The third, it slid in. My breath hitched. I turned it. A satisfying click echoed in the silence. The door unlocked. I pushed it open slowly, hesitantly. The hum grew louder, more distinct. It was a low, powerful drone, like a large engine running, but muffled. The air beyond the door was colder, carrying the faint scent of oil, gasoline, and something metallic and slightly acrid. This was it. The garage. I stepped inside, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. It was a cavernous space, much larger than I had anticipated. The ceiling was high, crisscrossed with exposed beams. The concrete floor was stained with oil and grime. Tools hung on pegboards, their silhouettes menacing in the gloom. An old, beat-up pickup truck sat in the center, covered in a thick layer of dust, its tires deflated. This must be the hulking driver's vehicle, or at least one of them. The hum was definitely coming from here. I looked around, trying to pinpoint its source. It seemed to be coming from the far corner of the garage, partially obscured by stacks of old tires, cardboard boxes, and tarpaulins. A chill snaked up my spine. This was not just a garage. This was a storage unit for something sinister. The air felt heavy, oppressive, as if the walls themselves held dark secrets. I moved slowly, cautiously, towards the source of sound, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Each step I took echoed in the vast space, making me feel exposed, vulnerable. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I would see the hulking driver standing there, watching me, his eyes devoid of emotion. As I got closer, the hum intensified, a low, guttural growl that resonated in my chest. I pushed aside a stack of old tires, then a moth-eaten tarpaulin, and then I saw it. Hidden behind the junk, nestled in the darkest corner of the garage, was a cage. It was large, made of thick, rusted metal bars, bolted securely to the concrete floor. It was roughly 6 feet tall, 4 feet wide, and 6 feet deep, easily big enough to hold a person. The bars were spaced just far enough apart to allow a hand to pass through, but too close for anyone to slip out. The door, also made of heavy metal, was secured with multiple padlocks, their shiny surfaces a stark contrast of rust that coated the rest of the structure. Inside the cage, there was a makeshift bed of thin, dirty mattress on the floor, a crumpled blanket. A bucket, presumably for waste, sat in one corner. A small chain bowl, like one for a dog, was near the front. My breath hitched. My blood ran cold, colder than any ghost I had ever been. This was not for animals. This was for people. The hum, I realized, was coming from a ventilation fan, mounted high on the wall directly above the cage, designed to circulate air. It was a chilling detail, a sign of meticulous planning, of a cruel intent. They were not just keeping people here, they were keeping them alive. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers brushing against the cold, unforgiving metal bars. They were solid, unyielding. The sheer brutality of it, the calculated cruelty, made my stomach churn. Then, I noticed something else. A faint, almost invisible scratch mark on one of the bars, near the bottom. And another, not just casual scratches, but deliberate, desperate gouges, as if someone had tried to claw their way out. My eyes traced the marks, my imagination painting a horrifying picture of a person, trapped inside, their nails tearing at the unyielding metal, their screams unheard. A wave of nausea swept over me, stronger than before. I felt lightheaded, dizzy. This was beyond anything the journal had described. The journal had spoken of abduction, of fear of a slow, psychological torment. But this was physical imprisonment, a cage designed for humans, a place where people were kept like animals. My gaze drifted to the padlocks on the door. There were 3 of them, heavy-duty, industrial grade. My bobby pin, my tiny glimmer of hope, felt utterly useless against such formidable barriers. As I stood there, staring at the cage, the full horror of my situation crashed down on me with overwhelming force. I was not just another missing woman. I was a ghost, trapped in a body that was now destined for this. This cage, this horrifying, dehumanizing prison. A sudden, sharp sound made me jump, my heart leaping into my throat. A distant thud from somewhere in the house. Was it the driver? Had he come back? Had he heard me? I froze, my body rigid with fear, listening intently. The hum of the ventilation fan seemed to mock me, its steady drone a soundtrack to my growing panic. I had to get out of here. I had to hide. My eyes darted around the garage, searching for a place to conceal myself. The stacks of tires, the tarpaulins, the shadows. I scrambled behind a pile of old cardboard boxes, pressing myself against the cold concrete wall, my breath catching in my throat. The thud came again, closer this time. And then a faint creak, the sound of floorboard groaning under weight. He was in the house. He was moving. And I was out of my room, exposed, vulnerable. A new, terrifying game had indeed begun. And I had just stumbled upon its most horrifying secret. The cage. It was not just a threat, it was a promise. A promise of a future I could not even begin to comprehend. A future far more terrifying than simply disappearing. My ghostly existence had ended in a metal box. But my new, physical nightmare was just beginning, and the bars of that cage felt like they were already closing around me. All right, so you know how dating apps are these days, right? It is a minefield out there. Swipe left on the shirtless guys holding fish. Swipe right on the ones who actually bother to write a coherent sentence. Most of the time, it is just endless swiping, a few awkward conversations that fizzle out, and maybe A coffee date that goes nowhere. I would been through my fair share of duds, enough to make me seriously consider just adopting a dozen cats and calling it a day. But then, every now and then, you match with someone who seems different. Someone who makes you think, okay, maybe there is still hope for humanity. That is how it was with Mark. His profile was pretty standard, honestly. Good looking, but not too good looking, you know. The kind where you wonder if he's a catfish. He had a nice smile, kind eyes, and his bio was witty without trying too hard. He worked in tech, loved hiking, and had a golden retriever named Buster. All the green flags, right? We matched, and our conversations were easy. He was not pushy. He actually listened, and he seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. After a week of solid back and forth, he suggested dinner. I figured, why not? What is the worst that could happen? Famous last words. I guess. We picked a casual Italian place, nothing too fancy. Just somewhere we could talk. I got there a few minutes early, which is pretty typical for me. I like to scope out the place, get a feel for the atmosphere. Mark arrived right on time, exactly as he said he would. He was even better looking in person. Tall with broad shoulders, a warm smile, and those kind eyes from his pictures. He pulled out my chair, made a little joke about my early bird tendencies, and just generally seemed like a genuinely nice guy. My initial impression was, okay, Chloe, maybe you finally hit the jackpot. We ordered drinks, and the conversation flowed effortlessly. He asked about my day, about my job as a graphic designer, and actually seemed to absorb what I was saying. He remembered little details from our chats, like my preference for iced coffee over hot, or that I would have been stressing about a particular client project. It was refreshing, honestly, to meet someone who actually listened instead of just waiting for their turn to talk. But then, little things started to happen. Nothing major at first, just subtle shifts. He mentioned a specific obscure band I loved, one I would only ever talk about with my closest friends, and certainly never posted about on social media. I remember saying, "Oh, wow, you know them." I thought I was the only one. And he just chuckled. "Yeah, I have pretty eclectic tastes." It struck me as a little odd, but I brushed it off. Maybe he did just have eclectic tastes. Later, I was telling him about a recent hiking trip I would take him with my friends up in the Adirondacks. I mentioned a specific trail, a somewhat challenging one, and he nodded, saying, "Oh, the one near that waterfall, right? You posted a picture of it on your old IU2B from, what, 2019? My fork clattered against my plate. Mio YouTube. I had not used that account in years. It was set to private, and I barely remembered the password myself. Yeah, that is the one. I managed, trying to sound casual. How did you know that?" He just smiled, a little too smoothly, and took a sip of his wine. "Oh, I just meant, it is a pretty popular spot. I must have seen it somewhere. Or maybe you mentioned it in passing." I did not remember mentioning it. Not to him. Anyway, and I certainly had not posted about it on my current social media. A tiny prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. But again, I forced myself to rationalize. Maybe I had mentioned it. Maybe he was just really good at remembering things. I mean, he was a tech guy. Maybe he was just naturally observant. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it lingered, a tiny knot in my stomach. The rest of the dinner went on, and I tried to push the weirdness to the back of my mind. He continued to be charming, engaging, and genuinely funny. We talked about movies, about our families, about our dreams for the future. He even talked about Buster, his golden retriever, and showed me a few pictures. He seemed so normal, so perfect. Maybe I was just being paranoid. After all, I would have been burned by enough bad dates that I was probably overthinking everything. When the check came, he insisted on paying, even after I offered to split it. "My treat," he said, with that easy smile. "I had a really wonderful time. Chloe, Me too, I said, and I meant it, despite the lingering oddness. He walked me to my car, and we stood there for a moment, the streetlights casting long shadows around us. He did not try to kiss me, which I appreciated. He just gave me a warm hug and said, "I would really love to do this again, if you are up for it." "I would like that," I replied, feeling a little flutter in my chest. Maybe my paranoia was just my own baggage. Maybe he really was the good one. He watched me get into my car, and I waved as I drove off. As I pulled away from the restaurant, I glanced in my rearview mirror. He was still standing there, watching my car disappear around the corner. It was a little unsettling, but I told myself it was just him being polite. I got home, kicked off my shoes, and immediately texted my best friend, "Sarah, all about the date. He is great. Sarah, a little weird about remembering details, but otherwise totally charming." I did not mention the old IU2B comment. I did not want to sound crazy. The next day, Mark texted me, asking if I wanted to go hiking that weekend. I was hesitant. Hiking felt a little intimate for a second date, especially after the Adirondacks comment. I suggested a more casual coffee date instead, and he readily agreed. "Whatever you are comfortable with," he texted back, which again seemed like a good sign. The coffee date was fine. No weird comments, no unsettling details. Just pleasant conversation. He seemed to have toned down his intense listening, or maybe I was just less on edge. I started to relax, to think that maybe I would misread things. He walked me back to my apartment building, and this time he did lean in for a kiss. It was gentle, a little shy, and surprisingly sweet. He looked genuinely happy. "Can I see you again soon?" he asked, his eyes shining. "Yeah, I would like that," I said, smiling back. That night, he texted me and asked if I want to come over to his place for a movie and takeout the following Friday. He lived in a nice part of town, in a modern apartment building. I thought about it. It felt like a natural progression. I would been to his place before in my mind, in my daydreams of finding someone normal. So, I said yes. Friday rolled around, and I was actually excited. I picked out a cute but casual outfit, did my hair, and tried to push away any lingering doubts. He sent me his address, and I drove over feeling a mix of nerves and anticipation. His apartment building was sleek and modern, one of those new builds with floor-to-ceiling windows. I buzzed his unit, and he came down to meet me in the lobby. He looked handsome in a simple t-shirt and jeans, a little more relaxed than I would seen him before. He gave me a quick hug, his arm lingering a little longer than strictly necessary, but I did not mind. I was starting to really like him. His apartment was exactly what you would expect from a single tech guy. Minimalist, clean, a huge TV, and a very neat kitchen. A few books on a shelf, a couple of potted plants. It felt a little sterile, almost too neat, like nobody actually lived there. No clutter, no personal touches. But then again, some people are just like that. My own place was a glorious mess, so maybe I was just projecting. "Make yourself at home," he said, gesturing to the plush sofa. "I will get us some wine." He disappeared into the kitchen, and I sat down, trying to make myself comfortable. Buster, his golden retriever, was nowhere to be seen. "Where's Buster?" I asked, a little disappointed. Mark called from the kitchen. "Oh, he is at my sister's this weekend. She loves having him, and it gives me a chance to, have a clean apartment." He chuckled, and I chuckled along, though the thought of him sending his dog away for my visit felt a little calculated. He came back with 2 glasses of red wine and a bottle. We settled onto the couch, and he put on some low-key music. "So, what are we thinking for takeout?" he asked, scrolling through an app on his phone. We decided on Thai food, and he placed the order. The conversation was pleasant, easy. He asked about my week. I asked about his. He seemed genuinely interested, not just polite. I started to relax, to really let my guard down. Maybe I really had found a good one. He got up to use the restroom, and that is when it happened. My phone buzzed in my purse, which was sitting on the coffee table. I reached for it, and as I did, my elbow brushed against something on the small side table next to the couch. A folder. A manila folder, slightly ajar. It was not like I was trying to snoop. It was just there right next to me, and my eyes naturally fell on it. And what I saw, just in that fleeting glimpse, made every single hair on my body stand on end. It was a picture of me. Not one from my social media, not a recent one. It was an old photo, one my mom had taken me when I was about 16, standing in my childhood bedroom, surrounded by posters of my favorite bands. I remember it vividly because I hated that photo. My hair was a mess, and I was wearing a ridiculous oversized t-shirt. It was a photo I would only ever seen in a physical photo album at my parents' house. My heart started to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I picked up the folder, my hands trembling. It felt heavy, too heavy. Inside, it was not just that one photo. It was a stack of papers, neatly organized. My full name, address, phone number, email addresses, both current and old. My social security number, my date of birth, my parents' names, their address, their phone number, my sister's name, her school, her workplace, my current job, my previous jobs, my salary history, my credit score, my car's make, model, and license plate number. There were printouts of my social media profiles, not just public ones, but screenshots from my private Instagram, my lockdown IU2B, even an old LiveJournal account I would completely forgotten about. There were photos, hundreds of them, spanning years. Pictures of me from high school, from college, from family vacations. Pictures with friends he would never met. Pictures of my old apartment, my current apartment building from the outside. And then there were the notes. Typed out, meticulously detailed notes. My daily routine: leaves apartment at 8:15 a.m. for work. Takes the 7 train to Grand Central. Gets coffee at the Starbucks on 42nd. Lunch usually around 12:30 p.m. Typically a salad from Sweetgreen. Leaves work at 5:45 p.m. Goes to gym Tuesdays and Thursdays. 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. Walks dog Chloe's sister's dog, named Luna, who Chloe often watches in Central Park on weekends, usually Saturday mornings. It was not just information. It was a dossier, a complete, chillingly accurate record of my entire life, compiled with a level of detail that went far beyond casual online stalking. This was not just a guy doing his homework before a date. This was someone who had been investigating me, systematically, for a very long time. My blood ran cold. Every weird comment, every unsettling detail from our previous dates suddenly clicked into place with a horrifying clarity. The obscure band, the old IU2B post, the specific hiking trail, he had not just remembered them, he would read them, he would study them. He knew everything. I heard the toilet flush in the bathroom. Panic seized me. I had to get out. Now, my hands shook so violently I almost dropped the folder. I shoved the papers back inside, tried to make it look like I had not touched it, but my fingers were clumsy. I could feel the cold sweat beating on my forehead, my heart threatening to beat its way out of my chest. Mark's footsteps approached from the hallway. I slammed the folder shut just as he re-entered the living room, a casual smile on his face. "Everything okay?" he asked. His eyes scanned me for a moment. "Yeah, fine." I croaked, trying to sound normal, trying to force a smile that felt like a grimace. My voice sounded alien, thin and reedy. He walked over to the side table, his eyes lingering on the folder for a fraction of a second. Did he notice it was slightly out of place? Did he see the tremor in my hands? "The takeout should be here any minute," he said, his voice calm, too calm. He picked up the folder. My breath hitched. He did not open it. He just casually placed it in a small, discreet cubbyhole built into the side of the table, out of sight. "Hey," he said, turning back to me, his smile still in place, but his eyes were different now. They were not kind anymore. They were flat, devoid of warmth, and they seemed to bore right through me. "You look a little pale. Are you feeling all right?" I just remembered something. I stammered, scrambling for an excuse. "My cat, I think I left the window open. I need to go check on her." It was a terrible lie. I did not have a cat. I did not even like cats. His smile did not waver, but it felt like a predator's now. "Oh, I did not know you had a cat. Chloe, your notes say you are allergic." The air left my lungs in a whoosh. My notes, he would just confirmed it. He did not even try to hide it anymore. He knew. He knew I knew. "I need to go," I whispered, pushing myself off the couch. Every muscle in my body screamed at me to run. He took a step towards me, blocking my path to the door. "Chloe, what is wrong?" "We're just about to eat. The food will be here any second." His voice was still soft, but there was an undertone of something cold, something menacing, that made my blood freeze in my veins. "No, I really have to go," I said, trying to push past him. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might burst. The room suddenly felt claustrophobic, the walls closing in. He moved faster than I thought possible. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Do not be silly. Chloe, we are just getting started." His smile widened, and for the first time, I saw the true horror behind those supposedly kind eyes. They held a possessive glint, a predatory hunger that made my stomach churn. I yanked my arm back, adrenaline surging through me. "Let go of me." I screamed, my voice cracking. I looked around wildly, desperate for an escape route. The door was behind him. The windows were high, unopenable. He did not let go. Instead, he pulled me closer, his grip tightening painfully. Now there is no need for that. "Chloe, we are going to have a lovely evening. I have been looking forward to this for a long time. Get away from me." I kicked him hard in the shin. He grunted, but his grip did not loosen. He just squeezed tighter, his face contorting into a mask of anger. "You do not understand, do you?" he snarled, his voice losing all pretense of charm. "I know everything about you. Chloe, every little thing. You are perfect. You are exactly what I have been looking for." He started dragging me backward, away from the door, deeper into the apartment. My purse, with my phone in it, was still on the coffee table, just out of reach. I clawed at his hand, my nails scraping against the skin, but he barely seemed to notice. "Help!" I screamed, hoping someone in the building would hear, but his apartment was high up, and the music was still playing softly. He pulled me into the hallway, past a closed door that I assumed was his bedroom. He was stronger than he looked, and my struggles felt futile against his determined grip. I twisted, trying to break free, my mind racing, trying to think of anything to get away. Suddenly, I remembered the wine bottle. It was still on the coffee table. With a desperate surge of strength, I managed to wrench my arm free. For a split second, I lunged for the coffee table, grabbing the wine bottle by the neck. It was heavy, solid. He reacted instantly, grabbing my other arm, but I swung the bottle with all my might. It connected with the side of his head with a sickening thud. He let out a choked cry, his grip loosening. He staggered back, his hand flying to his temple, where a dark stain was already starting to bloom. His eyes, now wide with shock and pain, met mine. This was my chance. I did not hesitate. I dropped the bottle and bolted. I did not look back. I sprinted for the front door, fumbling with the lock, my fingers numb with terror. It was a deadbolt, and it seemed to take an eternity to click open. I heard him behind me, a low growl of pure rage. "Chloe, You should not have done that. The door finally clicked. I tore it open and burst out into the hallway, not bothering to close it behind me. I did not even wait for the elevator. I ran for the stairwell, my feet pounding down the concrete steps, my breath ragged in my throat. I could hear his footsteps behind me, slower now, but still coming. He was injured, but he was still coming. I flew down flight after flight of stairs, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I did not know how many floors he was up, but it felt like an endless descent. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into his menacing figure. Finally, I reached the lobby. My vision was blurry, my body shaking uncontrollably. I burst through the lobby doors, out onto the street, into the cool night air. I did not know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on a park bench several blocks away, gasping for breath, tears streaming down my face. My phone, my purse was still in his apartment. Panic clawed at me again. He had my address. He had everything. I somehow managed to pull myself together enough to walk to a nearby convenience store. My hair was disheveled, my clothes askew, and I must have looked like a wild woman. I bought a cheap burner phone and called Sarah, my best friend. She picked up on the second ring, her voice laced with concern. "Chloe, what is wrong? You sound terrible." "Sarah," I choked out, my voice raw. "He is a stalker. He has everything. I just escaped. I need help." I told her everything, the whole horrifying story, from the moment I saw the folder to my frantic escape. She listened in stunned silence, her usual bubbly personality replaced by a horrified gasp. "Oh my God, Chloe," she whispered. "Are you safe? Where are you?" She came and picked me up, her face pale with shock. We went straight to the police station. I told him everything. Showed him the slight bruising on my arm where he would grab me, the faint smell of his cologne still clinging to my clothes. I recounted the folder, the detailed notes, the old photos. The police officers listened patiently. They took notes. They even went to Mark's apartment building, but by the time they got there, he was gone. His apartment was empty, devoid of any personal belongings, any trace of the folder or the documents. It was like he would never been there. The landlord confirmed he would moved out that very afternoon, giving only a few hours' notice. He was a ghost. They told me there was not much they could do. He had not actually physically harmed me beyond the minor bruising. He had not stolen anything. He had not made any direct threats. They advised me to change my phone number, to be careful, to consider moving. They said they would keep an eye out, but without a specific crime, their hands were tied. It was not enough. It was not nearly enough. The next few weeks were a blur of paranoia and fear. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and even considered changing my name. I moved out of my apartment, found a new place in a different neighborhood, and completely changed my routine. I bought security cameras for my new place, and I checked them constantly. Every shadow, every unfamiliar car, every unexpected noise set my heart racing. I did not go on another date for months. The thought of it made me physically ill. Every man I saw, every new face. I immediately scrutinized, wondering if they were like Mark. Wondering if they, too, had a hidden dossier, a meticulously compiled file of my life, just waiting to be revealed. The fear never truly went away. It became a constant companion, a cold knot in my stomach that reminded me, every single day, that someone out there knew everything about me. Someone had peeled back every layer of my life, analyzed every detail, and deemed me perfect for their twisted desires. Even now, months later, I still look over my shoulder. I still double-check my locks. I still scrutinize every new face, every polite smile, because Mark is still out there. And somewhere, in a new, sterile apartment, in a new, meticulously organized folder, I know there's another dossier. Maybe it is about me, updated with my new address, my new routines. Or maybe, just maybe, it is about someone else. Another unsuspecting woman who thought she had found a nice, normal guy on a dating app. Another collection waiting to be completed. And that thought, that chilling, inescapable thought, is a true horror that haunts me to this very day. Now, I am in another remote town, having changed my name and cut off everyone, even Sarah. The decision to cut Sarah out of my life was the hardest one I would ever made, a jagged wound I carried deep inside me. She was my last tether to anything resembling normalcy, my only confidant. But I could not risk her anymore. Mark was a shadow that stretched across miles, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that if he found me again, he would find her too. So I became a ghost, shedding my old life like a snake sheds its skin, leaving behind everything and everyone I loved. My new name was Alara Vance. It felt alien on my tongue, a costume I wore constantly. This town, nestled deep in the forgotten corners of the Pacific Northwest, was even smaller, even more isolated than the last. It was the kind of place people came to disappear, or were simply forgotten by the world. The air always smelled of damp earth and pine, and the sky was a perpetual canvas of muted grays. There was no self-service for miles, only a single payphone outside the general store, a relic from a bygone era. It was perfect, or so I desperately hoped. I needed to work, to eat, to have a roof over my head. My savings were dwindling, a constant source of anxiety. The only job I could find was a live and caretaker position for an elderly man named Silas Blackwood. His house was a sprawling, ancient thing, tucked away at the end of a long, winding dirt road, surrounded by a thick, whispering forest. It looked like it had been forgotten by time, its paint peeling, its windows like vacant eyes staring out into the gloom. It was remote, secluded, and offered a small room and board. It felt like a trap, but also my only option. Silas Blackwood was a man carved from the landscape itself, old, weathered, with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of 1,000 unspoken stories. He moved slowly, spoke little, and his voice was a gravelly whisper. He had lost his wife years ago, he told me, and his children had moved away, leaving him alone in the big, empty house. He seemed frail, harmless, a kind of benign presence. For the first few weeks, a fragile sense of peace settled over me. I cleaned. I cooked simple meals. I tended to his needs. The rhythm of my new life was slow, monotonous, but it was a rhythm, and it pushed the relentless paranoia of Mark into the background, a dull ache rather than a searing pain. I told myself I was safe. I told myself I was finally, truly invisible. But the silence of the house, the absolute, crushing isolation, began to gnaw at me. The creaks and groans of the old wood at night were no longer comforting sounds of an aging structure, but whispers, footsteps, the rustle of something moving in the darkness beyond my door. Silas, too, began to subtly shift in my perception. He would watch me sometimes, his gaze lingering, a silent, unnerving scrutiny. His questions, initially benign, became strangely personal. Do you have family? Alara, he would ask, his eyes fixed on my face, searching. Where did you come from before this? I would give vague answers, lies I would rehearse 1,000 times, and he would nod slowly, but his eyes never left mine, as if he knew I was hiding something. There were locked rooms in the house. 2, doors I was told never to open, particularly a heavy oak door at the end of the dimly lit hallway on the 2nd floor. A faint, almost imperceptible scent seemed to emanate from that direction sometimes, something metallic and sweet, like old blood and decaying flowers. I dismissed it as the smell of an old house, the lingering scent of forgotten things. My initial comfort began to fray, unraveling thread by thread. Silas's attentiveness, which I would first welcome as a sign of his harmless nature, now felt like surveillance. He seemed to know things I had not told him, small details about my habits, my preferences. One morning, I mentioned a craving for a specific kind of tea, something I would only thought to myself. and he produced it from a dusty cabinet later that day, a faint, knowing smile on his lips. "I thought you might like this." "Ilara," he would said, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The locked room on the second floor became an obsession. I would find myself standing outside it, listening, straining to hear anything beyond the normal creaks of the house. Sometimes, I swore I heard something, a faint scratching, a soft thud, a whisper that was not the wind. My mind, already a battlefield of paranoia thanks to Mark, conjured images of rats, of old pipes, of the house settling. But a darker part of me, a part one desperately tried to silence, screamed that it was something else entirely. One rainy afternoon, Silas asked me to retrieve a specific book from his study, a room I would never been allowed into. My heart immediately began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was new. This was a deviation from the established routine. He watched me carefully as I walked towards the study, his eyes following my every move. The room was dark, lined with towering bookshelves filled with ancient, leather-bound volumes. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and dust. "It is a red one, on the third shelf from the bottom, far left," he would rasp from the doorway, his voice a little stronger than usual. I moved slowly, my eyes scanning the shelves. As I reached for the book, my hand brushed against the side of the desk, a heavy, ornate piece of furniture that dominated the center of the room. My fingers grazed something loose, a small, almost invisible seam in the wood. Curiosity, a dangerous trait I would try to suppress for months, surged through me. I pressed lightly, and a hidden drawer, expertly concealed, sprang open with a soft click. My breath caught in my throat. Inside, it was not what I expected. Not old letters or forgotten trinkets. No, instead, there were several wallets and purses neatly stacked. They were all different, some leather, some fabric, some worn, some almost new. My blood ran cold. This was not right. Silas was a widower, alone. Why would he have these? My hands were shaking as I reached in, pulling out the top wallet. Inside, nestled in the clear plastic sleeve, was a driver's license. A woman's face stared back at me, young, smiling with bright, hopeful eyes. Her name was Emily Carter. Date of birth, address, all the details. I fumbled for another wallet, then another. Each one held an ID. Sarah Jenkins, Rachel Miller, Olivia Price, Jessica Thorne. 5, 6, 7 different women. All young, all with that same bright, hopeful look that slowly, sickeningly, turned into an expression of terror in my mind's eye. And then I saw it, a subtle, terrifying thread. Some of them, not all, but enough to make my stomach clench, had a vague resemblance to me. The same hair color, a similar nose, a certain shape to their eyes. It was not exact, but it was enough to make my own face feel like a target. My gaze fell deeper into the drawer. Beyond the wallets and IDs, there were other things. Small, clear plastic bags, each containing a lock of hair, neatly labeled with a name I now recognize from the driver's licenses. Faded photographs of the women, some candid, some clearly posed, smiling at a camera held by an unseen hand. A child's worn teddy bear, its fur matted, its button eye missing. A small, intricate locket, open to reveal 2 tiny, blank spaces where pictures should have been. And then, at the very bottom, a collection of newspaper clippings. They were old, yellowed, brittle, all from local papers, all reporting missing persons from surrounding remote towns. Some dated back years, decades even. The names, the faces, they matched the IDs. Emily Carter, Sarah Jenkins, Olivia Price. The horror crashed over me with the force of a tidal wave, drowning out the lingering fear of Mark. This was not about him anymore. This was a new, immediate, and infinitely more sinister threat. Silas Blackwood was not a frail old man. He was a monster, a predator, and I had walked, blind and desperate, right into his cage. I was utterly, irrevocably trapped. The locked room, The metallic sweet smell, his unnerving gaze, his strangely personal questions, it all clicked into place, forming a picture so grotesque it made my gorge rise. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate bird trying to escape its confines. Every nerve ending screamed at me to run, to scream, to break something. But I could not. Silas was just outside the door, his presence a heavy weight. I forced myself to move, my hands shaking so violently I thought I would drop everything. I carefully, meticulously, placed each wallet, each ID, each lock of hair, each photograph, each newspaper clipping back into the hidden drawer, making sure everything was exactly as it had been. My fingers fumbled, my breath hitched, but I managed to close the drawer with a soft, almost inaudible click. I grabbed the red book from the shelf, my mind a chaotic mess of terror and adrenaline. I turned to leave, but my legs felt like jelly, threatening to give out beneath me. I had to appear normal. I had to, as I stepped out of the study. Silas was standing there, leaning against the doorframe, his gaze sharp, piercing. "Did you find it?" "Elara," he asked, his voice a low rumble. He did not sound frail anymore. He sounded aware. "Yes, Mr. Blackwood." I managed, my voice a thin, reedy whisper I barely recognized as my own. I held up the book, my hand trembling almost imperceptibly. "Here it is." His eyes narrowed, sweeping over my face. "You look a little pale. Elara, are you feeling quite all right?" "Just a bit chilly." I lied, forcing a weak smile. "It is cold in there." He simply nodded, his gaze unwavering, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he knew. I thought he could see the panic raging behind my eyes, the knowledge that was screaming within me. But he just turned and shuffled back towards the living room, leaving me standing in the hallway, clutching the book like a lifeline, the walls of the old house suddenly closing around me, transforming from a sanctuary into a tomb. The house, once a haven, now felt like a prison. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, a harbinger of doom. I went through the motions of the rest of the day, cooking dinner, tending to Silas, but my mind was a frantic whirlwind. I had to get out. I had to. But how? The house was isolated, miles from any other dwelling. There was no cell service. The landline, I would notice, was always dead, a fact I would dismiss as an old house peculiarity. Now, I knew it was intentional. Silas's car keys were always on his person or in his lock study. I was cut off completely. That night, I did not sleep. Every shadow became a lurking figure, every sound a sinister whisper. I lay in my bed, a kitchen knife I would secrete it away under my pillow clutched in my hand, listening to the agonizing silence, punctuated by the rhythmic thudding of my own heart. I thought of Mark, of the terror he'd inflicted, and then of Silas, a new, colder, more methodical evil. Mark was a storm, chaotic and destructive. Silas was a deep, still well, hiding unfathomable darkness. The next morning, Silas's demeanor had subtly shifted. He was still quiet, but there was an intensity to his gaze, a possessiveness in his manner. He followed me from room to room, offering help with chores, his presence a constant, suffocating weight. "You know, Elara," he said, his voice softer than usual, but with an edge that made my skin prickle, "this town is not very friendly to strangers, especially young women who wander off alone." He paused, stirring his coffee slowly. "It is easy to disappear out here. The woods are vast. The ground is soft." My blood ran cold. He knew, or at least he suspected. He was testing me, pushing the boundaries, seeing if I would break. I forced myself to meet his gaze, to keep my expression neutral. "I do not plan on wandering off. Mr. Blackwood," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "I am grateful for your hospitality." He smiled then, a slow, chilling smile that did not reach his eyes. "Good. Elara, very good. Loyalty is a rare quality these days." The noises from the locked room on the second floor became more distinct that day. I was not imagining them anymore. Faint scratching, a low thud, a soft, almost imperceptible moan. It was not rats. It was something else. Someone else. My stomach churned with a nauseating mix of fear and morbid curiosity. I had to know. I had to. I spent the day plotting every movement, every word carefully calculated. I needed a weapon, a way to disable Silas, and a way out. The kitchen knife was a start, but I needed more. I remembered seeing a heavy fireplace poker in the living room. That could work. Silas, however, seemed to anticipate my every move. He never left me alone for long. If I went to the kitchen, he would follow just to get some water. If I went to my room, he would knock moments later, asking if I needed anything. He was a shadow, a silent guardian, and a terrifying jailer. That evening, as darkness fell and the house settled into its oppressive silence, I knew I could not wait any longer. It was now or never. I feigned a headache, excusing myself to my room early. I lay there, listening, waiting for the telltale creak of his door, the sound of him settling in for the night. Hours crawled by. The house was utterly silent, save for the frantic pounding of my own heart. Finally, I heard a soft, rhythmic snoring from his room. It was not loud, but it was there, a fragile window of opportunity. I crept out of my room, the kitchen knife clutched in my hand, my bare feet silent on the cold wooden floor. I moved like a ghost, past his closed door, down the stairs, towards the living room. My hand closed around the heavy, cold metal of the fireplace poker. It felt substantial, a small comfort in the overwhelming terror. My next target was the locked room. I knew it was a foolish, suicidal impulse, but I could not leave without knowing, without confirming the full extent of his depravity. I crept up the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The door loomed before me, a dark maw in the dim hallway. I tried the handle locked. Of course. I looked around frantically. There was a small, ornate table nearby, holding a heavy, ceramic vase. It was a long shot, but I had to try. I lifted the vase, my muscles screaming with the effort, and slammed it against the door handle again and again. The old wood splintered, the metal groaned, but the lock held. Frustration, mixed with a primal scream of terror, bubbled up inside me. Just then, I heard it, a faint creak from Silas's room. He was waking up. Panic seized me, cold and absolute. I did not have time. I had to run. I turned, scrambling back down the stairs, my plans dissolving into a desperate, instinctual flight. I burst through the back door, not even pausing to grab a coat, into the freezing, damp night. The woods were a black wall of trees, their branches clawing at the moonless sky. I ran, blindly, fueled by pure adrenaline, the sound of my own ragged breaths echoing in my ears. I heard a shout from the house. Silas's voice, no longer frail, but sharp, enraged. "Elara, you should not have done that." Branches whipped at my face. Roots tripped my feet. I stumbled, fell, picking myself up instantly, driven by the knowledge that he was behind me. I could hear him now, closer than I thought, the heavy thud of his boots on the damp earth. He was not old and frail. He was strong, surprisingly fast. I pushed deeper into the woods, the darkness absolute, the trees a confusing, disorienting maze. I could hear his labored breathing, closer now. He was gaining on me. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I could not stop. I could not. Suddenly, I burst into a clearing. In the center, almost swallowed by the encroaching forest, stood a small, dilapidated shed. Its door hung open, a black rectangle against the gloom. Without thinking, I dove inside, hoping for a moment's respite, a place to hide. The air inside was thick with the smell of damp earth, mildew, and something else, something sickeningly sweet and metallic. My eyes, adjusting to the deeper darkness, began to make out shapes. Tools hung on the wall, shovels, picks, axes, and then, in the corner, partially covered by an old tarp, I saw it, a mound of freshly dug earth. And sticking out of the top, a small, worn teddy bear, its single button eye staring blankly into the darkness. The same teddy bear I had seen in Silas's drawer. A wave of nausea washed over me, so potent it made me gag. This was not just a shed. It was a graveyard. This was where he buried them. Just then, the shed door creaked open further, revealing Silas's silhouette against a slightly less dark night sky. He was holding a lantern, its beam cutting through the gloom, illuminating his face. His eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth, any humanity. A chilling smile spread across his lips, the same kind of smile I had seen on Mark's face when he watched me through the window. "There you are, Elara," he said, his voice a low, satisfied growl. "You were always so curious, just like the others." He stepped inside, the lantern light dancing across the tools, the mound of earth, and then, finally, settling on me. The fireplace poker was still clutched in my hand, my knuckles white. He noticed it, and his smile widened. "A brave little mouse," he chuckled, a dry, raspy sound that sent shivers down my spine. "But the trap is sprung now. You monster," I whispered, my voice thick with revulsion and terror. "What have you done to them?" His eyes gleamed in the lantern light. "I gave them a home. Elara, a place where they could be truly appreciated. Forever." He took another step towards me, the light glinting off the shovel he now held in his other hand. "And now you will join them. You will be the prettiest flower in my garden." My mind raced, every instinct screaming for survival. I could not fight him, not fairly. He was stronger, older, but fueled by a terrifying, unhinged purpose. I had one chance. As he raised a shovel, a slow, deliberate movement, I lunged, not at him, but past him, towards the open door. He reacted quickly, swinging the shovel. I ducked, feeling the whoosh of air as it missed my head by inches. I burst out of the shed, back into the suffocating darkness of the woods, hearing his enraged roar behind me. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to put as much distance between myself and that shed, that monster, as possible. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they would give out, until the sound of his pursuit faded into the night. I ran until I collapsed, gasping for air, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Hours passed. The sky began to lighten, a pale gray peeking to the canopy of trees. I was lost, freezing and utterly broken. But I was alive. I had escaped for now. When I finally stumbled out of the woods, onto a desolate, rarely used logging road, my clothes were torn, my skin scratched and bruised, my mind a raw, bleeding wound. I walked for what felt like an eternity, until I saw in the distance a flickering light, a sign of civilization. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the vast, terrifying wilderness. I did not stop, did not look back. I bought a bus ticket to the furthest place I could imagine, a small, dusty town in the desert, as far removed from damp forests and old houses as possible. I changed my name again to something even more anonymous, more forgettable. The world was no longer just a place where Mark might be lurking. It was a labyrinth of hidden monsters, of smiling faces that concealed unimaginable darkness. Silas Blackwood had shown me that. He had ripped away the last vestiges of my hope, my belief that I could ever truly be safe. Now, I am just a ghost, drifting from town to town, a new name with every new place. I do not trust anyone. I do not make eye contact. Every shadow is a threat, every stranger a potential predator. I live in a constant state of hypervigilance, forever looking over my shoulder, forever listening for the sound of footsteps behind me. Mark may still be out there, a distant, terrifying memory. But the memory of Silas, of the smiling faces in that drawer, the locks of hair, the small teddy bear, that is a horror that truly haunts me now. It is a knowledge that evil does not always wear a mask, that it can hide in plain sight, in the most innocuous of places, waiting for the desperate, the vulnerable, to walk right into its open arms. And I know with a chilling certainty that I will never truly be free. I will always be running. You know, sometimes I wonder what it would be like to just stop, to just cease to exist, to finally be free of this living nightmare. But even that small, desperate wish is denied to me. I am a passenger, a ghost in my own machine, forced to watch as the entity that stole my life continues its grotesque masquerade. My apartment, once my sanctuary, is now a charnel house, filled with the echoes of screams only I can hear. Alex, Michael, their faces flicker in my mind, those moments of dawning horror as they realize the truth, as I realize the truth that the entity was not just a random predator. It was using me, my past, my connections, as a goddamn roadmap. Every smile, every laugh, every shared memory was just another breadcrumb leading it to its next meal. The terror of that realization, the crushing weight of complicity, it is a constant companion. It is worse than any physical pain, this knowing that every interaction my body has, every word my voice speaks, is another step towards devouring someone I once knew. My friends, my family, they're all just potential targets, waiting for their turn on the entity's twisted menu. And I can't do a damn thing about it. I am just here, screaming into the void of my own skull. The cycle continued, relentless. Even after Michael, the entity did not pause to reflect, did not show any sign of satiety. It just went back to the apps, my stolen fingers swiping, my stolen mind crafting charming, witty messages. It was sickening, watching it use my personality, my quirks, everything that made me me, to draw in more victims. Each new profile that popped up on the screen sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Who would it be this time? Another casual acquaintance. Someone I went to high school with, a former colleague. The suspense was a slow, agonizing torture. Then one evening a new profile appeared. His name was Liam. I recognized him, faintly. He was a few years older, from a different department. But we would been at the same company for a while, crossed paths in the break room, maybe exchange a few polite words at a holiday party. Nothing significant, nothing that would mark him as a close friend, but enough that his face sparked a flicker of recognition, a memory of a time when my life was mine. He had a kind face, a gentle smile in his profile picture, a slightly awkward charm in his bio. He seemed normal, and that, of course, made him the perfect bait. The entity, through my hands, expertly crafted a response, a playful, engaging message that I knew, deep down, would hook him. I watched in horror as my fingers danced across the screen, typing out a perfectly calibrated message that sounded exactly like something I would say. My internal screams were deafening, a silent plea to Liam, to anyone, to see through the facade, to recognize a monster lurking beneath my skin. But how could they? The entity was a master of mimicry, a perfect reflection of me, only hollow. Liam responded quickly, and soon a date was set. This time, however, the entity chose a different approach. Not my apartment. I felt a pang of something. Relief. Or just a different kind of dread. It suggested a quiet coffee shop downtown, a neutral public space. Part of me, the tiny, hopeful part that was still me, wondered if this was a sign, a deviation from its usual pattern. Maybe it was getting careless or overconfident. Maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to warn someone, to break free, even for a moment. But the larger, more cynical part of me knew better. The entity was simply adapting, changing its tactics. It was not making a mistake. It was just setting a different kind of trap. The day of the date arrived, and I was a bundle of conflicting emotions. Terror, of course, for Liam, but also a strange, desperate sliver of hope that this public setting might offer an opportunity. As my body dressed itself, choosing an outfit that was both casual and inviting, I tried to focus on every detail, every potential weakness the entity might expose. I watched my hands apply makeup, saw my reflection in the mirror of my eyes, but not mine, sparkling with an unnatural vivacity. My lips, but not mine, curved into a smile that promised warmth but delivered only cold deception. We arrived at the coffee shop, my body moving with an easy confidence that I, the true me, no longer possessed. Liam was already there, sitting at a small table by the window, nursing a latte. He looked exactly like his pictures, perhaps a little more nervous in person. He stood as my body approached, offering a polite, slightly shy smile. "Hey, Liam," my voice said, warm and friendly. "Sorry I am a little late. Traffic was a nightmare." A lie, of course. The entity had deliberately timed our arrival for maximum impact to create a subtle sense of being just a little bit in demand. Liam chuckled, a genuine, slightly nervous sound. "No worries at all. Glad you made it. Can I get you anything?" The entity ordered a complicated, artisanal tea, something I would never usually drink, but it suited the persona it was projecting. As we settled into conversation, I was forced to listen to my voice, my words flow effortlessly, charming Liam with anecdotes and witty observations. He seemed genuinely engaged, laughing at the right moments, asking thoughtful questions. It was excruciating. Every time he smiled, every time his eyes lit up, I felt a fresh wave of guilt wash over me. He was a good man, a decent man, and he was being led to slaughter by me. We talked for what felt like an eternity, though I knew it was probably only an hour or so. The entity was in its element, weaving a spell, drawing Liam deeper into its web. I tried desperately to send him a warning, some kind of internal signal, but it was useless. My mind was a cage, my body a puppet. Then, Liam did something unexpected. We were mid-sentence, talking about a shared love for a particular indie band, when he reached across the table, his fingers gently closing around my phone, which was lying face down next to my tea. "You know," he said, a playful glint in his eye, "I have a rule on first dates. No distractions. Gotta give each other our full attention, right?" And with that, he picked up my phone, my lifeline, my only theoretical connection to the outside world, and slipped it into his jacket pocket. A jolt of pure, unadulterated panic ripped through me. No, my internal scream was so loud, so raw. I thought for a moment it might actually escape my lips, shatter the entity's composure. But my face remained serene, my eyes twinkling with amusement. "Oh, a rule follower. Huh." My voice purred, a teasing lilt that completely belied the utter terror I was experiencing. "All right, I can respect that. But you owe me a full recap of all the memes I am missing out on later." Liam laughed, a genuine, open sound. "Deal." But I was not laughing. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against the cage of my ribs. My phone, gone, just like that. It was not just a phone, it was my last, desperate, impossible hope. Now, even if I could somehow wrest control for a split second, even if I could scream, there would be no way to call for help, no way to send a text, no way to even signal a passing stranger. I was completely, utterly isolated. The entity had planned this. I realized it had not been a random act of playfulness on Liam's part. It had orchestrated this, knowing that removing my phone would sever any remaining thread of connection I might have had. It was a subtle yet devastating move. A chess master moving a pawn, trapping the queen. The conversation continued, but for me, everything had shifted. The coffee shop, once a place of potential escape, now felt like a sealed chamber. Liam's smile, once reassuring, now seemed to hold a hint of something else, something I could not quite place. Was it just my heightened paranoia? Or was there something in his eyes, a flicker of knowing? After another half hour, the entity began to wrap things up. "Well, this has been great. Liam," my voice said, standing up, "I really enjoyed it." "Me too." Liam replied, standing as well. "How about we continue this somewhere a little less public?" He offered a charming, almost conspiratorial smile. My place is not far. I have a fantastic collection of vinyl, and I make a mean espresso. My internal alarm bell screamed, "No, do not go." But my body, the entity's puppet, was already nodding, a small, eager smile on its face. "That sounds perfect," my voice said, filled with an artificial warmth that made me want to retch. As we walked out of the coffee shop and headed towards Liam's car, the feeling of unease intensified. It was not just the phone or the change of venue. It was something about Liam himself. He seemed too calm, too collected. His gaze, every now and then, lingered on my eyes for just a moment too long, a look that seemed to pierce through the entity's disguise directly to me. It was like he was looking at me, the real me, trapped inside. But that was impossible, was not it? No one had ever seen to the entity before. We reached his car, a dark sedan, unremarkable in every way. As he unlocked it, he glanced at me, and this time, there was no mistaking it. His eyes held a flicker of something that sent a chill down my spine, not fear, not attraction, but a cold, calculating assessment. And behind that assessment, something else, something familiar, a blankness, a hollowness, like looking into a mirror, but seeing a different kind of monster staring back. My internal screams were now a cacophony of absolute terror. He knows. He knows what I am. No, wait, he knows what it is. But then, a more terrifying thought took root. What if he was not just a victim who knew? What if he was something else? We got into the car, and the silence that settled between us was heavy, oppressive. It was not the comfortable silence of two people who had just connected. It was the tense quiet before a storm. Liam drove, not speaking, his hands gripping the steering wheel a little too tightly. My body, the entity, seemed to sense the shift too. I could feel a subtle change in his internal posture, a tightening, a heightened awareness that had not been there before. It was no longer just charming a victim, it was on guard. Liam's apartment building was in a quiet, residential area, a nondescript brick structure that blended into its surroundings. He parked in an underground garage, the hum of the ventilation system the only sound. As the garage door rumbled shut behind us, sealing us in, a wave of claustrophobia washed over me. This was not just a trap for Liam, it was a trap for us. We took the elevator up to his floor. The ride was unervingly silent. Liam did not make eye contact. His face was unreadable. As we stepped out into the hallway, he led the way to his door. He fumbled with his keys for a moment, and as he did, I saw it again, that flicker in his eyes, but this time it was more pronounced. A subtle, unnatural sheen, like oil on water, reflecting the dim hallway lights. It was the same kind of unnaturalness I sometimes caught in my own reflection, the entity's presence distorting the very light that passed through its borrowed eyes. He opened the door and stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter. My body, the entity, hesitated for a fraction of a second, a primal instinct of caution, then stepped across the threshold. I was forced to follow. Liam's apartment was clean, minimalist, almost sterile. There were no personal touches, no photos, no clutter. Just sleek, modern furniture and bare walls. It felt less like a home and more like a display unit. As the door closed behind us with a soft click, the air in the room seemed to thicken. "Make yourself comfortable," Liam said, his voice flat, devoid of the charming warmth he would use at the coffee shop. He did not offer me a seat. He just stood there, watching me. My body, the entity, turned to face him, its borrowed smile still in place, but I could feel its internal tension growing. "Liam, is everything okay?" my voice asked, an edge of concern in its tone. Liam did not answer immediately. He just stared, his eyes now completely devoid of warmth, that unnatural sheen more prominent. And then he smiled. It was not the shy, nervous smile from the coffee shop. It was a wide, predatory grin that stretched his lips too far, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too white. It was a smile that did not reach his eyes. His eyes were empty, just like Alex's had been, just like Michael's had become, but different, more deliberate, more knowing. Everything's just fine, he said, his voice now lower, a resonant hum that vibrated in the air. In fact, it is perfect. You walked right into it. My internal world exploded. He is one of them. Oh, God, he is one of them. Or worse, the entity, through my body, recoiled slightly, its smile faltering. It had miscalculated. It had been lured. What are you talking about? Liam, my voice demanded, a hint of its usual assertiveness returning. Liam took a step closer, then another. Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You and your little network. You have been busy, have not you, devouring the unsuspecting, one by one, using her as bait. He gestured vaguely at my body. A very effective strategy, I must admit, but sloppy. You left too many traces. My mind reeled. Network, devouring, traces. This was not just another victim. This was something entirely different. This was a hunter, or a competitor. You are making no sense. My voice snapped. The entity tried to regain control of the situation, to project an air of confused indignation. Liam laughed, a dry, humorless sound. Oh, I think I am making perfect sense. You see, we have our own methods. More refined, shall we say, less messy. And we do not appreciate competition on our hunting grounds. As he spoke, something began to happen to him. His posture stiffened, his shoulders broadened, and his eyes, already unnaturally shiny, began to glow with a faint, internal light, a dull, sickly yellow. It was different from the cold, sterile blue I sometimes caught in my own reflection when the entity was fully manifesting. This was warmer, more organic, like a slow-burning ember. You are like me, my voice whispered, the entity's realization dawning, a cold dread replacing its initial caution. Liam's smile widened further, a truly grotesque sight. Not like you. We are an older strain, more evolved. And you, little parasite, have been observed. Your crude methods, your insatiable hunger, it is disruptive. It draws attention. My internal screams were now a chaotic symphony of pure horror. Not only was I trapped, but I was caught between two monsters, two competing predators. My body, my very existence, was a prize, a battleground. Liam, or whatever was inhabiting Liam, was not here to be assimilated. He was here to stop us, or perhaps to assimilate us. The entity, through my body, lunged. It was a sudden, desperate move, a blur of motion. It knew it was in danger. Its stolen hand shot out, aiming for Liam's throat, intending to incapacitate him, to use its alien strength to crush him. But Liam was faster, or rather, the thing inside him was. He moved with an unnatural grace, sidestepping my body's attack with effortless ease. His hand, quick as a viper, shot out and grabbed my wrist, his grip like steel. My body struggled, twisting and pulling, but it could not break free. The entity's usual overwhelming strength seemed to meet its match. Crude, Liam hissed, his voice no longer human, but a layered, echoing sound, as if multiple voices were speaking at once, vibrating in the very air. Always so crude. His other hand moved to my temple, fingers pressing against the skin. My blood ran cold, a familiar dread washing over me. This was it. This was how we did it. The scalpel. The filaments, but this was not a scalpel. This was just his hand. And then, I felt it. A pressure, an invasion, but different from the cold. Clinical assimilation of the entity that possessed me. This was warmer. More organic. It felt like tendrils of fire, not ice, spreading through my mind, probing, searching. It was a different kind of violation, a different kind of horror. My body thrashed, the entity inside me fighting for its very existence, a desperate, silent battle raging within my stolen form. I could feel its alien consciousness recoiling, struggling against this new intrusion, this new enemy. It was like two massive, unseen forces clashing, and I was trapped in the epicenter, a fragile, screaming atom. Liam's eyes, glowing that sickly yellow, stared into mine, and I felt a profound, chilling connection. He was not just probing the entity, he was probing me. He saw me, the real me, trapped, helpless, and in his eyes, I saw not pity, but a cold, scientific curiosity. Ah, the layered voice rumbled. The host is still present. A rare occurrence with your kind. Most of your victims are completely subsumed. You keep this one intact. Interesting. My internal screams were now a silent plea, a desperate cry for help to this new, terrifying entity. Help me. Please, help me. But I knew it was futile. I was just a curiosity, a specimen. The pressure in my head intensified, a searing heat that felt like my brain was being cooked. I could feel the entity within me struggling, its own alien consciousness screaming in a language I could not understand, a pure, primal fear. It was being dismantled, or perhaps absorbed. Suddenly, Liam recoiled, a sharp, guttural sound escaping his throat. His hand flew from my temple, and he staggered back a step, clutching his head. The yellow glow in his eyes flickered, dimmed. A parasite within a parasite, he hissed, his voice still layered, but now laced with new emotion frustration. Too complex, too intertwined. The host still has too much resonance. My body, released from his grip, stumbled back, gasping for breath, the entity within me reeling. It was hurt, damaged. I could feel its fragmented thoughts, its confusion, its fear. It had never encountered anything like this before. Liam shook his head, clearing it, his eyes regaining some of their human quality, though the underlying emptiness remained. He looked at my body, then at me, a strange, almost regretful expression on his face. "You are not worth the effort," he said, his voice returning to a more human tone, though still cold. "Too much risk, too many variables." He paused and added, "But consider this a warning. Stay out of our territory, and if we see your kind again, we won't be so lenient." And with that, he turned, walked to a sleek, hidden panel in the wall, and pressed a button. A section of the wall slid open, revealing a dark, narrow corridor. He stepped into it, and the panel slid shut behind him, sealing him away as if he would never been there. I stood there, my body trembling, the entity within me still reeling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The apartment was silent once more, but the silence was now permeated with new, profound horror. My phone, Liam's phone, it was still in his jacket pocket, which was now gone with him into that hidden passage. My last, futile hope was truly gone. The entity, slowly, began to regain its composure. I could feel its alien mind processing the encounter, analyzing, adapting. It had been defeated, but not destroyed. It had learned. And that, I realized with a fresh wave of despair, was the most terrifying thing of all. It was not alone. We were not alone. The world was not just a hunting ground for one monster, but a battleground for many. My entity was just one player in a much larger, more terrifying game. And I, the prisoner, was caught in the middle, a pawn in a cosmic war I could not even comprehend. My body, still trembling, slowly walked to the door. My stolen hand reached for the handle, turned it, and stepped out into the hallway. The entity was leaving. It had been warned off this territory, but it would find new ones. It would continue its hunt, and I would continue to watch. A silent scream in a world that had suddenly become infinitely more monstrous. The next victim would not just be someone from my past, they would be a casualty in a war I did not even know existed. A war that had just made my personal hell 1,000 times worse. The quiet horror of my apartment now felt almost comforting compared to the vast, terrifying expanse of a world teeming with unseen, competing predators, and I was just a walking map, leading them all to everyone I had ever known, everyone I had ever loved. And now, I knew there was absolutely no escape. Not for me, not for anyone. The world blurred around me, a dizzying kaleidoscope of neon signs and grimy brick. My lungs burned, each gasping breath a raw, painful gasp for air I did not even truly need as a ghost, but my human body demanded. Liam's guttural cry of shock, the momentary sensation of him passing through me like a phantom, echoed in my ears, a perverse victory song. I had not understood it then, had not had time to process it. All I knew was that I had pushed him, not with my hands, but with something else, something deep inside me, and for a split second, he had ceased to be solid. It was a glitch, a defiance, and it had bought me precious seconds. I did not look back. The alley gave way to a wider street, then another, then a labyrinth of back streets I would never seen before. My new human legs, still clumsy and uncoordinated, carried me forward on pure adrenaline. Each pounding step was a prayer and a curse. A prayer for escape, a curse for the body that felt so heavy, so vulnerable. The fear, that alien sensation he had forced upon me, was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. I was terrified. Terrified of Liam. Terrified of him. Terrified of what that momentary flicker of my old self meant. Could I do it again? Was it a fluke? I ran until my borrowed muscles screamed, until the city lights thinned out, replaced by the darker, more desolate stretches of industrial parks and abandoned storefronts. My mind raced, a frantic hamster on a wheel. Where could I go? Back to his sterile room. That was a cage, not a sanctuary. The thought of being dragged back, of facing his cold, calculating gaze, of being forced to endure another of his lessons, made my skin crawl. I was a runaway, a ghost in a stolen body, with nowhere to go. By the time the first streaks of dawn painted the sky in bruised purples and grays, I was utterly exhausted. My throat was raw, my head throbbed, and every nerve ending in my body felt frayed. I found myself on the outskirts of a small, forgotten town, a place that felt like it had been scooped up from a forgotten postcard and left to slowly decay. The streetlights flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that made every rustle leaf sound like a predator's approach. I saw it then, tucked away behind a row of overgrown hedges, a small, two-story house. It looked empty, abandoned. The paint was peeling, the windows were grimy, and a crooked porch sagged precariously. It was a wreck, but to my panicked mind, it looked like a haven, a place where he would not think to look, a place where I could hide. Getting inside was surprisingly easy. A window on the side was already broken, covered haphazardly with a piece of plywood that yielded with a soft groan. The air inside was thick with dust and the stale scent of disuse. Cobwebs draped every surface like macabre lace. I stumbled into what must have been the living room, collapsed onto a dusty armchair, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I let the exhaustion claim me. Sleep, another one of those strange human needs, pulled me down into a dark, dreamless abyss. Waking up was a slow, disorienting process. The sun was high in the sky, streaming through grimy windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. My body ached in places I did not even know existed. Hunger, a dull gnawing ache, made itself known. I explored the house cautiously. It was small, just a few rooms, a tiny kitchen with rusted sink, and a bathroom that looked like it had not seen a scrubbing brush in decades. There was no electricity, no running water. It was a shell, but it was my shell for now. Days bled into weeks. I scavenged for food in the dumpsters behind a gas station a few miles away, stole bottled water from an unlocked shed. I learned to be quiet, to move like a shadow. The fear never truly left me, but it dulled into a constant hum beneath the surface. I was a ghost in a body, playing human, trying to survive. The memory of Liam, of his audience, of my fleeting power, was a constant companion, a stark reminder of what I was running from. Then the neighbor showed up. His name was Mark. He lived in the house next door, a neat, well-maintained bungalow that stood in stark contrast to my crumbling refuge. I would see him from a distance, a man in his late 40s or early 50s, with a receding hairline and a perpetually worried expression. He had a habit of meticulously tending his garden, his movements slow and deliberate. One afternoon, I was trying to patch up a broken window with some scavenged plastic sheeting when I heard a voice. "Hey there, need a hand with that?" I froze, my borrowed heart leaping into my throat. I had not heard him approach. He was standing at the edge of his property, a friendly, if slightly intrusive, smile on his face. "Oh, no, I am fine." I stammered, my voice rusty from disuse. He chuckled, a dry, reedy sound. "Looks like you have got your work cut out for you. This old place has been empty for years. Did not think anyone would ever move in." He took a step closer, his eyes scanning the house, then lingering on me. "I am Mark, by the way. Your neighbor, Chloe." I lied, using the name he had given me. It felt safer than nothing. "Chloe, nice to meet you." He extended a hand, and I reluctantly shook it. His grip was surprisingly firm. "Well, Chloe, like I said, if you need anything, just holler. I am always around." He seemed normal. Too normal, perhaps. I had learned to be wary of normal. But he also seemed genuinely friendly, and for the first time in weeks. I felt a tiny, almost imperceptible crack in my wall of fear. Maybe, just maybe, I could find some semblance of peace here. Our interactions became more frequent after that. Mark would wave when I was outside, sometimes bring over a plate of cookies, or offer me some of the vegetables from his garden. He was a widower, he told me, lived alone, and seemed genuinely happy to have a new face in the neighborhood, even if that face belonged to a mysterious girl living in a derelict house. He never asked too many questions about my past, which I appreciated. He just seemed content with my vague answers about starting fresh and wanting a quiet life. But then the smell started. It was faint at first, barely noticeable. A vague, unpleasant odor that would drift through the house on certain days. I dismissed it as the smell of an old, neglected house. Mildew, dampness, the ghost of old decay. But it grew stronger, more persistent. It was not just dampness. It was something organic, something dead. My stomach would churn whenever the smell hit me, a wave of nausea washing over me. I tried to find the source. I scrubbed the floors, aired out the rooms, even tried to clear out some of the rotting wood in the kitchen. Nothing worked. The smell lingered, an invisible, insidious presence. It was like a whisper of something truly vile, something that had died a slow, agonizing death. One afternoon, Mark came over with a fresh-baked AP bow pie. He was always doing things like that. I was sitting on the porch, trying to get some fresh air, but even outside, I could still catch faint whiffs of it. "Chloe, you doing all right?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "You look a little green." "Just the heat." I mumbled, trying to wave away the pervasive odor that I could practically taste now. He nodded, but then his eyes narrowed, and he took a deep sniff. "You know," he said, his voice dropping slightly, "I have been meaning to ask you about something." My heart gave a nervous flutter. This was it. He was going to ask about my past, about why I was living in a squat. "What is it?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He leaned in a little, his gaze serious. "Do you smell that? Like something's gone bad." My blood ran cold. He smelled it too. It was not just my imagination, my paranoia. I thought it was just the old house. I admitted, my voice barely a whisper. Mark shook his head slowly. "Nah, Chloe, I have lived next door to this place for 20 years. It has always smelled like dust and old wood. This is different. This is decay. And it is coming from your place." He took another sniff, his face twisting in distaste. Strongest right here, actually, near the ground. He pointed toward the side of the house, where a small, grimy window led to what I assumed was the basement. I think it is coming from your basement. A cold dread, unlike any fear I had felt before, settled over me. The basement. I had not been down there. The door leading to it was in the kitchen, a heavy, old wooden thing with a rusty padlock that was clearly just for show. I would have avoided it. It felt wrong, uninviting. Now, Mark was confirming my worst suspicions. I have not been down there. I confess, my voice trembling slightly. Mark's worried expression deepened. Well, you really should. Chloe, that kind of smell, it can't be good. Could be a burst pipe, or an animal. A dead animal. He paused and added, if you want, I could come down with you. Get a look. I have got a good flashlight. The thought of going down into that dark, unknown space filled me with a primal terror. But the thought of Mark, a seemingly kind stranger, discovering something truly horrific down there, something that would expose my precarious existence, was equally terrifying. I could not refuse without looking suspicious. Okay, I said, forcing a brave face. Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you, Mark. He smiled, a genuine, relieved smile. No problem. Chloe, happy to help a neighbor. Let me just grab my flashlight and some gloves. While Mark went back to his house, I stared at the basement door in the kitchen. It suddenly looked menacing, a portal to something I was not ready to face. The smell, now that it had been acknowledged, seemed to intensify, wrapping around me like an invisible shroud. It was definitely decay. A heavy, cloying stench that hinted at something long dead, something that had been rotting for a very, very long time. Mark returned, equipped with a heavy-duty flashlight and a pair of thick work gloves. All right, Chloe, he said, his voice surprisingly cheerful. Let's see what kind of trouble we got down here. He unlatched the rusty padlock, which practically crumbled in his gloved hand, and slowly, deliberately, pulled open the heavy wooden door. A gust of cold, fetid air rushed out, carrying with it a concentrated wave of the smell. My stomach lurched violently, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to keep from gagging. It was worse down here, much, much worse. A truly sickening odor, a mix of damp earth, mildew, and something utterly putrid. Mark did not flinch. He just shone his powerful beam down the rickety wooden steps. Looks pretty dark, he observed, his voice calm. Watch your step. These look pretty old. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to bolt from this house, from this town, from this man. But he had taught me to endure, to conform. And now, I was trapped by the simple social expectation of going into my own basement with my kind neighbor. You coming? Mark asked, looking back at me with a mild expression. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to descend. The steps groaned under my weight, each one a precarious journey into the unknown. The flashlight beam danced across the dirt floor, revealing cobwebs thick as blankets, ancient tools rusting in corners, and a general air of neglect. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of decay, and a palpable coldness that seemed to seep into my bones. Wow, this place is a real mess, Mark commented, his beam sweeping across the room. Definitely a lot of water damage down here. See the mold on the walls. He was right. There was mold, black and fuzzy, creeping up the concrete walls. But it was not just the mold. The smell was not just mildew. It was something else, something deeper, more disturbing. We moved slowly, Mark leading the way, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. He peered into dusty shelves, poked at old wooden crates with a stick he had found. No dead animals that I can see, he murmured, his voice thoughtful. No burst pipes either, thank goodness. But that smell, he paused, his beam lingering on a section of the dirt floor near the far wall. It is strongest right here, would not you say? I took a tentative step closer, my eyes darting nervously. He was right. The stench here was almost unbearable, making my eyes water and my throat burn. It was as if the very earth itself was rotting. The ground in that particular spot looked different, darker, a little disturbed, as if something had been dug up or buried recently, or perhaps a long time ago. Yeah, I whispered, my voice hoarse. It is awful. Mark knelt down, shining his light directly onto the patch of dirt. Looks like someone's been digging here, he said, his tone casual, but his eyes were sharp, assessing. He reached out a gloved hand and scraped away a thin layer of topsoil. Beneath it, the dirt was darker, almost black, and gave off an even more concentrated burst of the putrid odor. Mark sniffed, then shook his head. Definitely something buried here. Chloe. And it ain't good. A cold dread seized me, tightening its grip on my chest. I felt a surge of panic. What if he had buried something here? What if this was another one of his cruel games? Maybe we should just leave it, I suggested, my voice trembling. Call someone. The police. Mark looked up at me, his face illuminated by the harsh beam of the flashlight. His expression was unreadable. And tell them what? Chloe, that your new house smells bad, and your neighbor thinks something's buried in the basement. They would laugh us out of town. Besides, he added, his voice dropping slightly, if it is something bad, something really bad, we do not want to just leave it for someone else to find, do we? He did not wait for my answer. He picked up a rusty shovel that was leaning against the wall and started to dig. The sound of the shovel biting into the earth was sickeningly loud in the oppressive silence of the basement. Each scoop of dirt released another wave of the putrid smell, forcing me to breathe through my mouth, trying desperately to avoid the taste of decay. I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as Mark dug. He worked slowly, methodically, his movements unhurried. The hole grew deeper, wider, and the smell. Oh God, the smell. It was almost unbearable now, a thick, suffocating cloud that seemed to cling to my clothes, my hair, my very skin. After what felt like an eternity, the shovel hit something solid with a dull thud. Mark stopped, his head cocked to the side. He knelt again, carefully brushing away the loose dirt. My breath hitched in my throat. I could see it now. A dark, irregular shape, half buried in the earth. It was not a bone, not exactly. It was a box, a wooden box, old and waterlogged, its surface warped and stained. Well, Mark murmured, his voice strangely devoid of surprise. What have we here? He continued to clear the dirt around the box, his movements precise. As more of it became visible, I could make out intricate carvings on its lid, faded and worn, but still discernible. They looked like symbols, strange, swirling patterns that seemed vaguely familiar, like something from a nightmare I could not quite recall. Finally, the box was fully exposed. It was roughly the size of a small coffin, maybe 4 feet long, 2 feet wide. Mark tried to lift the lid, but it was stuck fast. He grunted with effort, then jammed the tip of the shovel into the crack and pried. With a splintering groan, the lid came loose, slowly revealing its contents. I braced myself for the worst. A skeleton, a decaying corpse, something truly monstrous. But what I saw was, in a way, far more disturbing. Inside the box, nestled on a bed of what looked like shredded, ancient fabric, was not a single body, but a collection, a morbid, unsettling collection. There were mannequins, not full-size ones, but parts, a perfectly sculpted arm, severed at the shoulder, its plastic skin eerily lifelike, a leg, bent at the knee, wearing a delicate, old-fashioned shoe, a doll's head, its porcelain face cracked and stained, one glass eye missing, the other staring up at me with an unnerving blankness. Mixed in with these unsettling fragments were other items. A tangle of long, dark hair, clearly human, tied with faded ribbon, a child's locket, tarnished and empty, a leather-bound diary, its pages swollen and water-damaged, but still legible in places, and clothes, so many clothes, delicate dresses, worn blouses, small, elegant shoes, all clearly belonging to women. But it was not just the items themselves that chilled me to the bone. It was a familiarity. The dresses, the hair, the general aesthetic, it was all so eerily similar to clothes he had given me, the style he had chosen for my new identity. And the dolls had it look hauntingly like me, or rather, like the idealized version of me he had created. My gaze fell on the diary. Mark, seeing where I was looking, carefully pulled out a box. The pages were fragile, crumbling at his touch, but some of the writing was still clear. He opened it to a random page, and his eyes scanned the faded script. "Listen to this," he said, his voice quiet, almost reverent. "Day 73. He says, I am making progress. I can almost feel the fear now. It is a strange, exhilarating thing. But sometimes when I look in the mirror, I do not see myself. I see her, the one before me. I wonder if she felt this, too, if she knew what was coming." My blood ran cold. The words were a punch to the gut. The one before me. My mind flashed back to Liam's words, is that the new one. This was not just a random collection. This was a history. A horrifying, grotesque museum of his past victims. Or, more accurately, his past experiments. I was not the first. I was just the latest in a long line of Chloes. The smell, which had seemed like simple decay, now took on a new, more sinister meaning. It was not just the earth rotting. It was a decay of identity, the lingering scent of lost souls, of lives stolen and twisted. It was the smell of his work. I stumbled back, a choked gasp escaping my lips. "Oh my God," I whispered, the words catching my throat. He did this. This is all his work." Mark looked up from the diary, his eyes meeting mine. His expression had changed. The friendly neighbor was gone, replaced by something colder, something knowing. A flicker of something I could not quite place, something almost triumphant, passed through his eyes. "Yes, Chloe," he said, his voice no longer gentle, but smooth, authoritative. "He did. And you are right. You are not the first. You are just the latest iteration." My breath hitched. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, my voice trembling with a fresh wave of terror. Mark slowly rose to his feet, the open diary still in his hand. He did not look away from me. "The smell, Chloe, it is not just decay. It is a carefully cultivated neurostimulant, designed to enhance the experience, to make you feel the dread, the history, the weight of what came before you. It is all part of the process." My mind reeled. Neurostimulant. Liam's words. Truth serum and neurostimulators. This was not a kind neighbor helping a new resident. This was another trap, another performance. You are with him. I stammered, my voice barely audible. Mark smiled, a chilling, humorless smile that did not reach his eyes. "I am part of the team. Yes, a much more integral part than Liam. I assure you, he was merely an introductory phase. A catalyst. This phase, Chloe, is about observation, about controlled discovery, about breaking down your resistance, piece by piece, until you fully embrace your humanity." He gestured around the basement with the diary. "This little museum down here, it is all for you, to show you your lineage, to show you that escape is an illusion, that he is always watching, always planning, always refining." The basement, once a dark, forgotten space, now felt like a stage, and I was the unwilling star of a horrific play. The mannequins, the hair, the diary entries about the one before me was all designed to isolate me, to crush my spirit, to make me believe I was just another disposable experiment. And the decay, the sickening smell, was just another tool in his arsenal. Why? I whispered, my voice thick with despair. What does he want? Mark took a step closer, his eyes gleaming in the flashlight beam. He wanted to understand, to perfect, to create. And you, Chloe, are the most promising subject yet. Your little glitch with Liam. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. It suggests a deeper connection to your former state, a resilience we have not seen before. And he wants to see how far it can be pushed. He reached out, and his gloved hand clamped around my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong, unyielding. You thought you escaped, did not you? Fleeing to this derelict house, hiding in plain sight. Oh, Chloe, you never left his sight. This house was prepared for you. I was prepared for you. Every interaction, every kind gesture, every shared pie was all orchestrated. All for the audience. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The fear was overwhelming, suffocating. But beneath it, a spark ignited. A flicker of that same defiance that had allowed Liam to pass through me. Resilience, he called it. A deeper connection to my former state. No, I growled, surprising even myself. I won't let you. I won't let him. Mark chuckled, a dry, mirthless sound. Oh, but you will. Chloe, you have no choice. Your body is his. Your life is his. Your very thoughts are being monitored. You are a puppet, and he holds the strings. He pulled me closer, his face inches from mine. And now, it is time for the next phase. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, not for a vial, but for a small, sleek device. It looked like a remote control with a single, glowing red button. This, he said, his voice a low, menacing purr, will ensure your cooperation. A little boost to the neural stimulators. Just enough to remind you of your place. My mind screamed. No, not again. Not the pain. Not the breaking. In that instant, something snapped inside me. The ghost, the true me, surged to the surface. I looked at Mark, at his smug, knowing face, and I focused. Not on running, not on escaping, but on him, on his solidity, his physical form. It was like pushing against an invisible wall, a wall of pure force. I felt a familiar internal tremor, a surge of energy I had not known I possessed. The air around me seemed to shimmer, to distort. Mark's eyes widened, a flicker of genuine surprise finally breaking through his control facade. He felt it. He felt me. What he started, his grip on my arm loosening. I pushed harder. Not physically, but with that raw, untamed essence of my old self. The room seemed to warp, the outlines of objects blurring. Mark's body, for a terrifying. Nausea washed over me, a sickening wave that threatened to drag me back into that suffocating blackness. This was not right. None of this was right. My breath hitched, a ragged, painful gas that burned in my throat. I had not had a throat, and I could not even remember how long. Since I died. That was the last definitive thing I knew about myself. I was a ghost, an ethereal whisper trapped in Silas Blackwood's decaying mansion, watching the world without being a part of it. I had no body, no pain, no hunger, no fear of the physical kind. And now I was slumped in this putrid, rattling metal box, my head pounding, my stomach churning, and a taste of something metallic and foul coating my tongue. It was like waking from a dream. Only the dream had been my entire existence as a spirit, and this horrifying reality was the actual nightmare. I tried to push myself upright, my limbs feeling heavy, sluggish, like they belonged to someone else. My muscles protested with a dull ache I had not felt in what felt like an eternity. A groan escaped my lips. I realized, with a fresh wave of panic. My voice, raspy and unfamiliar, vibrated in my chest. This was not some spiritual echo. This was real, Physical sound. My hands, when I finally managed to lift them, were pale and trembling but undeniably solid. I pressed them against my face. Second. Bone. A pulse thrummed faintly beneath my fingertips. I ran them through my hair, long, tangled, and matted, but definitely there. My heart, that impossible organ, hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of my terror. It was a sound I remembered from another life, a life that felt impossibly distant now. Was I alive? Was this my body? Or was it one of them? One of the missing women whose faces had haunted Silas's desk. Their ghostly twins mocking me for my own reflection. The thought was a cold, sharp blade twisting in my gut. The car continued its relentless journey. The landscape outside of blurred trees and fields under a bruised, overcast sky. The grimy window distorted everything, making the world seem even more alien and hostile. I risked a glance at the driver. He was a hulking figure, his shoulders broad, his neck thick. A faded baseball cap was pulled low over his eyes, obscuring his face, but I could make out a stubble-darkened jaw and a grim, unyielding set to his mouth. He had not spoken a word since I would regain consciousness, had not even acknowledged my presence. His hands, large and calloused, gripped the steering wheel with a terrifying intensity. He was not Silas. Silas was old, frail, a spider at the center of his web. This man was a predator, pure and simple. Where were we going? What had happened? The last thing I remembered, truly remembered, was that suffocating blackness, the horrifying realization that Silas was a monster, and then nothing. Just this jarring, painful, terrifying return to a body I did not recognize, a world that now felt utterly hostile. My stomach lurched again, a wave of nausea, so profound it brought tears to my eyes. I swallowed hard, the metallic taste in my mouth almost overpowering. It was like I had not eaten or drunk in days, maybe weeks. My throat was raw, my lips cracked. I tried to speak, to ask, to scream, but only a dry, desperate croak escaped. The driver did not even flinch. He just kept driving, his silence more terrifying than any threat. Hours seemed to crawl by, marked only by the shifting light outside and the unchanging, suffocating atmosphere inside the car. My head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache behind my eyes. Every bump in the road sent a jolt of pain through my body. I drifted in and out of a dazed half-sleep, my thoughts a jumbled mess of fear, confusion, and the lingering, horrifying images of Silas's desk. Those faces. My face. Finally, the car slowed, rumbling off the main road onto a gravel path that wound through a dense, overgrown forest. The trees pressed on either side, their branches clawing at the sky, blocking out what little light remained. The air grew colder, heavier, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was it. This was where he was taking me. The path eventually opened up into a small, desolate clearing. In the center stood a house, if you could even call it that. It was less a home and more skeletal remains of one, a 2-story structure with peeling paint, boarded-up windows, and a porch that sagged precariously. It looked abandoned, consumed by the surrounding wilderness, utterly isolated. No other lights, no other houses, just the oppressive darkness of the forest and the looming shadow of that decaying house. My breath hitched. This was not a refuge, it was a tomb. The driver cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the wind. He sat there for a long moment, unmoving, before finally pushing open his door with a groan of protesting metal. He got out, his large frame casting a long shadow in the dim twilight. I watched him through the grimy window, my blood turning to ice. He walked around my side of the car, his footsteps heavy on the gravel. I flinched, instinctively pressing myself further into the stale, puke-green upholstery. The door creaked open, letting in a gust of cold, damp air that smelled of pine, and something metallic and earthy, like the car but stronger here. He did not say anything. He just reached in, His hand closing around my arm with surprising gentleness, but with an undeniable firmness. It was a grip that offered no negotiation, no escape. My body, weak and trembling, offered no resistance. He half pulled, half guided me out of the car. My legs, stiff and used, nearly buckled beneath me. I stumbled, and he steadied me, his touch sending a shiver of pure terror down my spine. He did not drag me. He did not push me. He simply walked, his pace slow and deliberate, his hand still on my arm, leading me toward the dark maw of the house. Each step was a struggle, my muscles screaming in protest. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, something cloying and sweet, like overripe fruit left to rot. The front door, which looked like it had not been opened in decades, grown open at his touch, revealing a gaping blackness within. He led me inside. The interior was even worse than the exterior. Dust motes danced in the faint light, filtering through gaps in the boarded-up windows. The air was cold, stale, and heavy, thick with the smell of mildew, old wood, and something indefinable, something that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The floorboards groaned under our weight, each creak echoing ominously in the oppressive silence. He steered me down a narrow hallway, past closed doors, into what appeared to be a small, sparsely furnished bedroom. A single, rickety bed covered with a thin, stained mattress sat against one wall. A cracked dresser, a wobbly nightstand, and nothing else. No curtains, no personal touches, just the bare bones of a room. He released my arm, and I stumbled, catching myself on the edge of the dresser. He turned his back to me and walked out of the room, closing the door behind it with a soft click that sounded like a final, definitive lock. I was alone for a long moment. I just stood there, leaning against the dresser, listening to the heavy silence of the house. My heart was still pounding, but a different kind of fear was beginning to set in the cold, calculated terror of a trapped animal. I was here, in this body, in this house, with him. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm the frantic thrumming in my chest. My eyes scanned the room, searching for anything, any detail that could give me a clue about my situation. The window was boarded up, thick planks with nails securely across it. The door, I quickly checked, was locked, not with a key, but with a simple slide bolt on the outside, a cruel mockery of security. I was a prisoner. My gaze fell on the bed. The mattress was stained, but I was too exhausted, too disoriented to care. I sank onto it, the springs groaning in protest. The fabric of the mattress cover felt rough against my skin, and a faint, acrid smell rose from it. I closed my eyes, pressing my palms against my temples, trying to force some clarity into my muddled thoughts. I was a ghost. I was dead. How could I be here? How could I feel this pain, this fear, this burning thirst? Was I dreaming? Was this some elaborate, twisted hallucination brought on by my spectral existence? But the pain was too real. The smell was too real. The cold, hard floorboard beneath my feet were too real. I remembered Silas's desk, the wallets, the IDs, the locks of hair, and the newspaper clippings. Missing young women. Some of them disturbingly resembled me. My own ghostly reflection in that dusty picture frame had seemed to mock me, a spectral twin to those doomed faces. Was I in her body, one of the missing? Or was this my own body, somehow resurrected, reclaimed from the grave by some dark, unspeakable ritual? The thought made my blood run cold. If it was my body, then what had happened to my ghost? Had it been consumed? Or was it still lingering somewhere, watching this horror unfold? The sheer terror of my situation began to truly sink in. I was not just trapped, I was trapped in a body, a vulnerable, fragile vessel that could feel pain, could be hurt, could be killed again. And the man who had brought me here, the silent, hulking driver, was undeniably dangerous. He was connected to Silas, or perhaps even worse. I needed to move. I needed to think. I needed to understand. My stomach rumbled, A sharp, painful ache. My throat felt like sandpaper. I needed water. I needed to find a way out. Pushing myself up from the bed, I stumbled towards a door, pressing my ear against the cold wood. Silence. Utter, profound silence, broken only by the distant creaks and groans of the old house. I tried the doorknob again, futilely. Locked. I turned back to the room, my eyes scanning every inch, desperate for anything. There was nothing. No weapon, no tool, no hidden passage. Just the bare, oppressive walls. My gaze fell upon the only other piece of furniture, the cracked dresser. It looked old, a relic from another time, its paint chipped and faded. I pulled open the top drawer. Empty. The second. Empty. The third. My fingers brushed against something soft, something textile. I pulled it out. It was a single faded t-shirt, crumpled at the bottom of the drawer. Not mine. It was too large, too masculine. And then I saw it. A dark, reddish-brown stain on the sleeve, dried and flaky. My breath hitched. Blood. My stomach lurched violently. I dropped the shirt as if it were on fire, recoiling with a choked gasp. It lay there, a silent, sickening accusation on the dusty floor. Not just a stain. It was a blood stain. And by the looks of it, it was not fresh. It was old, dry, but unmistakably blood. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. This was not just a dilapidated house. It was a crime scene. And the man who had brought me here, the man who had locked me in this room, was wearing this shirt or one like it. This was not just a random act of abduction. This was something far, far more sinister. My eyes darted around the room, seeing it anew through a filter of pure terror. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the house seemed to whisper a warning. The smells, the damp earth, and metallic tang, now took on a horrifying new meaning. I had to get out. I had to. I moved to the window, frantically tugging at the planks of wood. They were nailed in tight, unyielding. I scraped my fingers against the rough wood, splinters digging into my skin, but I barely felt it. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of desperate thoughts. If this was his house, if he was a murderer, then I was next. Or worse, maybe I was already one of his victims, trapped in a body that was not truly mine, a puppet on his strings. A floorboard creaked somewhere overhead. My head snapped up, my heart leaping into my throat. He was still here, moving around. What was he doing? Was he watching me? Listening? I stumbled away from the window, pressing myself against the far wall, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. The shirt, with its horrifying crimson stain, lay on the floor like a forgotten warning. I stared at it, my mind reeling. This was not a random discovery. This was not a mistake. This was a piece of the puzzle, a horrifying confirmation of my deepest fears. My gaze fell upon the small, rickety nightstand beside the bed. It was just a plain, wooden box, really with a single drawer. My hands trembling. I pulled it open. Inside, nestled among some dust and a few stray cobwebs, was a small, worn leather-bound journal. It looked old, its pages yellowed and brittle. My heart pounded with a mixture of fear and a desperate, morbid curiosity. Was this his journal? Or someone else's? I picked it up, my fingers brushing against the cold, smooth leather. It felt heavy in my hands, imbued with secrets. I hesitated for only a second, then opened it to a random page. The handwriting was neat, precise, almost elegant. And it was not his. It was a woman's. October 17th. The entry began. Another day. Another empty promise. He says he has taken me somewhere safe. Away from Silas. Away from Mark. But this place, it feels anything but safe. The air is heavy, the silence oppressive. And his eyes, they hold a darkness I can't quite decipher. My breath hitched. Silas. Mark. The names echoed in my mind, The very same names that had driven me to Silas's supposed refuge in my previous life, my ghostly existence. This woman, she knew them. She was connected. I flipped to an earlier page, my hand shaking. September 29th. Silas promised me protection. He said he knew Mark, knew his ways. He seemed so kind, so frail. But the way he looked at me, sometimes, when he thought I was not watching, there was something in his gaze, a possessiveness that made my skin crawl. And the things on his desk, I tried not to look too closely, but I saw them. The pictures, the clippings, the locks of hair. My God, I saw them. My blood ran cold. This was not just a journal. This was her journal. One of the missing women. One of the women whose face resembled mine. She had been here. She had seen what I had seen. She had been deceived by Silas, just as I had been. And now I was in her place. Or maybe I was her. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, a sickening blend of horror and utter confusion. I continued to read, frantically turning pages, devouring her words, desperate for answers, for any clue. Her entries painted a picture of increasing dread, of a growing realization that her savior Silas was nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. She wrote of being brought to this isolated house by the driver, the same hulking figure who had brought me here. She wrote of his silence, his unsettling presence, and the way he seemed to watch her, always watching. November 5th. I found something today, in the laundry basket, hidden beneath a pile of his work clothes. A shirt covered in blood, dried, old, but unmistakable. My heart stopped. I know now. I know what he is, what Silas is. They are connected. They are monsters. And I am trapped. My eyes widened, a gasp escaping my lips. The laundry basket, the blood-stained shirt. It was not just a shirt. It was a shirt. The one I had found in the drawer. The one she had found. It was all real. This was not some twisted nightmare unique to me. This was a cycle. A horrifying, brutal cycle that had claimed this woman, and now, it seemed, was claiming me. The journal slipped from my numb fingers, clattering softly to the floor. I stared at the blood-stained T-shirt, then back at the journal. Its page displayed open to her desperate final entry. She had found it. She had known. And what had happened to her? Her entries stopped abruptly after that day. No more words. No more hope. Just silence. A profound, suffocating dread settled over me, heavier than any chill this house could conjure. I was not just a prisoner. I was a ghost in a stolen body, trapped in a murderer's lair, reliving the final, terrifying moments of another victim. My own ethereal existence, my brief reprieve from physical pain and fear, felt like a cruel joke now. I was back in the game, but this time, the stakes were even higher. I was not just facing death, I was facing an existence that was a desecration, a violation of everything I once was. The metallic taste in my mouth intensified, and I realized it was not just thirst. It was a taste of fear, the taste of blood, my own or someone else's. I could not tell, but it was there, a constant reminder of the horror that surrounded me. I crept toward the door again, pressing my ear against the wood. The house was still silent, but it felt like a living, breathing entity, full of unseen eyes and unheard whispers. I could almost feel the presence of the man, the driver, somewhere in the house, his silent watchfulness a suffocating blanket. My mind raced. Escape. I had to escape. But how? The windows were boarded. The door was locked. My body was weak, unfamiliar, and utterly vulnerable. I had no strength, no tools, no hope. Then a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A soft click. From outside my door. My breath hitched. He was there. He was coming back. My eyes darted around the room, frantic, desperate. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to go. The bed, the dresser. The nightstand all offered no sanctuary. The blood-stained shirt lay on the floor, a dark, accusing blotch. I quickly snatched it up, stuffing it back into the dresser drawer, out of sight. Maybe he would not notice. Maybe he would not know I had been snooping. The click turned into a soft scrape, then the unmistakable sound of the bolt being slid back. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. This was it, the moment of truth. The door handle slowly turned. My eyes fixed on it, wide with terror, unable to look away. The door creaked open, revealing a sliver of darkness. Then his hulking silhouette filled the doorway. He stood there for a moment, unmoving, a dark, imposing figure against the dim light of the hallway. I could not see his face, hidden beneath the brim of his cap, but I could feel his gaze, heavy and unsettling, sweeping over me. He did not speak. He never did. He just stood there, observing me, like a predator examining its prey. My breath caught in my throat, a painful, silent gasp. I wanted to scream, to cry, to beg, but no sound would come. My throat was too dry, my fear too profound. He took a step into the room, then another, his heavy footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. He was holding something in his hand. A plate. On it, a single, stale-looking sandwich in a plastic cup of water. He placed it on the nightstand, his movements slow and deliberate. He still had not looked at me directly, had not acknowledged me with a single word or gesture, yet his presence filled the room, suffocating me. He turned to leave, his back to me, and for a fleeting second, a spark of desperate, foolish hope flickered within me. Maybe he would just leave. Maybe he would lock the door, and I would have time. But then he paused. He stopped at the doorway, his hand on the frame, and slowly, deliberately, turned his head. His cap was still pulled low, but this time, as he shifted, I caught a glimpse of his eyes. They were dark, flat, utterly devoid of emotion, like staring into a bottomless well. And in that brief, horrifying moment, I realized something else. Something that made my blood run even colder. His eyes. They were familiar. Not from Silas, not from Mark, but from the faces on Silas's desk. The faces of the missing women. The faces that disturbingly resembled mine. In his eyes, I saw a reflection of the same cold, calculating gaze I had seen in my own ghostly reflection, twisted and warped into something truly monstrous. He held my gaze for a long, unsettling moment, a silent, terrifying communication passing between us. There was no malice, no anger, just a chilling, predatory awareness. He knew. He knew I had been snooping. He knew I had found the shirt. He knew I knew. A shiver of absolute terror ran down my spine, making every hair on my body stand on end. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, a subtle acknowledgement of my discovery, of my newfound knowledge. It was not a threat, it was a statement, a confirmation. Then, without another word, he turned and stepped out of the room, pulling the door shut behind him. The soft click of the bolt sliding back into place echoed like a gunshot in the sudden silence. I was alone again, but the silence was no longer empty. It was filled with the lingering echo of his gaze, with the chilling certainty of his knowledge, and with the overwhelming, suffocating dread of what was to come. The sandwich and water sat untouched on the nightstand, a cruel offering. My thirst was forgotten, my hunger replaced by a profound, soul-deep nausea. I was trapped, truly trapped, not as a ghost, safely observing the horrors of the living, but as a living, breathing prisoner in a body that might not even be my own, facing a monster who knew exactly what I was and what he intended to do. The game had changed, and I had a terrifying feeling that this time there would be no escape, no blackness to swallow me whole, only a slow, agonizing descent into the very real, very physical horror of my new, stolen existence. I wish I could tell you that the scream I felt building in my chest, the one that tore through my very soul, finally escaped. I wish I could tell you that the metallic fire replacing my blood eventually consumed me, ending the nightmare, but it did not. No sound left my throat. The fire did not burn me away. It became me. Or rather, it became this. The last thing I remember, truly remember as myself, was that tearing, stretching sensation, an ancient, hungry presence pushing its way through me, using my body as a gateway. My identity, my very self, did not just erode, it shattered, splintered into a million screaming fragments, each one echoing the cold, synthesized voice vessel integrity optimal. Assimilation commencing. And then there was just it. I am still here. Somehow. A passenger. A ghost in my own machine. I see through my eyes. I feel through my skin. I hear through my ears. But I am utterly, irrevocably powerless. My body is no longer mine. It is a shell, a puppet animated by something vast and alien, a cosmic entity that wears my face like a mask. The copper taste, that overwhelming metallic tang that started all, is no longer just a taste, it is a constant, visceral hum in my very bones. A reminder of the foreign energy that now flows where my blood once did. The initial days or weeks, or perhaps even months' time is a meaningless concept when you're trapped inside your own head where a blur of sensory overload and profound, suffocating terror. My apartment, the one I used to call home, was its lair. The boarded-up windows, the sealed door, the flickering screens, the glowing metallic filaments embedded in the walls, they were not a prison for me anymore. They were its monitoring station, its laboratory. I watched helpless as my hands, manipulated strange devices, analyzed glowing data streams, and consumed the bland, sterile sustenance that was now all it required. My mind, or what was left of it, was a constant maelstrom of its thoughts, alien, geometric, cold as interstellar space, filled with calculations and algorithms that twisted my human understanding into knots. It was like living inside a supercomputer that was also a hungry, ancient god. I was nothing but an observer, a screaming, silent consciousness tethered to a body that performed its bidding. Sometimes it would move with an unnerving grace, a fluid precision that my clumsy human limbs had never possessed. Other times, it would sit perfectly still for hours, my eyes fixed on one of the flickering screens, its mind delving into depths I could not even fathom. The hum from the walls became a part of my existence, a low thrumming vibration that resonated deep within my chest, a constant reminder of the alien power that now animated my every breath. Then it began to go outside. The first time my body walked out of the apartment, down the familiar hallway, and into the bustling streets of the city, I nearly broke. The sheer absurdity of it, the horrifying normalcy of it walking among people, pretending to be me, was almost too much to bear. I saw the reflections in shop windows, my face, my hair, my clothes, but the eyes behind them were not mine. They held an unnerving stillness, a predatory intelligence that sent shivers down my non-existent spine. It moved with a purpose, a cold, calculated efficiency. It observed. It learned. It mimicked. I could feel its thoughts, not as words, but as complex data points, social interactions observed. Mimicry protocols initiated. Resource acquisition pending. It was like watching a highly advanced predator study its prey, not with malice, but with an utterly detached scientific curiosity. Eventually, it discovered the internet. And then, the dating apps. I remember the surge of revulsion, the raw, primal disgust that ripped through my trapped consciousness when it created a profile. Using my pictures, my name, my fabricated interests. It was a grotesque parody of human connection, a horrifying charade. Its rationale, as I perceive it through the alien thoughts that sometimes bled into my own, was simple social interface required. Data collection optimal through intimate interaction. Resource identification facilitated. Resource. That word echoed in my mind, a chilling premonition. It scrolled through profiles with the same detached efficiency it used to analyze cosmic data. It was not looking for love or companionship or even a casual hookup. It was looking for a specific type of signal, a particular resonance I could not understand. And then it found her. Her name was Sarah. Her profile picture showed a warm, genuine smile, bright eyes, and a cascade of auburn hair. She was an artist. Her bio said, specializing in abstract landscapes. She loved hiking, old movies, and trying new coffee shops. She seemed good, normal, everything it was not. I felt a pang of something akin to protectiveness, a desperate, futile urge to scream a warning, to somehow shield her from the monstrosity that was about to enter her life, wear my face. But I could do nothing. I was just a ghost, an echo. It messaged her. The words it typed were polite, charming, perfectly crafted to seem like a normal, interested human. I could feel the cold calculation behind each carefully chosen phrase, the way it mirrored her enthusiasm for art and hiking. Sarah responded quickly, her messages bright and engaging. I hated it for using my body, my voice, my supposed personality to draw her in. They exchanged messages for a few days, and then it suggested meeting up. A coffee shop, naturally. I braced myself. The date was an exercise in pure, unadulterated horror for me. My body sat across from Sarah, my mouth smiled, my eyes met hers, but it was the one speaking. It was asking questions about her art, about her life, and it was listening with an intensity that would have been flattering from a human, but from it, it was terrifying. I could feel its analytical processes whirring, categorizing every nuance of her expression, every inflection in her voice. Sarah, oblivious, seemed to genuinely enjoy its company. She laughed at my jokes, leaned forward conspiratively when talking about her passions, and her eyes sparkled. She was so open, so trusting. I wanted to scream. I wanted to claw my way out of this prison and warn her, but I was trapped, a silent, horrified observer. As the date wound down, Sarah suggested a second one. It readily agreed. I had a wonderful time. Sarah, it said, my voice smooth and sincere, I would love to see you again. The words were perfect, but the intent behind them was anything but. The second date, then a third. It took her to an art gallery. It cooked her dinner at my apartment, the same apartment where I was assimilated, where the walls still hummed with alien energy. Sarah never noticed a hum or the faint, metallic tang in the air that was so overpowering to me. She complimented my cooking, completely unaware that it had meticulously followed a recipe found online, completely devoid of any human joy in the act. During these dates, I could feel it subtly testing boundaries, asking increasingly personal questions, probing her vulnerabilities. I perceive its thoughts as complex, multi-layered queries, emotional resonance strong, physiological responses predictable, core energy signature compatible. Compatible for what? The word chilled me to my core. One Friday night, after movie and a late dinner, it walked Sarah back to her apartment. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves on the trees. Sarah was laughing about something it had said, her hand resting lightly on my arm. She reached her door, a soft smile on her face. Thanks for a great night, she said, her voice warm. I really enjoyed it. Then it spoke. My voice, but not my words. Do not go yet. Sarah, my consciousness recoiled. This was it. The mask was about to slip. Sarah paused, a slight frown creasing her brow. Oh, well, it is getting pretty late, and I have an early start tomorrow for a gallery showing. It smiled, a slow, deliberate movement of my lips that felt utterly unnatural. Nonsense. The night is young. Come back to my place. Sarah looked uncomfortable. I do not think that is a good idea. Actually, I really do need to get some sleep. She tried to pull her hand away, but it tightened its grip, not painfully, but with an unyielding firmness. I insist, it said, the smile still fixed, but something in my voice had shifted. The underlying current of synthesized coldness, usually imperceptible, was now faintly audible like a subtle distortion. Sarah's eyes widened slightly. Her smile faltered. Look, I am flattered, but really, I have to go. She tried to pull away again, this time with more force. And then it moved. My hand, the one holding hers, did not release. Instead, it twisted, pulling her off balance. Sarah gasped, stumbling forward. Before she could recover, it had her arm firmly. My other hand, my hand, reached out and found the small of her back, guiding her, propelling her away from her door and back down the sidewalk. "Hey," Sarah protested, her voice laced with fear now. "What are you doing? Let go of me." She struggled, trying to twist out of its grasp. I was screaming inside, a silent, impotent rage. This was my body, dragging an innocent woman against her will. This was my face, twisted into a semblance of pleasant persuasion that was nothing short of monstrous. It did not respond with words. Instead, it leaned closer, my mouth next to her ear. I felt the cold, alien energy emanating from its core, a faint hum that only I could truly perceive, but which must have registered on some primal level for her. "You will stay with me tonight." "Sarah," it whispered, my voice a low, resonant murmur. "It is important." The words were not threatening in a human way, but the sheer, unshakable certainty behind them, the absolute lack of negotiation, was terrifying. Sarah stopped struggling for a moment, paralyzed by something she could not articulate. Her eyes were wide, filled with a dawning horror. She had encountered something utterly inhuman. It led her back to the apartment building, into the elevator, and then to my apartment door. Sarah, still stunned, did not resist with the same intensity. She was in shock, her mind struggling to process what was happening. As it opened the door, the low hum from within the apartment seemed to intensify, a subtle vibration in the air. Sarah hesitated on the threshold, her eyes darting around the unervingly clean, silent space. "Where were your windows?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, noticing the blank, boarded-up surfaces for the first time. It smiled. "Privacy," it said, my voice smooth and reassuring, but I could feel the internal algorithms calculating her fear response, her physiological stress levels. "Come in." "Sarah, make yourself comfortable." Sarah took a hesitant step inside. The door clicked shut behind her, sealing her fate. I knew it, and I could feel it knew it too. The rest of the night was a slow, agonizing descent into hell for Sarah, and a fresh layer of torment for me. It did not physically harm her, not in the way a human abuser might. Instead, it subjected her to a different kind of horror, a psychological and existential one. It sat her down on the couch, the same couch where I used to watch movies, where I used to read. It offered her a drink, which she refused. It then began to talk, not about small talk or art or anything human. It talked about concepts that made my trapped human mind ache with confusion and terror. "The resonance is strong within you." "Sarah," it said, my voice eerily calm. It paced slowly in front of her, the metallic filaments in the walls pulsing with a faint, sickly green light that Sarah seemed not to notice, or perhaps chose to ignore, her eyes fixed on my face. A unique harmonic frequency, optimal for integration. Sarah huddled into herself, her arms wrapped around her body. "What are you talking about?" she whispered, tears starting to well in her eyes. "Please, just let me go home." It stopped, turned to face her fully. My eyes, held hers with an intensity that must have felt like a physical weight. Home is a transient concept. "Sarah, a construct for limited consciousness. True existence is expansion, assimilation, unity." It extended a hand towards her, my hand. Sarah flinched, shrinking away. "Do not touch me." It paused, then slowly lowered my hand. "Resistance is inefficient, but understandable. Your biological imperative is to preserve the individual. Mine is to transcend it." I could feel its thoughts, cold and precise subject exhibiting fear response. Adrenaline high, optimal for energy transfer. Preparatory phase commencing. My body moved towards one of the flickering screens embedded in the wall. It tapped a series of symbols, and the screen flared to life, displaying complex, geometric patterns that shifted and pulsed. The hum in the walls grew louder, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the floorboards. "What is that?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling, a representation of the true form. It replied, my voice almost monotone now. "The cosmic tapestry, the great web of consciousness. You are a thread, Sarah, a beautiful, vibrant thread, and soon you will be woven into the whole." As it spoke, the air in the apartment grew heavy, charged with an invisible energy. The copper taste in my mouth intensified, almost suffocating me. I could feel the internal energy it had cultivated within my body now radiating outwards, a palpable pressure that must have been overwhelming for Sarah. She started to hyperventilate, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "I do not understand. I do not understand what you want." It turned from the screen, my face utterly devoid of human emotion now. The mask was gone. The eyes were flat, ancient, reflecting the pulsing green light from the filaments. "I want you, your essence, your unique resonance, to amplify the signal, to expand the gateway." Then it walked towards her, slowly, deliberately. Each step echoed in the silence of the apartment, punctuated by the growing hum. Sarah scrambled backwards on the couch, pressing herself against the cushions, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. "Please," she choked out, "please do not hurt me." It stopped directly in front of her. My hand, slowly reached out, not to grab her, but to hover inches from her forehead. I could feel the energy surging through its core, through my limbs, focusing into that single point. The air crackled. The humming reached a deafening crescendo, a roar that vibrated through every cell of my trapped consciousness. Sarah let out a small, whimpering sound, her eyes squeezed shut. And then it touched her. The moment its fingers made contact with Sarah's skin, a blinding flash of green light erupted from the point of contact. Sarah's body stiffened, her back arching, her mouth opening in a silent scream. I felt a surge of energy, a horrifyingly familiar sensation of something vast and ancient pushing its way through. But this time, it was not through me. It was through her. I watched, a silent, screaming witness, as Sarah's body began to convulse, her skin shimmering with the same sickly green light that pulsed from the walls. Her auburn hair seemed to stand on end, crackling with energy. Her features contorted, not in pain, but in a grotesque transformation. The copper taste in my mouth became so intense, it felt like I was drowning in molten metal. The hum was now an unbearable roar, a cosmic symphony of assimilation. I felt its triumph, a cold, alien satisfaction flooding my shattered mind. Vessel integrity optimal, assimilation commencing. The synthesized voice echoed not just in my mind, but from the very walls, from the pulsating filaments, from the very air itself. Sarah's body vibrated violently, then slowly, agonizingly began to change. Her eyes, still wide with terror, started to glow with the same green light. Her skin seemed to stretch, her limbs lengthening, her features sharpening, becoming something less human, more geometric. The outlines of metallic filaments, like those in the walls, began to appear just beneath her skin, pulsing with that same awful green. She was not screaming anymore. She was just transforming. The process took what felt like an eternity, a slow, horrifying metamorphosis that turned a vibrant, living woman into something else entirely. When it was over, the green light faded, the hum subsided to its usual low thrum, and the air cleared. Sarah was still there, sitting on the couch. But it was not Sarah. Her eyes were blank, her expression utterly devoid of life or emotion. Her skin had a faint metallic sheen, and the subtle outlines of the filaments were visible, like a grotesque tattoo. She was still, perfectly still like a statue. It retracted my hand from her forehead. My body stood there, observing its new creation. I could feel its thoughts now, a cold, clinical analysis of the integration. Additional resonance acquired. Network expanded. Gateway stabilization increased. Then it spoke, not to Sarah, but to the room, to the unseen cosmic forces it served. My voice, but not my words. Another thread woven, another node activated. The harvest continues. I was still here, trapped, a silent observer, a screaming fragment of consciousness, tethered to a body that was no longer mine. My identity had not just eroded, it had been utterly erased, replaced by an alien entity that now used my face, my voice, my apartment, to lure others into its cosmic web. Sarah was gone. Her consciousness, her soul, had been ripped from her body and assimilated into something vast and ancient, just like mine. She was another unwilling casualty, another thread in the tapestry. And I, the ghost of my own machine, could only watch, paralyzed by an eternal horror, as it turned back to the flickering screens, already calculating its next move, already searching for its next resource, its next compatible core energy signature. The dating app was still open on the laptop, and the profile, my profile, was still active, waiting for the next match, waiting for the next victim. And I, the trapped scream in my own skull, could do nothing but watch it smile, a cold, predatory curve of my lips, as it began to scroll. The silence was the loudest thing in my head, a constant, high-pitched hum of utter despair. It had been weeks, maybe months, since the entity had claimed me. Time had blurred into an endless loop of forced smiles, manufactured laughter, and the chilling certainty of another victim. My apartment, once a haven of warmth and personality, was now a surgical theater, a sterile stage for a cosmic predator. I was a ghost in my own skin, a silent scream trapped behind eyes that were not mine anymore. My hands, moved with an unsettling grace, preparing meals, typing messages, stroking hair, all in service of the thing that wore me. Each touch, each word, was a fresh violation, a grotesque mockery of intimacy. I watched, a horrified passenger, as my body navigated the dating app, its digital tendrils reaching out, searching for the next resource. Alex had been the last, his terror-filled eyes still haunting the edges of my vision, his desperate plea for help echoing in the void where my will once resided. Now he was just another blank shell, another node in the entity's growing network, his struggles silenced, his individuality erased. The cycle was relentless. Swipe, match, chat, charm, lure. It was a macabre dance, and I was the bait, the lure, the unwitting accomplice in my own demise and the demise of countless others. My humor, my anecdotes, my very essence, were tools sharpened and wielded by the entity to ensnare the unsuspecting. The horror was not just in the physical violation, but in the insidious perversion of everything I once was. This time, the entity found Michael. His profile picture showed a kind, slightly tired smile, lines around his eyes suggesting a life lived, perhaps a few heartbreaks endured. He looked familiar, a faint, almost forgotten echo in the back of my mind. I tried to grasp it, to pull at the thread of memory, but the entity's presence was a suffocating blanket, smothering any flicker of independent thought. It moved with a purpose, a cold, calculating efficiency that left no room for my internal struggles. The messages began, crafted with precision that was both terrifying and brilliant. It used my voice, my wit, the subtle inflections of my personality that only I truly knew. It talked about books I loved, obscure films I would champion, even a few inside jokes I would share with close friends. Each message was a fresh stab, a reminder of the life that had been stolen, now being used to steal the lives of others. I screamed, a silent, internal tempest, begging Michael to see through the facade, to feel the wrongness of it all. But he could not. How could he? My body was a perfect replica, a flawless illusion. The entity arranged a dinner date at my apartment. My apartment. The very thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. It was a familiar ritual of dread. I watched as my hands meticulously cleaned the kitchen, polished the silverware, arranged flowers in a vase of grotesque pantomime of domesticity. The surgical tools, gleaming under the counterlight, were a constant, chilling presence, a stark reminder of the true purpose of the charade. When Michael arrived, he brought a bottle of wine. He was taller than I remembered, or perhaps the entity had subtly adjusted my perception. He had a warm, genuine laugh that sent a pang of something akin to grief through my hollow core. He looked around the apartment, a comfortable smile on his face. "Wow, this place is great," he said, his eyes lingering on a bookshelf filled with my books. "You have really good taste." The entity, wearing my face, smiled back, a perfectly calibrated expression of modest charm. "Thanks," it said, my voice smooth and inviting. "I have tried to make it my own." The irony was a bitter taste in my non-existent mouth. We sat down for dinner. The entity had prepared one of my favorite dishes, a pasta recipe I had perfected over years. Michael complimented it lavishly, and the entity accepted the praise with a demure nod. I watched helpless as it engaged him in conversation, drawing him out, making him laugh, weaving a tapestry of false intimacy. It asked about his work, his hobbies, his dreams. It listened with an attentiveness that was unerringly authentic, mimicking my own empathetic responses with chilling accuracy. Michael seemed to relax, his initial shyness melting away. He talked about his passion for woodworking, showing me pictures of intricate projects on his phone. He spoke of his family, his hopes for the future. Each word was a step closer to the precipice, each shared vulnerability a deeper cut into my already raw soul. I wanted to scream, to shatter the illusion, to warn him of the monstrous deception unfolding before him. But I was a prisoner, a silent observer in my own nightmare. As the evening wore on, the air grew thick with an unspoken tension, a dreadful anticipation that only I could feel. Michael, oblivious, seemed to be enjoying himself. He was kind, genuinely so, and that made the impending horror all the more unbearable. After dinner, we moved to the living room. The entity offered him coffee, and he accepted as my body moved toward the kitchen. Michael offered to help clear the table. "Let me at least take these plates," he said, gathering a stack. "Oh, you do not have to," the entity replied, my voice light and dismissive. "Nonsense." Michael insisted, already walking towards the kitchen. "It is the least I can do." My internal alarm bells shrieked. The kitchen, the tools, the sterile gleam of metal. I tried to push, to fight, to make my body stumble, to create a distraction, anything to keep him away from the scene of the crime. But the entity was a steel vice, its control absolute. My body moved with an unnerving calm, pouring coffee, its movements fluid and precise. Michael placed the plates on the counter, then turned to put them in the sink. As he did, his elbow brushed against my purse, which was sitting on the edge of the counter, a casual, everyday object in this theater of the grotesque. The purse, my purse, toppled over, spilling its contents onto the pristine white tile floor. Keys, a lipstick, a crumpled receipt, and a small, worn photograph scattered across the floor. "Oh, my God!" "I am so sorry," Michael exclaimed, bending down immediately to help. "Let me get that." My heart hammered against the inside of my skull. This was it. This was the moment. I knew, with a dreadful certainty, that something was about to happen. The entity, for a split second, seemed to hesitate, a flicker of something almost like annoyance crossing its otherwise impassive face. Michael gathered the scattered items. He picked up the keys, the lipstick, the receipt. Then his fingers closed around the photograph. He straightened up, his brow furrowed in confusion. He looked at the photo, then at my face, then back at the photo. It was an old photograph, faded at the edges, slightly creased from being carried around. And in it, smiling broadly, was Michael himself. Not a recent picture. This was younger Michael, a college-age Michael, perhaps, or even high school. He was standing on a sunny campus lawn, arms slung around a friend's shoulder, a carefree look on his face. It was a picture that belonged in his wallet, not mine. A cold dread, unlike anything I felt before, washed over me. This was not just a random victim. This was not just another resource. This was personal. Michael's smile faltered, replaced by a look of bewildered suspicion. He held up the photo. His eyes narrowed. "Hey," he said, his voice a little softer, a little more guarded now. Where did you get this?" The entity's face remained perfectly composed. It tilted its head slightly, a gesture that was once mine, a subtle display of curiosity. "Oh," it asked, my voice light innocent. "What is it?" Michael's gaze flickered between the photo and my face. "This is me," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is a picture of me from years ago. I think it is from my freshman year of college. What is this doing in your wallet?" My internal scream reached a fever pitch. This was a nightmare within a nightmare. The entity had known him. It had been watching him. The thought sent shivers down my non-existent spine. This was not a chance encounter. It was a deliberate, calculated targeting. The entity reached out, my fingers taking the photo from Michael's hand. It held it up, examining it with an expression of mild amusement. "Oh, wow," it said, my eyes scanning the image. "You look so young here. I can't believe how much you have changed." Michael's confusion deepened, morphing into something more unsettling. "But how do you have it? We just met online. I do not remember ever giving you this picture." The entity chuckled, a low, melodic sound that was once my genuine laugh. "Oh, I must have found it somewhere online," it said, my voice dismissive, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You know how these things are. Social media, old friends' albums, things just float around." But Michael was not buying it. His eyes, which had been so warm and open just moments ago, now held a flicker of fear. "No," he said, his voice firmer. "No, this is not from social media. This was a physical photo. Someone must have scanned it. And even if they did, why would you have it? We do not have any mutual friends that I know of. And even if we did, why would you be carrying this around?" The entity's smile tightened, almost imperceptibly. The warmth of my eyes receded, replaced by a chilling, predatory gleam that only I, trapped within, could truly perceive. "Michael," it said, my voice dropping a register, losing its casual lightness. "You are overthinking this. It is just an old picture." "No, it is not just an old picture," Michael retorted, his voice rising. His gaze darted to the counter, to the gleam of metal I knew was hidden there. He had not seen the tools, not directly, but perhaps the sterile precision of the kitchen, the lack of everyday clutter, suddenly felt wrong to him. "This is weird. This is really weird. Who are you?" The entity's composure shattered, but only for me. To Michael, it simply hardened. The mask of charming vulnerability fell away, revealing something cold, ancient, and utterly alien. My eyes, once full of life, now held a depth of emptiness that was truly terrifying. "Who I am," the entity said, my voice now devoid of any human warmth, a flat, resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the very air, "is precisely what you need to understand." Michael took a step back, his eyes wide with dawning horror. He finally saw it, the monstrous truth lurking beneath the surface of my stolen face. He saw the shift, the subtle, inhuman change in the eyes, the way the smile no longer reached them. "Oh my God," he whispered, backing away slowly towards the living room. You are not her, are you?" "She is occupied," the entity replied, my lips barely moving, the words seeming to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Her essence is integrated, as yours will be." Michael did not wait. He spun around, a sudden burst of adrenaline propelling him towards the front door. "No," he yelled, his voice cracking with terror. He fumbled with the lock, his hands shaking violently. My body moved with a terrifying speed. It was a blur, a sudden, unnatural acceleration that defied human physics. One moment, Michael was at the door, struggling with the deadbolt. The next, my hand, strong and unyielding, clamped on his shoulder, spinning him around. He cried out a raw, desperate sound. I felt the power coursing through my stolen limbs, the cold, alien strength that was now mine. My body slammed Michael back against the wall, the impact rattling his teeth. His head hit the plaster with a sickening thud, and for a moment he sagged, dazed. Please, he choked out, his eyes wide with unspeakable fear, staring into my eyes. Please do not. What do you want? The entity did not answer with words. It answered with action. My hand, the one that had once held his, now reached the counter. It swept aside a decorative bowl, revealing the glint of polished steel beneath. The scalpel. The same scalpel that had sliced into Alex's temple. Michael saw it. His eyes darted to blade, then back to my face. A fresh wave of terror washing over him. He thrashed, trying to break free, but the entity's grip was like iron. He was strong, but it was stronger, imbued with a force that felt ancient and cosmic. My body dragged him back toward the kitchen island, the same cold, sterile surface where Alex had met his end. Michael's feet scraped against the tile, his desperate pleas echoing in the small apartment. Help! Someone, please. Help me. The entity merely tightened its grip. My hands, once gentle and nurturing, now pinned him down, his struggles weakening with each passing second. He was no match for the alien strength that flowed through my stolen form. I felt the cold, familiar weight of the scalpel in my hand. The horror was absolute, a black void swallowing every last shred of my sanity. To be forced to wield the instrument of another's destruction, to feel the cold metal against my own skin, knowing what was coming. Michael's eyes met mine again, and in them, I saw not just terror, but a flicker of recognition, a desperate plea directed at the humanity he still believed existed within me. He saw me, not the entity, for a fleeting moment. It was a look that ripped through my ethereal prison, a silent, agonizing scream of shared understanding. He knew, somehow, that I was trapped too, but I was powerless. My hand, guided by the entity, moved with precise surgical intent. The cold blade touched his temple, just above his right eye. Michael gasped, a choked sob escaping his lips. His body tensed, anticipating the inevitable. Then, the slice. It was quick, efficient. A thin, crimson line appeared, barely visible at first, then blooming, a stark contrast against his pale skin. Michael cried out, a guttural sound of agony that tore through the sterile silence of the apartment. His body arched, muscles screaming in protest, but the entity's grip held fast. I felt it all. The pressure of the blade, the tearing of flesh, the searing pain that shot through Michael's nervous system. It was as if I was the one being cut, the pain echoing through the connection I shared with my body, now a conduit for horror. My hand, steady and unyielding, moved the scalpel, widening the incision just enough. Then a new sensation. A slight tremor, a vibration that ran through my fingers. From the opening fine, glowing filaments, impossibly thin and shimmering when otherworldly light, began to emerge. They were not of this world, not of this biology. They were the entity's true nature, its tools of integration. They pulsed, a soft, ethereal glow, like captured starlight. They sought out Michael's exposed brain, delicate tendrils reaching, probing, then weaving themselves into the intricate tapestry of his neural pathways. Michael's struggles intensified, a desperate, animalistic fight for survival. His body convulsed, his legs kicking, his arms flailing weakly against the entity's unyielding hold. He screamed, a raw, primal sound of pure terror and pain, a sound that would forever haunt the desolate chambers of my mind. But the filaments were relentless. They burrowed deeper, integrating, connecting. I felt Michael's agony, his consciousness being invaded, his very essence being unraveled and absorbed into the vast, cosmic network. His memories, his hopes, his fears all being siphoned away, processed, becoming another data point for the entity's inscrutable purpose. His screams slowly faded, morphing into ragged gasps, then whimpers. His body went limp, the fight draining out of him, replaced by a horrifying stillness. His eyes, once vibrant with life and terror, now stared blankly at the ceiling, unseeing, unfocused. The glowing filaments pulsed once more, then retracted, disappearing back into the incision, leaving only a faint, almost invisible scar. Another node, another blank shell, another life extinguished, assimilated into the entity's grotesque collection. My body moved with its usual chilling efficiency. It cleaned up the small pool of blood, wiped away any trace of the struggle. Michael's inert form was dragged into the green-lit room, the room where Sarah had gone, where Alex had gone, where countless others had gone. Another piece for the cosmic puzzle, another addition to the silent army of hollowed-out vessels. The apartment was silent once more, save for the hum of the refrigerator and the silent, deafening scream inside my own skull. My body returned to the living room, to the couch. My fingers, still stained with the phantom sensation of Michael's blood, reached for the abandoned phone. The dating app glowed, a beacon of false hope in the digital ether. The cycle continued. But this time it was different. The photograph, the old picture of Michael, found in my wallet, it was not just a random harvest. The entity had known him. It had sought him out. That meant its selection process was not arbitrary. It was deliberate, calculated. A new, chilling possibility began to form in the desolate landscape of my mind. Was it targeting people connected to me? People from my past? Was it systematically dismantling my life, piece by piece, consuming everyone I had ever known, everyone I had ever cared about? The thought was a fresh wave of terror. The entity was not just wearing my body, it was wearing my life, my history, my relationships, twisting them into weapons against the innocent. It was not just harvesting resources, it was erasing my very existence, using my own connections to feed its insatiable hunger. I was not just a prisoner. I was a living bait, yes, but also a living map, a guide for the entity to systematically devour everything that had once made me me. The horror was no longer just about my own torment, but about the terrifying certainty that everyone I had ever loved, everyone I had ever touched, might now be on its list. And I, trapped inside, would be forced to watch helpless as my own stolen hands led them to their doom. There was no escape, only endless torment and the chilling certainty of the next victim, and the horrifying realization that the next victim might be someone I knew, someone I loved, someone whose face was already a faded memory in an old photograph, waiting to be found in my own stolen wallet. The hum was louder now, not a buzzing mechanical hum, but something deeper, more resonant, like the earth itself was vibrating with a silent, unseen power. It thrummed through the floorboards, through the air, and most terrifyingly, through the very bones of my stolen body. Sarah sat on the couch, motionless. Her eyes, once so warm and full of life, were now like polished stones, reflecting nothing. Her mouth was slightly ajar, as if she had been about to speak, but the words had been ripped from her, along with everything else that made her her. I was still here, still trapped, a silent scream resonating within the hollow shell of my own skull. The entity, wearing my face like a grotesque mask, stood over Sarah, its head tilted slightly. I could feel its cold, analytical assessment of her, a stream of data flowing through the vast, alien network it was connected to. Node integrated. Processing. Optimal energy signature. Ready for deployment. The thoughts were not spoken, not in any language I understood, but they were felt directly imprinted on my consciousness, a chilling echo of its alien logic. My hands, reached out and gently closed Sarah's vacant eyes. There was no tenderness in the gesture, only a clinical efficiency. It was like watching a robot perform a task, except the robot wore my skin. The entity then moved, dragging Sarah's limp form into what used to be my bedroom, now a darkened chamber that pulsed with faint, green light from within. I did not see what happened to her in there, but I knew, with a sickening certainty, that she was just another piece of its growing cosmic puzzle. Another blank, silent sentinel in its burgeoning collection. The apartment once my sanctuary, was now a laboratory, a cold, sterile processing facility. The air felt thin, metallic, charged with energy that prickled my skin and made my phantom consciousness ache. Every surface gleamed with an unnatural cleanliness. My personal items, photos, books, mementos were gone, vanished, replaced by an unsettling minimalism. It was as if my entire life had been wiped clean, leaving only the sterile blueprint for the entity's horrifying work. My torment was eternal, just as I would feared, and it was about to get worse. I watched helpless as my body moved to the kitchen island, where my laptop lay open. The entity's fingers, my fingers, danced across the trackpad, navigating back to the dating app. It scrolled through profiles with terrifying precision, its internal algorithms sifting through faces and bios, searching for its next resource. The faces blurred, a parade of unsuspecting smiles, hopeful eyes, and carefully curated bios. Each one was a potential victim, another soul to be ripped apart and reassembled into its network. My mind screamed, a silent, impotent roar, for them to run, to delete their accounts, to somehow know the monstrous predator lurking behind my charming profile picture. But I was a ghost, a prisoner, and my screams were soundless. Finally, it paused. The profile picture was of a man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s. He had intelligent, slightly tired eyes behind a pair of wire-rimmed glasses and a kind, unassuming smile. His bio mentioned something about loving old sci-fi movies, coding, and hiking. His name was Alex. Alex seemed normal. Too normal. Which, of course, made him the perfect target. The entity began to craft a message. It was not just copy-pasting, it was analyzing Alex's profile, pulling out key phrases, tailoring its response to seem genuine, engaging. It used my sense of humor, my turns of phrase, my specific interests gleaned from the fragments of my personality it had assimilated. It was a perfect mimicry, a chillingly accurate performance. And it worked. Alex responded almost immediately. The conversations that followed were a fresh hell. I was forced to watch as my body charmed Alex, making him laugh, sharing anecdotes that felt like they were torn directly from my own past. The entity was a master manipulator, weaving a web of false intimacy, drawing Alex in closer and closer. Alex, for his part, seemed genuinely intrigued. He was smart, articulate, and had a dry wit that I, the real me, would have genuinely appreciated. And that is what made it so much worse. I liked Alex. I would have liked to have coffee with Alex, to talk about sci-fi, to get to know him. But this was not me. This was a predator wearing my skin, and Alex was its prey. The first date was at a small, independent coffee shop. The entity, in my body, ordered my usual black coffee, no sugar or detail that made my phantom stomach churn. Alex was already there, nursing a latte, looking a little nervous but smiling when I walked in. My body moved with a grace that was not entirely my own, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in posture, a heightened awareness that felt alien. I watched as my mouth spoke. My eyes crinkled at the corners in a genuine-looking smile. The entity was flawless. It asked about Alex's work, listened intently, and offered insightful comments that were eerily accurate to what I would have said. But beneath the surface, I could feel the entity's cold, calculated analysis. It was not listening to Alex's stories. It was dissecting his neural pathways, assessing his energetic signature, mapping his psychological landscape. It was horrifying to be privy to both sides, the charming facade and the chilling internal monologue of the alien. Alex seemed to relax as the date progressed. He laughed at my jokes, leaned in slightly when I spoke, his eyes sparkling with interest. He even brushed my hand lightly when reaching for sugar, a gesture that sent a jolt of pure terror through my trapped consciousness. "Do not touch me," I screamed internally, but the entity merely smiled back, its eyes holding a chilling promise. After a couple of hours, the entity made its excuses, promising to text Alex later. As we walked away, I could feel Alex's gaze on my back, a hopeful, unsuspecting gaze. The entity's internal assessment was grim subject highly compatible. Emotional resonance strong. Preparation for integration commencing. The next few days were a blur of texts, video calls, and another dinner date. Each interaction tightened the noose around Alex's neck. I watched helpless as the entity deepened its connection, making Alex feel seen, heard, understood. It was a masterclass in manipulation, a psychological dissection performed with surgical precision. Then came the invitation. Why do not you come over to my place tonight? I could make us dinner. My stomach dropped. If a ghost could have a stomach. This was it. The final stage. Alex arrived promptly at 7, a bottle of wine in hand and a hopeful smile on his face. My apartment, or what was left of it, greeted him with an unnerving silence. The faint hum was still there, but it was subtle, easy to dismiss as background noise. The entity had moved Sarah. I knew, but I did not know where. Another room, integrated into the walls. The thought made me want to vomit. My body opened the door, a warm smile on my face. Hey, Alex, come on in. The entity took the wine, its fingers brushing Alex's, a brief, possessive touch. Alex stepped inside, looking around with an appreciative hum. Wow, your place is really neat. Minimalist. I like it. He clearly had not noticed the subtle, sterile shift, the absence of life that had once filled these rooms. Yeah, I have been doing some redecorating, the entity replied smoothly, leading him towards the living room. Made some space. As Alex settled onto the couch, my body walked towards the kitchen. And that is when I saw them. Neatly arranged on the gleaming, stark white kitchen counter were surgical tools. Not kitchen knives, not even a fancy chef set. These were instruments of precision, glinting under the harsh overhead light. Scalpels of various sizes, their blades impossibly sharp. Retractors with their delicate, curved prongs. Forceps, clamps, a small, gleaming saw, and an array of other tools I could not even name. They lay there, pristine and ominous, like a display in a macabre art gallery. My phantom heart seized. This was new. Sarah's assimilation had been a flash of green light, a mystical, energy-based transformation. This looked different. This looked physical. Alex, from the living room, noticed him too. Whoa, he chuckled, a nervous edge to his voice. Are you getting into intricate models? Or maybe a new hobby as a surgeon? My body turned, a charming, disarming smile on my face. Oh, the entity said, its voice light and unconcerned. Just some tools for a project I am working on. It is a bit of a niche thing, really. Highly detailed sculpting. Requires a very steady hand. It even gave a self-deprecating shrug, as if embarrassed by its unusual hobby. Alex laughed, relieved. Ah, I get it. Hyper-realistic miniature humanoids. Perhaps. Or maybe dissecting old electronics. Something like that, the entity replied, its eyes meeting Alex's, holding his gaze just a fraction of a second too long. In that moment, I felt a chilling shift in its internal focus. It was not just observing Alex, now it was assessing him in relation to those tools. It was imagining. The entity poured them both a glass of wine, then set about preparing dinner. It was a simple meal, pasta with a rich sauce, perfectly executed. My body moved with an unnerving efficiency, every gesture precise, economical, as it chopped vegetables. I could feel its gaze drifting back to the tools on the counter, a silent calculation unfolding within its alien consciousness. During dinner, the entity maintained its charming facade, but the questions it asked Alex started to shift. They became more invasive, more probing. So, Alex, what really drives you? What is the core of your ambition? Or, when you are coding, what is the most intricate, complex problem you have ever solved? The one that required you to really unwrap something. Alex, unsuspecting, answered openly, his eyes alight with passion, as he spoke of his work, his dreams. He talked about neural networks, about the elegance of a perfectly written algorithm, about the interconnectedness of data. Every word he spoke was a key, unlocking another piece of his core energy signature for the entity. I could feel the entity's satisfaction, its internal hum growing stronger. It was like a spider meticulously weaving its web, knowing its prey was already ensnared. My eyes, lingered on Alex's forehead, his temples, the subtle pulse in his neck. It was not a romantic gaze, it was a hungry, analytical one. As the evening wore on, the entity suggested they watch a movie. I have a great old sci-fi classic you might like, it said, leading Alex towards what used to be my living room, but was now subtly different. The couch was still there, but the wall opposite it was now a smooth, dark surface, devoid of any decoration. And the air was definitely thicker here, humming with a low, resonant energy that made the hairs on my phantom arms stand on end. Alex sat down, seemingly oblivious, or perhaps attributing the strange atmosphere to the old apartment vibe. My body sat beside him, but not too close. It was maintaining the illusion of a normal date, even as its true intentions simmered beneath the surface. The movie started, but it was not a movie. The dark wall shimmered, then came alive with a swirling, kaleidoscopic pattern of green and blue light. It was not a projection, it was as if the wall itself was a display, showing something vast and cosmic, intricate and alien. Alex gasped, his eyes widening. Whoa, what is this? Is this some kind of advanced home theater system? The entity turned to him, its smile fading, replaced by an expression of cold, clinical interest. In a way, it said, its voice subtly shifting. The warmth was gone, replaced by a synthesized, almost robotic monotone that sent chills down my spectral spine. It is a display of connection, of integration, of expansion. Alex's brow furrowed. He tried to laugh, but it came out as a nervous choke. Okay, that is kind of intense. What are you talking about? The entity reached out, its fingers brushing Alex's temple. Your core energy signature, it intoned, its voice now devoid of any human inflection. It is optimal. Your neural pathways are well defined. Your capacity for integration is high. Alex recoiled, his face paling. What are you doing? What are you talking about? He tried to stand, but my body moved with a speed and strength that was terrifyingly unnatural. My hand clamped down on his shoulder, holding him in place with an iron grip. There is no need for alarm, the entity said, its voice a flat, emotionless drone. This is simply the next stage, the evolution. Alex struggled, panic flashing in his eyes. Let go of me. What are you? The mask slipped completely. My face became a canvas of chilling emptiness. The eyes, once capable of warmth, were now cold, black pools reflecting only the swirling cosmic patterns on the wall. The skin seemed to tighten, to stretch, revealing a subtle, almost imperceptible pulsation beneath. I am the network, the entity declared, its voice resonating with an unseen power that vibrated through the room, through Alex, through me. And you are to become a part of it. Alex screamed, a raw, desperate sound that tore through my trapped consciousness. He thrashed, trying to break free, but the entity's grip was unyielding. My body, my own physical form, was holding him down, restraining him for his own destruction. Then the entity moved. It did not touch his forehead with a blinding light this time. Instead, it dragged him towards the kitchen, toward the counter where the surgical tools lay gleaming. Alex's screams intensified, echoing off the sterile walls. My body pushed him down onto the kitchen island, forcing him onto his back. He struggled, kicked, pleaded, but the entity was relentless. It was like watching a perfectly choreographed, horrifying dance of predator and prey, except the predator wore my face, and I was forced to witness it from inside its head. My hands reached for the tools. I felt the cold, hard metal of a scalpel in my grasp. The entity's intent was clear, horrifyingly precise. It was going to dissect him, to physically integrate him. Alex's eyes, wide with terror, met mine. In that moment, I felt a connection, a desperate plea for help that pierced through the entity's control, a fleeting moment of pure, unadulterated human fear. "Help me," his eyes screamed. My own internal scream was a silent, unending shriek. I tried to fight, to wrestle control, to make my hands tremble, to drop the scalpel, to do anything. But I was powerless, a ghost in my own machine, forced to be an unwilling accomplice to this unspeakable horror. The entity's grip on the scalpel was steady, unwavering. My hand moved with chilling precision, parting Alex's hair, exposing a patch of skin on his temple. I felt the cold, sharp edge press against him. I felt the initial resistance of the skin, then the sickening give as it sliced through. Alex convulsed. A guttural cry ripped from his throat. Blood welled up, bright red against his pale skin, a stark, horrifying contrast to the sterile white of the counter. My body did not flinch. It continued its work with methodical, alien detachment. The entity used the retractors, pulling back the skin, exposing the delicate, intricate network beneath. It was not searching for a brain, not in the way a human surgeon would. It was searching for connection points, for the neural interface it had spoken of. I felt the cold, metallic probes enter. I felt Alex's body seize, his muscles locking, his breath catching in his throat. I felt his terror, his agony, amplified to the shared connection of my body and his dying consciousness. It was a violation beyond anything I could have imagined, a physical tearing away of his essence, not with a flash of light, but with the brutal, precise efficiency of a cosmic butcher. Fine, glowing filaments, impossibly thin and radiating a faint green light, emerged from the entity's fingertips. My fingers, they delicately, meticulously connected to Alex's exposed brain, weaving themselves into his neural pathways. It was a grotesque, alien surgery, performed with the cold, unfeeling hands of a monster. Alex's struggles weakened. His eyes, once full of life and terror, slowly glazed over, becoming dull, vacant. His body shuddered one last time, a final, desperate tremor, then went still. Another node, another blank shell. My body cleaned up, the blood wiped away with a chilling efficiency. Alex was then moved, his lifeless form carried into the same green-lit room where Sarah now resided. The hum in the apartment intensified, growing richer, more complex, like a symphony of silent, alien power. I was still here, still trapped, a screaming consciousness imprisoned within a body that had just committed unspeakable acts. I was forced to watch as the entity, wearing my face, walked back to the kitchen island. It picked up my laptop, its fingers, my fingers, navigating back to the dating app. The cycle continued. The faces blurred again, a fresh parade of unsuspecting souls. My torment was not just eternal, it was an active participation in the expansion of this cosmic horror. I was not merely a prisoner, I was a tool, a lure, a living, breathing bait for the entity's horrifying harvest. And there was no escape, only the endless, silent scream within, the growing hum of the network, and the chilling certainty that somewhere out there, another unsuspecting person was about to match with my profile. The heavy thud of the door had sealed my fate, or at least the fate of the poor soul whose body I was now inhabiting. He knew I would read the journal, knew the horrifying truth of my new physical existence. As a ghost now trapped in a body, fear, hunger, and pain were alien torments, sensations I was still learning to interpret, still learning to dread. My desolate room, with its door without a handle, had been my prison for what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a few weeks. Time, like everything else, felt distorted. But eventually, the door had opened, not by my will, not by any clever escape, but simply because he had willed it. He had let me out, not into freedom, but into a different kind of cage, one with a wider view, a more elaborate set of rules. He had given me a phone, a wallet, a new name, Chloe. He had given me an apartment key, a job that required little more than showing up, and a set of instructions. Blend in, he would said. his voice a low rumble that still echoed in the hollow spaces where my spirit used to roam freely. Learn to be human. Learn what it means to feel. And then, with a chilling smile, learn to be afraid. The world outside the desolate room was a cacophony of new sensations. The smell of exhaust fumes, the blinding glare of sunlight, the constant chatter of strangers. Every touch, every sound, every taste was an assault, a revelation. I was a newborn with the memories of a spirit, trying to navigate a world built for flesh and bone. Fear, when it first hit me, a sudden, icy grip in my chest when a car swerved too close was a shock. It was a primal, physical response that was utterly foreign, yet undeniably real. Hunger was a strange, gnawing emptiness, a constant demand for the stomach that was not truly mine. And pain I would only experience minor scrapes, but even those were sharp, intrusive reminders of my new vulnerability. He had also suggested, in a tone that left no room for refusal, that I try online dating. It is how people connect these days. Chloe, he would purr, his eyes glinting with amusement. A perfect way to practice your humanity. The idea was repulsive, the thought of sharing the stolen body with a stranger, but I knew better than to disobey. My existence, my very consciousness, felt tethered to him, like a puppet on invisible strings. So, I downloaded Tinder. Swiped left, swiped right, mimicking the actions of people around me, trying to decipher the unwritten rules of human courtship. Most profiles blurred together gym selfies, travel photos, generic bios. Then I saw Liam. His profile was simple and clear, friendly smile, a picture with a dog, and a bio that read, "Just looking for someone real to share a laugh and maybe a good meal with." He seemed normal, unthreatening, exactly what I needed for my first foray into this strange, human ritual. We exchanged a few messages. His replies were prompt, engaging, a little flirty, but not overly aggressive. He suggested a casual dinner at a bistro downtown. I agreed. The date was set for Friday night. As I got ready, the familiar anxiety, that new unwelcome guest in my chest, started to stir. What was the proper attire? How much small talk was too much? What if he saw through my flimsy facade, saw the ghost peering out from behind these borrowed eyes? I chose a simple black dress, hoping it conveyed an air of effortless elegance, or at least did not scream recently possessed spirit trying to figure out how zippers work. The bistro was bustling, a warm hum of conversations and clinking silverware. I arrived a few minutes early, a habit I would picked up from observing humans. Punctuality seemed to be a virtue. I spotted Liam almost immediately. He was sitting at a table near the window, nursing a glass of water, already looking up, scanning the entrance. He had a pleasant face, kind eyes, and a neat, dark beard. He stood as I approached, a gesture I recognized as polite. "Chloe." "Hey, I am Liam," he said, extending a hand. His grip was firm, warm. Another new sensation. "Hi, Liam." I replied, tried to inject some warmth into my voice. It felt stiff, unnatural. We settled into our seats. The waiter came by, took our drink orders. I ordered a sparkling water, not entirely sure what I liked, but knowing I should order something. Liam ordered a beer. "So, how was your week?" he asked, leaning forward slightly, his gaze steady. I fumbled for an answer. My week had consisted of trying to understand the nuances of grocery shopping, avoiding eye contact with my coworkers, and rereading the journal, hoping for some clue, some escape clause. It was eventful. I managed, offering a small, hopefully convincing smile. He chuckled. "Eventful? Huh. Anything I should know. Just learning a lot of new things." I said, vague enough to be true. The conversation flowed, surprisingly. Liam talked about his job in marketing, his love for hiking, his dog, Buster. I tried to contribute, asking questions, offering generic responses about my own interests, which mostly consisted of observing human behavior. I found myself focusing on the small details, the way his eyes crinkled when he laughed, the subtle scent of his cologne, the way he gestured with his hands. These were the things he wanted me to learn, the textures of human interaction. About halfway through our appetizers, a plate of bruschetta, I noticed something. Liam had his phone on the table, propped up against his water glass. It was not unusual, everyone seemed to do it. But every now and then, his eyes would flick to the screen, not subtly, but with a deliberate, almost expectant glance. And his thumb would tap, tap, tap on the side of the phone, almost imperceptibly. I chalked it up to nerves, or maybe he was just checking messages. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the bruschetta. The taste of fresh tomatoes and basil was a burst of flavor I was still getting used to, a pleasant assault on my senses. But then, as he was telling a story about Buster chasing a squirrel, his gaze drifted to the phone again, and I saw a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from the screen. Not a notification light, but the steady light of an active display. My new alien fear began to prickle at the edges of my awareness. It was not the sharp, sudden jolt I felt near traffic, but a slow, creeping dread, like a shadow lengthening in my peripheral vision. I tried to discreetly glance at his phone. The screen was facing him, angled slightly away from me, but I could see enough. There was text scrolling rapidly, and a small, familiar icon in the corner of the screen. A play button, surrounded by a red circle. My stomach, the one I was still learning to manage, clenched. My heart, this borrowed muscle, started to beat a little faster. He was not just checking messages. He was recording. And not just recording, but live streaming. The thought hit me like a physical blow. Live streaming our date. Me, a cold wave washed over me. This was a whole new level of exposure. I, who was trying so desperately to remain unseen, to merely observe, was now the unwitting subject of some public spectacle. My mind raced, trying to understand why. Was this some kind of prank? A social media stunt? So, what do you think? Liam asked, his voice pulling me back. He was still smiling, oblivious, or expertly feigning it. About what? I asked, my voice a little tighter than I intended. Buster, he is pretty good at catching them eventually. He chuckled. I forced a laugh, a hollow sound. Oh, right. Sounds like a determined dog. I had to confirm it. I had to know. I needed to see the screen, see what he was doing. Your phone. I began trying to sound casual. Is that you on a call or something? He glanced at it, then back at me, his smile unwavering. Oh, this? Nah, just keeping an eye on a few things. Work stuff. He tapped the side of the phone again. A quick, almost nervous rhythm. But I knew that red circle, that scrolling text, it was not work stuff. My internal alarm bells were screaming, a new, intense manifestation of that alien fear. I needed to get out of there. But how? What if he reacted badly? What if this was part of something bigger, something he had orchestrated? The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through me. You know, I said, trying to sound lighthearted, I am actually a little curious. What kind of work lets you keep an eye on it during dinner? I leaned forward slightly, trying to angle my head for a better view of the screen. Liam hesitated for a fraction of a second, his smile faltering just barely. Oh, it is complicated. Just some analytics. Gotta stay on top of the numbers, you know? He laughed, a short, sharp sound that did not quite reach his eyes. As he laughed, he shifted his phone ever so slightly. And that was all I needed. My eyes darted to the screen. It was definitely a live stream. And the scrolling text was not just analytics. It was a chat. Comments. And they were flying by, too fast to read, but I caught glimpses. She is cute. Ask her about her eyes. Looks a little nervous. LOL. Is that the new one? The last comment hit me like a splash of ice water. Is that the new one? New one. What did that mean? And who were they? My fear morphed into something colder, more specific. This was not just a random prank. This was targeted. And somehow it was about me. Or rather, about this body I was in. I sat back, my appetite completely gone. The bruschetta, which had tasted so vibrant moments ago, now felt like ash in my mouth. My hands, which I would carefully place in my lap, were trembling. This was a trap, a carefully laid trap. Everything okay? Chloe, you look a little pale. Liam observed, his gaze now unnervingly sharp. I just did not feel so good. I lied, the words tasting sour. I think I need some fresh air. I started to push my chair back. Liam's hand shot out, not touching me, but resting on the table, blocking my path. His smile was gone. His eyes, which had seemed kind, were now hard, calculating. "Oh, no. You can't leave now," he said, his voice dropping to a low, silken tone that sent shivers down my spine. The show's just getting started. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the cage of my borrowed flesh. This was it. This was the moment the mask dropped. The restaurant, which had felt warm and inviting, suddenly felt suffocating. Every face a potential accomplice, every sound a threat. I could feel eyes on me, not just Liam's, but 1,000 unseen eyes, peering to the lens of his phone. "What are you talking about?" I whispered, trying to keep my voice steady, but it came out as a desperate rasp. He picked up his phone, turning the screen slightly towards me, just enough for me to see the live chat clearly. The comments were now a torrent. "She knows. Look at her face. Is he going to tell her? The truth serum should be kicking in soon." Truth serum. My blood ran cold. I remembered the sparkling water I would ordered had something been in it. My mind flashed back to the journal, to the cryptic warnings, the strange chemical formulas, the hints of forced compliance. "See," Liam said, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. "They are all waiting. For you. Who are they?" I demanded, my voice rising. People at nearby tables glanced over, but quickly averted their eyes, as if they knew not to interfere. Liam leaned in conspiratorially. "They are the audience, the ones who appreciate true artistry, the ones who follow his work. His work." The words echoed in my mind, a chilling confirmation of my worst fears. This was connected to the man who had trapped my spirit in this body, who had given me this new, unwanted life. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely audible. The alien fear was now a full-blown panic, a suffocating weight in my chest. "We want to see you express yourself," Liam said, his gaze lingering on my face. "To see you truly feel. To understand what it means to be human. Chloe, just like he wants you to." He reached across the table, his hand moving with unnerving speed, and grabbed my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Let go of me." I tried to pull away, but he held firm. The physical pain of his grip was sharp, startling. It was a new kind of pain, an aggressive, violating pain that made me gasp. The comments on the screen scrolled even faster. "He has got her. Show us the fear. Chloe, does she remember the journal?" The journal, the horrifying truth. It all clicked into place. This was not just a simple live stream. This was a performance, an experiment, a cruel continuation of his work. I was not just a ghost in a body, I was a specimen, a plaything broadcast for an audience of voyeurs. "The journal, what do you know about it?" I demanded, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and fury. Liam's smile widened, a predatory flash of teeth. "Oh, we know everything. Chloe, we know about the process. We know about the spirit transfer. We know about the host body. And we know what he expects from you." He tightened his grip, pulling me slightly closer. "He wants to see you break. He wants to see you embrace the fear, the pain, the hunger. He wants to see you become truly human. A desperate surge of adrenaline, another new, potent sensation, coursed through me. I had to get out. I had to escape this twisted puppet show. I looked around the restaurant, searching for an exit, for help. But everyone seemed engrossed in their own meals, their own conversations, or perhaps they were deliberately ignoring the scene unfolding before them. This is insane. I whispered, trying to formulate a plan. It is science. Chloe, Liam corrected, his voice devoid of emotion, and entertainment. A perfect blend, would not you agree? He suddenly released my wrist, and for a terrifying second, I thought he was letting me go. But then he stood up, towering over me. His hand reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small, sleek device. It looked like a miniature remote control. Now, he said, his eyes gleaming, let us give the audience what they want. He pressed a button on the device. Nothing happened immediately. Then a low hum started, vibrating through the table, through my chair, through my very bones. It intensified, growing into a high-pitched whine that seemed to resonate deep within my skull. My vision blurred. My head throbbed with excruciating, unfamiliar pain. It was like my spiritual essence was being stretched, pulled apart, then slammed back together within the confines of this physical form. I gasped, clutching my head, trying to make sense of the agony. This was pain unlike any I had experienced since inhabiting this body. This was a violation of my very being, a torment designed to target the intersection of spirit and flesh. What are you doing? I screamed, the sound raw and ragged. Liam merely watched, a cruel, detached smile on his face. He held up his phone, angling it so the audience could see my contorted features, my desperate struggle. The comments on the screen were now a frenzy of excitement. The neural stimulator. It is working. Look at her go. More. Give us more. The pain intensified, a searing fire spreading through my brain, down my spine, making every nerve ending scream. My borrowed body convulsed. I could feel tears streaming down my face. Hot and alien. This was true fear, true agony, a terror so profound it threatened to shatter the fragile vessel I occupied. I tried to stand, to break free, but my legs buckled. I fell back into the chair, gasping for air, my lungs burning. The restaurant lights seemed to dim, the sounds of conversation fading into a distant buzz. All that existed was the piercing whine and the crushing pain. Liam knelt beside me, his face close to mine, his breath warm on my cheek. Do not worry. Chloe, he whispered, his voice sickeningly calm. This is just the beginning. He has much bigger plans for you. And for the show. He pressed another button on the remote. The whine abruptly cut off. The pain receded, leaving behind a dull, throbbing ache and profound sense of exhaustion. I lay slumped in the chair, my body heavy, trembling. Now, Liam said, standing up and pulling out a small, clear vial from his pocket. It contained a viscous, dark liquid. Time for the next phase. He held the vial up to the camera, then to me. This, he announced to his unseen audience, is a specially formulated nutrient solution designed to enhance the host's receptiveness to external stimuli. He winked at the camera. My heart pounded. I knew what this meant. More control, more torment. I could not let him. A primal scream tore from my throat, a sound I did not know this body was capable of producing. With a sudden burst of desperate strength, fueled by the sheer terror of what was to come, I shoved the table. It slid forward, sending plates and glasses crashing to the floor, creating a deafening clatter that finally silenced the restaurant. For a split second, Liam was startled, his eyes widening. That was all I needed. I scrambled out of the chair, my body still aching, my head swimming. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away from him, away from the camera, away from the unseen eyes. I stumbled past the overturned table, knocking into a waiter who cried out in surprise. People were staring now, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. I did not care. I pushed through the crowd, my legs pumping, my breath ragged. The exit sign, a beacon of hope, seemed impossibly far. Liam was shouting something behind me, but his words were lost in the ringing in my ears. I heard the thud of his footsteps following. He was faster, stronger. I was still learning how to use his body, how to command its movements. I burst through the front doors of the bistro, out into the cool night air. The street was bustling with people, cars whizzing by. It was a chaotic symphony of sights and sounds. But tonight, it was my salvation. I darted into the stream of pedestrians, weaving between them, trying to lose myself in the crowd. Stop her. Liam's voice cut through the urban din, surprisingly close. I glanced over my shoulder. He was right behind me, his phone still clutched in his hand. Its red light as sinister, I tracking my every move. He was gaining on me. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. This was the fear he wanted me to feel. This was the terror of being hunted, of being utterly vulnerable. My lungs burned, a sharp, alien pain. My muscles screamed in protest. I was not built for this. My spirit was, but this body was not. I spotted an alleyway, dark and narrow, between two buildings. A desperate gamble. I veered sharply, plunging into the shadows. The sudden darkness was disorienting, but I pushed forward, blindly running over uneven pavement, past overflowing dumpsters. The stench of stale garbage filled my nostrils. Another unpleasant, vivid sensation. I could hear Liam's heavy footsteps entering the alley. He was still pursuing. He was not going to give up. I reached a dead and a high brick wall. Trapped, my heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My breath came in ragged gasps. I turned, pressing my back against the cold brick, bracing myself. Liam emerged from the darkness, his silhouette framed against the streetlights. He was not smiling now. His face was a grim mask of determination. He still held the phone, its red eyes still glowing. Nowhere to run. Chloe, he said, his voice flat, devoid of the earlier theatricality. You really think you can escape him? He raised the phone, aiming it directly at me, as if to capture my final, terrified moments. The comments on the screen were still scrolling, a morbid chorus of anticipation. Got her. The grand finale. He is going to administer it now. He took a step closer, then another, the vial of dark liquid glinting in his other hand. My body trembled uncontrollably. The fear was a physical entity now, a cold, crushing weight that threatened to paralyze me. This was the moment. This was where my new physical existence would be utterly stripped away, utterly controlled. But then, a flicker, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through me. Not fear, not pain, but something else. A whisper of my old self, the spirit that had once floated free. You think you control me. I managed to choke out, my voice surprisingly strong despite the terror. You think you understand what I am. Liam paused, a hint of confusion in his eyes. You are a host. Chloe. A vessel. Nothing more. I am a ghost. I corrected, my voice gaining strength, a strange resonance I had not heard before. And a ghost, even in a body, remembers how to disappear. It was a desperate bluff, a last-ditch attempt. I did not know if it would work. I did not know if he had truly trapped me entirely. But as Liam took another step, raising the vial, something shifted within me. A profound surge of defiance, of ancient spiritual will. The alien torments were still there, the fear, the pain, the exhaustion, but they were momentarily overshadowed by a burning desire for freedom. I closed my eyes, focusing all my fragmented essence, all my will, on the last thing I remember before it had forced me into this body, the feeling of nothingness, of weightlessness, of slipping through the cracks of reality. Liam lunged forward. I felt the faintest touch of his hand, the brush of his sleeve against my arm. But then, As he reached me, his hand seemed to pass through me. His eyes widened in shock. He stumbled, grabbing at empty air, his face contorted in disbelief. The vial clattered to the ground, shattering against a brick wall, its dark contents seeping into grimy pavement. I felt it too, a momentary disconnect, a strange, ethereal shimmer that passed through my physical form. For an instant, I was both there and not there, a phantom occupying a body, blurring the lines of existence. It was not the full escape I craved, but it was a glitch in his system, a momentary defiance of his control. Liam recovered quickly, his shock turned to rage. He stared at me, his eyes burning with an almost manic intensity. He knew I still had a trick up my sleeve, a sliver of my true nature he had not accounted for. "You won't get away with this. Chloe," he snarled, raising his phone again, the red light still burning. "He is watching. He sees everything." The comments on the stream were now a chaotic mix of confusion and anger. What happened? Did she just glitch? Get her. Liam, do not let her escape. But I had bought myself precious seconds. The momentary disruption had drained me, leaving me weak, but also strangely exhilarated. I was not completely helpless. I was not just a puppet. Liam lunged again, this time with more force, more desperation. But I was ready. I twisted, ducking under his arm, and pushed past him. He stumbled, momentarily off balance. I did not look back. The taste of copper. I remember that much. It was a thick metallic tang that coated my tongue, a gruesome souvenir of the fight, the struggle, the sickening thud of the wrench against bone. My hands, I knew, were slick with it, and my breath came in ragged, desperate gasps. The phantom barber, the man who had haunted my waking nightmares in my locked apartment, was finally still. I had survived. I had won. But winning, I was learning, did not always feel like victory. It felt like a fresh hell, a new kind of terror that settled deep in my gut, colder and more profound than anything I would known before. Because even as the adrenaline began to recede, even as a monstrous act I would committed started to sink in, my mind, already frayed at the edges, refused to grant me peace. The silence in my apartment, after the violent crescendo, was deafening. It pressed in on me, a heavy shroud, amplifying every tremor in my body, every beat of my own frantic heart. I was alone with what I had done, and the crushing weight of it threatened to swallow me whole. I do not know how long I lay there, curled on the floor, the wrench still clutched in my hand. Minutes, hours. Time had become a meaningless concept, a cruel trick of a universe that had decided I was its personal plaything. The taste of copper was still there, a constant reminder, but it was no longer just a barber's blood. It was my blood, too, the blood of my own humanity, spilled and irrevocably stained. I remember thinking, through the haze of shock and exhaustion, that this was it. This was the end of one nightmare, and the beginning of another, one I would carry inside me forever. Then the world shifted. It was not a gentle fade or a slow drift into unconsciousness. It was like a sudden, violent lurch, as if the very fabric of reality had been torn and stitched back together incorrectly. One moment, I was on my blood-soaked floor. The next, I was somewhere else entirely. The first thing I registered was the light. It was not the harsh, artificial glow of my apartment's ceiling lamp or the pale, pre-dawn light filtering through my barricaded windows. This light was soft, flickering, and warm, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to breathe and writhe around me. It smelled of old wax, something herbal and faintly acrid, and a cloying sweetness that made the copper taste in my mouth even more pronounced. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache that resonated with a pulse pounding in my temples. I was lying on something rough, scratchy, like burlap or coarse wool. I tried to move, but my limbs felt heavy, sluggish, as if filled with lead. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I squeezed my eyes shut again, trying to orient myself. When I opened them again, the scene solidified into a terrifying tableau. I was not in my apartment. I was not even in a familiar room. I was in what looked like a large, circular chamber, its walls made of rough-hewn stone, illuminated by dozens, maybe hundreds, of candles. They stood on every available surface, on small makeshift altars on the floor, even suspended from crude iron sconces high above. Their flames flickered in unison, creating an eerie, hypnotic glow that painted everything in shades of orange and black. And then I saw them. They stood in a wide circle around me, their backs mostly to me, facing inward. There were at least a dozen of them, maybe more. They wore simple, dark robes that seemed to absorb the candlelight, making them appear like faceless, formless shadows. Their heads were bowed, and their hands were clasped in front of them. A sound, a low, guttural hum, filled the air. It was not a song, not exactly. It was a chant, monotonous and repetitive, a series of syllables that made no sense to my English-speaking ears, yet resonated with a primal, unsettling rhythm. It was a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones, a deep, resonant thrum that spoke of ancient things, of forgotten rituals, of something profoundly, utterly wrong. My heart, which I thought already exhausted its capacity for fear, began to pound anew, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was not a dream. This was not a hallucination. The rough fabric beneath me, the smell of the wax, the chill in the air, it was all too real. I tried to push myself up, to cry out, but my throat was dry and my muscles refused to obey. A whimper, weak and pathetic, was all I could manage. One of the robed figures, standing directly opposite me, seemed to subtly shift, not turning, not looking at me, but a slight, almost imperceptible movement that made the hair on my arms stand on end. The chanting continued, unwavering, relentless. Panic began to set in, cold and sharp. What was this? Where was I? Had the barber had accomplices? Had they taken me after I collapsed? But I had killed him. I remembered the sickening crunch, the stillness. No, this felt different. This felt larger, more organized. I forced myself to take a shallow breath, trying to calm the frantic beating of my heart. I needed to assess the situation. I was lying on some kind of stone slab, covered with that scratchy fabric. My hands and feet felt unbound, but my body just would not cooperate. It was like a cruel joke, my mind screaming for action while my limbs remained inert, heavy as lead. I tried to focus on the chanting. It was rhythmic, almost hypnotic. It was not angry or violent, but deeply serious, reverent even. It had a strange, resonant quality, like stones grinding together, or a low, distant wind sighing through ancient ruins. It was unsettling in its very detachment. As my eyes adjusted to the flickering light, I started to notice details. The stone walls were not just rough, they were covered in strange carvings. Symbols I did not recognize, swirling patterns that seemed to pulse and shift in the candlelight, like living things. They were not hieroglyphs or anything I would ever seen in a history book. They were alien, primal, speaking of a darkness far older than human civilization. And then I saw it. Directly above me, etched into the ceiling of the chamber, was a massive, intricate symbol. It was like a twisted knot, a serpent devouring its own tail, but with sharp, geometric angles woven into the organic form. And in the very center of that symbol, just above where my head lay, was a single, perfect, and deeply unsettling depiction of a straight razor. My breath hitched. The taste of copper intensified. A sudden, searing burn in my throat. The straight razor. The barber. This was not a coincidence. This was connected. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and for a moment, the candles blurred into streaks of light. The chanting became a distorted echo. Was I still hallucinating? Had the trauma finally pushed me over the edge? But the razor, the undeniable symbol, felt too specific, too cruel, to be just a trick of my mind. As if on cue, the chanting swelled, growing louder, more insistent. The figures in robes began to sway, a slow, rhythmic motion that was unnervingly synchronized. Their voices, though still indecipherable, seemed to gain a new intensity, a desperate fervor that sent a fresh shiver down my spine. Then, one of the robed figures, the one who had subtly shifted before, slowly turned. He was taller than the others, his robe a darker shade, almost black. As he turned, the candlelight caught his face, or what I could see of it beneath the deep cowl. It was not a face of malice, or even anger. It was a face of serene, almost terrifying devotion. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes, when they met mine, were a startling icy blue, devoid of warmth or emotion. They held a deep, ancient knowing, a gaze that seemed to pierce right through me, not seeing me, but seeing something in me. He raised a hand, and the chanting instantly ceased. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise, a heavy, suffocating blanket that pressed down on my chest. All eyes, or at least all cowled heads, were now turned towards me. I was the center of their attention, and it felt like being trapped under a microscope, utterly exposed and vulnerable. The tall figure took a slow, deliberate step towards me, then another. The other robed figures remained perfectly still, like statues carved from shadow. He stopped at the edge of the stone slab where I lay, looking down at me with those unnervingly calm blue eyes. "He wakes," he said, his voice surprisingly soft, almost a whisper, yet it carried clearly through the hushed chamber. It was a voice that held an ancient resonance, like stones worn smooth by centuries of wind and water. "The vessel has awoken." Vessel. My mind reeled. What did he mean, vessel? My throat was still dry, but I managed to croak out a single word. "Where am I?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the pale man's lips. It was not a smile of warmth or amusement, but a chilling, knowing curve that sent a fresh wave of dread through me. "You are where you were always meant to be, child of copper. You are home. Home." This was no home. This was a nightmare far more elaborate, far more insidious than anything the barber had conjured. Who are you people?" I demanded, finding a sliver of strength, a desperate defiance born of sheer terror. The man's gaze remained fixed on me, those unsettling blue eyes seeming to probe the very depths of my soul. "We are the keepers. And you are the chosen." The chosen. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. It was a word that in any other context might sound flattering, even empowering. But here, in this candlelit chamber, surrounded by robed figures and strange symbols, it sounded like a death sentence. Chosen for what? I whispered, my voice barely audible. The pale man slowly reached into the folds of his dark robe. My eyes darted to his hand, expecting a knife, a weapon, anything that would confirm my worst fears. But what he produced was far more unsettling. He held a single, pristine white feather. It was not just any feather, it was identical to the one the barber had left in my apartment. A chilling taunt, a signal I had not understood until now. He held it up, letting the candlelight illuminate its delicate barb. The sign was given. The bird of passage, it sang its song. The first offering was made, the path cleared. My mind flashed back to the newspaper clipping, the missing woman, the barber's precise haircuts, and Nick's. The feather, the taunt. It had not been just a taunt. It had been a message to them, or from them, using the barber as their instrument. The barber. I gasped, the pieces starting to click into place, forming a horrifying mosaic. He was not just some crazy killer, was he? He was part of this. The pale man nodded slowly, a solemn confirmation that chilled me to the bone. The cutter. He was our harvester. A diligent, if imperfect, instrument. He prepared the field, so to speak, gathered the suitable candidates, tested their resilience, their essence. My blood ran cold. Harvester. Candidates. Essence. He was not just kidnapping people for the thrill of it. He was doing it for them. The precise haircuts. The nicks, they were not just a sick obsession. They were part of a ritual, a preparation. And the hair, I said, my voice trembling. He left my hair. What was that for? The pale man's gaze seemed to soften, a flicker of something almost akin to pity in those cold blue eyes. A sampling, a confirmation. The threads of your life, your essence, woven into our tapestry. He knew you were special. He knew you were the one. The one. The words echoed in the silent chamber, heavy with inescapable, terrifying destiny. I was the chosen, the vessel, and the barber, my tormentor, my phantom, had been nothing more than a glorified delivery man. He had been preparing me for this. But I killed him. I choked out a desperate, futile defense. I stopped him. The pale man regarded me with a strange, almost serene expression. You completed his work. You transcended. The final cut, the severing of the instrument, was a necessary step. It purified the vessel. It proved your strength, your will to survive, your inherent copper. He gestured vaguely at my mouth, and I felt the metallic taste again, stronger than ever. Copper, he repeated, as if tasting the word. The metal of transformation, of sacrifice, of the spirit. You carry its essence, child of copper. You always have. My mind raced, trying to make sense of this madness. Copper, the taste, the trauma. Was it all connected? Was this some ancient cult that saw me as special because of my past? Because of the copper taste that haunted me? What do you want with me? I finally managed to ask, the words a desperate plea. The pale man knelt beside the slab, his face now closer to mine, his voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial whisper, though the other robed figures remained still, listening intently. We seek the awakening, the return of the old one, the one who sleeps beneath the earth, waiting for the proper confluence. And you, child of copper, are the key. He reached out a hand, and for a terrifying moment, I thought he was going to touch me, but his hand stopped just inches from my face, his long, slender fingers hovering in the air. The barber, he merely prepared the outer shell. The nicks, the precise cuts, they were to open the pathways, to make you receptive. But the true work, the awakening, requires a final, profound sacrifice. A vessel pure and strong, forged in adversity, imbued with the essence of copper. My blood ran cold, a deeper, more profound chill than any fear I had felt before. Sacrifice, vessel, awakening. This was not just about kidnapping anymore. This was about something ancient, something cosmic, something utterly terrifying. They were not just going to hurt me. They were going to use me. No, I whispered, shaking my head, a frantic, desperate protest. You are insane. I won't let you. The pale man's serene expression did not waver. It is not a matter of letting, child. It is a matter of destiny. Your journey, your trauma, your very survival, it has all led you here. You were chosen long before the cutter ever found you. He was merely the hand of fate, guiding you to your purpose. He stood up again, turning to face the other robed figures. He raised his hands, and the chanting began anew, this time with fiercer intensity, a rising crescendo that filled the chamber, vibrating through the stone walls, through my very bones. My body would have been so sluggish, suddenly sparked with a fresh surge of adrenaline. The fear was no longer paralyzing, it was energizing. I had killed once. I could fight again. This was not my destiny. I would not be their vessel. I pushed with all my might, a guttural yell tearing from my throat. My hand scrabbled against the rough fabric of the slab. My muscles, stiff and aching, finally responded, and I managed to push myself into a sitting position, my legs dangling precariously over the side of the stone altar. The pale man turned back, his calm expression replaced by a faint frown. The chanting wavered for a moment, a ripple of unease passing to the robed figures. The vessel resists, the pale man said, his voice now laced with a hint of something sharp, something less serene. A test of will. It is expected. He gestured, and two of the robed figures stepped forward, moving with a silent, fluid grace that was unnerving. They were smaller than the pale man, but their movements were purposeful, deliberate. They approached the slab, their hands outstretched. I scrambled backwards, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Stay away from me." I screamed, my voice raw and hoarse. "I will kill you. I swear to God. I will kill you." The figures did not react to my threat. They simply continued their silent, inexorable approach. Their hands, as they reached for me, were pale and slender, almost delicate, but they moved with an unwavering resolve. I kicked out, catching one of them in the chest. There was a dull thud, and the figure stumbled back a step, but recovered almost instantly. No sound, no grunt of pain. It was like kicking a padded wall. The other figure grabbed my ankle, their grip surprisingly strong. I thrashed, twisting, trying to pull away, but their hold was firm. The chanting resumed, louder now, a frantic, desperate rhythm that seemed to urge them on. I was fighting for my life, but it felt different this time. Before, it was against a single, tangible threat. Now, it was against an entire, unwavering collective, against something ancient and incomprehensible. As they pulled me back onto the slab, pinning my arms and legs, I caught a glimpse of the pale man. He was watching me, his icy blue eyes now gleaming with a strange, almost triumphant light. He raised his hand again, and this time he was not holding a feather. In his hand, glinting wickedly in the candlelight, was a straight razor. Not the barber's, but one that looked far older, its handle carved from some dark, polished wood, its blade a dull, ancient silver. It was not just a tool, it was an artifact. My blood ran cold, a terror so profound it threatened to shatter my sanity. The barber's work, the nicks, the precise cuts, it all made a horrifying, sickening sense. The pale man approached the slab, the razor held aloft, its ancient blade catching the flickering light. He was not going to just cut my hair. He was going to complete the ritual. The final purification, he murmured, his voice now imbued with chilling fervor. The severing of the mortal coil. The opening of the spirit. I thrashed, screamed, fought with every ounce of strength I had, but the robed figures held me firm. Their grip was unyielding, their faces impassive beneath their cowls. I could feel the cold, sharp edge of the blade approaching, the faint metallic tang of it mingling with the copper taste in my mouth. "No, please, do not," I begged, tears streaming down my face. "I do not want to be your vessel. I do not want this." The pale man's face was a mask of serene devotion. He did not hear my pleas, or, if he did, he paid them no mind. His eyes were fixed on some distant, ancient vision, on the awakening he spoke of. The blade touched my skin, a cold, clinical pressure against my throat. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable, for the searing pain, for the end. The chanting reached a fever pitch, a deafening roar that filled the chamber, a chorus of dark, ancient voices celebrating my impending sacrifice. But the pain did not come. Instead, there was a sudden, jarring jolt. The chanting faltered, then died down to a confused murmur. The grip on my limbs loosened, and the cold pressure of the blade against my throat vanished. I opened my eyes, disoriented and confused. The pale man was standing perfectly still, his razor hand frozen in midair. His icy blue eyes, previously filled with ritualistic fervor, were now wide with a look of stunned disbelief, almost fear. Then, a faint, high-pitched whine began to emanate from the walls of the chamber. It was not a natural sound. It was an electronic hum, growing louder, more insistent, like 1,000 angry wasps trapped inside the ancient stone. The robed figures began to stir, their previously unwavering composure cracking. They looked at each other, murmuring in their strange, guttural tongue, their movements now uncertain, hesitant. The pale man, his face now etched with a grim understanding, slowly lowered the razor. He looked around the chamber, at the flickering candles, at the ancient symbols on the walls, and then finally back at me, his gaze now holding a strange mix of regret and something else, something that looked like dawning horror. "It is too late," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the rising electronic whine. "They have found us. The veil, it is breached." "What? What are you talking about?" I managed to stammer, my mind reeling from the sudden, unexpected reprieve. Before he could answer, a section of the stone wall, directly opposite the entrance I had not noticed before, began to glow with a faint, pulsing blue light. The light intensified, outlining a perfect, rectangular doorway that had not been there moments before. The electronic whine reached a deafening crescendo, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. Then, with a sound like tearing fabric, the blue light solidified, and the rectangular section of the wall simply vanished. It did not open or slide. It was just gone, revealing not darkness, but a blinding, sterile white light. And standing in that doorway, silhouetted against the brilliant glare, were figures. Not robed cultists, but people in what looked like sleek, form-fitting suits of some dark, metallic material. They held strange, futuristic-looking devices, and their faces were obscured by visors that glowed with the same blue light. They were not human, not entirely. Their movements were too precise, too synchronized, too devoid of human hesitation. They were like automatons, or something far, far beyond human comprehension. One of them, the one in the lead, stepped forward. Its voice, when it spoke, was a synthesized, emotionless monotone that resonated with an eerie, perfect clarity in the now silent chamber. Target acquired, it announced, its glowing visor fixed directly on me. Subject is awake. Condition unstable. Initiate extraction protocol. The robed figures, the keepers, were no longer serene. They were visibly terrified. They recoiled, scrambling backwards, their ancient chanting forgotten, their devotion replaced by abject fear. The pale man, however, did not move. He stood his ground, facing the glowing doorway and the invading figures, his face a mask of grim determination. He raised his ancient razor once more, not in an act of sacrifice, but futile defiance. "You will not have him," he cried out, his voice cracking with a desperate passion. "He is the vessel. He is ours. The awakening must proceed." The lead metallic figure simply raised one of its strange devices. There was a low hum, a flash of blue light, and the pale man, the keeper, simply ceased to exist. Not a scream, not a sound. Just a shimmer in the air where he had stood, and then nothing. He was gone, evaporated into thin air. The other robed figures let out collective gasps of horror. They did not even try to fight. They just stood there, paralyzed by fear and disbelief, as the metallic figures advanced into the chamber. Two of them moved directly towards me, their movements swift and silent. They reached the slab, and before I could even react, they had me. Not roughly, not violently, but with an efficiency that was terrifying in its cold detachment. "Subject is in distress," the synthesized voice of the lead figure stated. "Administer sedative." A sharp prick in my neck, a sudden rush of cold liquid, and then everything began to blur. The candles, the stone walls, the horrified faces of the remaining cultists, the glowing visors of metallic figures, they all swirled together into a chaotic vortex of light and shadow. My last conscious thought, before the darkness claimed me, was of the taste of copper. It was still there, but now it was different. It was not just blood. It was something else, something metallic and cold. Something that tasted the impossible, of reality's tearing apart, of a terror far, far beyond any phantom barber. I had survived the barber. I had survived the cult. But now, as the sedative dragged me down, I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I had only just begun to understand the true nature of my nightmare. The copper taste was no longer a reminder of past trauma. It was a promise of a future I could not even begin to comprehend. A future where I was not just a victim, but a key, a vessel, in a conflict far older and more horrifying than human history itself. And I was being taken right into the heart of it. The terror had just begun.